Chapter 1 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blake family are discussed. There is nothing, sir, too little for so little a creature as man. It is by studying little things that we attain the great art of having as little misery and as much happiness as possible. Dr. Johnson. Everyone in Rutherford knew that Mrs. Ross was ruled by her eldest daughter. It was an acknowledged fact, obvious not only to a keen-witted person like Mrs. Charrington, the headmaster's wife, but even to the minor intelligence of Johnny Deans, the youngest boy at Woodcote. It was not that Mrs. Ross was a feeble-minded woman. In her own way she was sensible, clear-sighted, with plenty of common sense, but she was a little disposed to lean on a stronger nature, and even when Geraldine was in the schoolroom, her energy and youthful vigour began to assert themselves. Her opinions insensibly influenced her mother's, until at last they swayed her entirely. If this were the case when Geraldine was a mere girl, it was certainly not altered when the crowning glories of matronhood were added to her other perfections. 6 months ago, Geraldine Ross had left her father's house to become the wife of Mr. Harcourt of Hillside, and in becoming the mistress of one of the coveted Hill houses, Geraldine had not yet consented to lay down the sceptre of her home rule. Mrs. Ross had acquiesced cheerfully to this arrangement. She had lost her right hand in losing Geraldine, and during the brief honeymoon both she and her younger daughter Audrey felt as though the home machinery was somewhat out of gear. No arrangement could be effected without a good deal of wondering on Mrs. Ross's part as to what Geraldine might think of it, and without a lengthy letter being written on the subject. It was a relief, at last, to her mother's mind, when young Mrs. Harcourt returned, and without a word took up the reins again. No one disputed her claims. Now and then there would be a lazy protest from Audrey, a concealed sarcasm that fell blunted beneath the calm amiability of the elder sister. Geraldine was always perfectly good-tempered. The sense of propriety that guided all her actions never permitted her to grow hot in argument. When a person is always in the right, as young Mrs. Harcourt believed herself to be, the small irritations of daily life fall very harmlessly. It is possible for a man to be so cased in armour that even a pinprick of annoyance will not find ingress. It is true, the armour may be a little stifling and somewhat inconvenient for workaday use, but it is a grand thing to be saved from pricks. Mrs. Harcourt was presiding at the little tea-table in the Woodcote drawing-room. There were only 2 other persons in the room. It was quite an understood thing that the young mistress of Hillside should walk over to Woodcote 2 or 3 afternoons in the week, to give her mother the benefit of her society, and also to discuss any little matter that might have arisen during her brief absence. Mrs. Harcourt was an exceedingly handsome young woman. In fact, many thought her lovely. She had well-cut features, a good complexion, with a soft, delicate colouring that only perfect health ever gives, and a figure that was at once graceful and dignified. To add to all these attractions, she understood the art of dressing herself. Her gowns always fitted her to perfection. She was always attired suitably, and though vanity and self-consciousness were not her natural foibles, she had a feminine love of pretty things, and considered it a wifely duty to please the eyes of her lord and master. Mrs. Harcourt had the old-fashioned sugar-tongs in her hand, and was balancing them lightly for a moment. "It is quite true, mother," she said decisively, as she dropped the sugar into the shallow teacup. Mrs. Ross looked up from her knitting. "My dear Geraldine, I do hope you are mistaken," she returned anxiously. Mrs. Ross had also been a very pretty woman, and even now she retained a good deal of pleasant, middle-aged comeliness. She was somewhat stout, and had grown a little inactive in consequence, but her expression was soft and motherly, and she had the unmistakable air of a gentlewoman. In her husband's eyes she was still handsomer than her daughters, and Dr. Ross flattered himself that he had made the all-important choice of his life more wisely than other men. "My dear mother, how is it possible to be mistaken?" returned her daughter, with a shade of reproof in her voice. "I told you that I had a long talk with Edith. Michael, I have made your tea. I think it's just as you like it, with no infusion of tannin, as you call it," and she turned her head slowly, so as to bring into view the person she was addressing, and who, seated at a little distance, had taken no part in the conversation. He was a thin, pale man of about 35 or 36, with a reddish moustache. As he crossed the room in response to this invitation, he moved with an air of languor that amounted to lassitude, and a slight limp was discernible. His features were plain. Only a pair of clear blue eyes, with a peculiarly searching expression, distinguished him from 100 men of the same type. These eyes were not always pleasant to meet. Certain people felt disagreeably in their inner consciousness that Captain Burnett could read them too accurately. "No fellow has a right to look you through and through," as one young staff officer observed. "It is taking a liberty with a man. Burnett always seems as though he was trying to turn a fellow inside out, to get at the other side of him." Not a very eloquent description of a would-be philosopher who loved to dabble a little in human foibles. "I've been listening to the Blake discussion," he said coolly, as he took the offered cup. "What a wonderful woman you are, Gage. You have a splendid talent for organization, and even a thorough-paced scandal has to be organized." "Scandal? What are you talking about, Michael?" "Your talent for organization, even in trifles," he returned promptly. "I'm using the word advisedly. I've just been reading De Quincey's definition of talent and genius. He says, now pray listen, Gage, that talent is intellectual power of every kind, which acts and manifests itself by and through the will and the active forces. Genius, as the verbal origin implies, is that much rarer species of intellectual power which is derived from the genial nature, from the spirit of suffering and enjoying, from the spirit of pleasure and pain, as organized more or less perfectly, and this is independent of the will. It is a function of the passive nature. Talent is conversant with the adaptation of means to ends, but genius is conversant only with ends." "My dear Michael, I have no doubt that all this is exceedingly clever, and that your memory is excellent, but why are we to be crushed between all this analysis?" "I was only drawing a comparison between you and Audrey," he replied tranquilly. "I have been much struck by the idea involved in the word genial. I had no conception we could evolve genius out of it. Audrey is a very genial person. She also, in De Quincey's words, moves in headlong sympathy and concurrence with spontaneous power. This is his definition, mark you. I lay no claim to it. Genius works under a rapture of necessity and spontaneity. I do love that expression, headlong sympathy. It so well expresses the way Audrey works." Mrs. Harcourt gave a little assenting shrug. She was not quite pleased with the turn the conversation had taken. Abstract ideas were not to her taste. The play of words in which Captain Burnett delighted bored her excessively. She detected, too, a spice of irony. The comparison between her and Audrey was not a flattering one. She was far cleverer than Audrey. Her masters and governesses would have acknowledged that fact. And yet her cousin Michael was giving the divine gift of genius to her more scantily endowed sister. Genius. But of course, it was only Michael's nonsense. He would say anything when he was in the humour for disputation. Even her own Percival had these contentious moods. The masculine mind liked to play with moral ninepins, to send all kinds of exploded theories rolling with a little ball of wit. It sharpened their argumentative faculties, and kept them bright and ready for use. "Mother and I were talking about these tiresome Blakes, not of Audrey," she said in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. "If you were listening, Michael, you must have heard the whole account of my conversation with Mrs. Bryce." "Oh, you mean Harcourt's sister, with whom you have been staying. Did I not tell you that I had heard every word and was admiring your admirable tactics? The way in which you marshalled your forces of half-truths and implied verities and small-mounted theories was grand. Absolutely grand." Mrs. Harcourt was silent for a moment. Michael was very trying. He often exercised her patience most severely. But there was a threefold reason for her forbearance. First, he was her father's cousin, and beloved by him as his own son would have been if he had ever had one. Secondly, his ill health entitled him to a good deal of consideration from any kind-hearted woman. And thirdly, and perhaps principally, he had the reputation for saying and doing odd, out-of-the-way things, and a man who moves in an eccentric circle of his own is never on other people's plane, and therefore some allowance must be made for him. Mrs. Harcourt could, however, have heartily endorsed Mrs. Carlyle's opinion of her gifted son, and applied it to her cousin. He was ill to live with. Somehow one loves this honest, shrewd criticism of the old North Country woman, the homely body who smoked short black pipes in the chimney corner, but whom Carlyle loved and venerated from the bottom of his big heart. Ill to live with, perhaps Michael Bennet, with his injured health and Victoria Cross, and the purpose of his life all marred and frustrated, was not the easiest person in the world. Mrs. Harcourt was silent for an instant, but she never permitted herself to be ruffled, so she went on in her smooth voice.
I felt it was my duty to repeat to Mother all that Mrs. Bryce, told me about the Blakes. Please do not be so formal. I infinitely prefer that fine princess-like name of Edith, remarked Michael, with a lazy twinkle in his eyes, but Mrs. Harcourt would not condescend even to notice the interruption. Mrs. Bryce, with a pointed emphasis on the name, was much concerned when she heard that my father had engaged Mr. Blake for his classical master. And why so? Demanded Captain Bennet, a little sharply. He has taken a good degree. Dr. Ross seems perfectly satisfied with him. Oh, there is nothing against the young man. He is clever and pleasant and very good-looking. It is only the mother who is so objectionable. Perhaps I'm putting it too strongly. Only Mrs. Bryce and her husband did not like her. They say she is a very unsatisfactory person, and so difficult to understand. Poor Mrs. Blake, ejaculated her cousin, to be judged before the Bryce tribunal and found wanting. Don't be ridiculous, Michael, replied Mrs. Harcourt in her good-tempered way. Of course you take her part simply because she is accused. You are like Audrey in that. You see, we are both genial persons, but seriously, Mrs. Blake's list of misdemeanours seems absurdly trifling. She is very handsome. That is misdemeanour number 1, I believe. My dear, observed Mrs. Ross placidly at this point, for she had been too busy counting her stitches to concern herself with the strife of words. Geraldine only mentioned it as a fact. She remarked that Mrs. Blake was a very prepossessing person, that she had rather an uncommon type of beauty. That makes her all the more interesting, murmured Captain Bennet, with his eyes half closed. I begin to feel quite excited about this, Mrs. Blake. I do delight in anything out of the common. Oh, Edith never denied that she was fascinating. She is a clever woman, too. Only there were certain little solecisms committed that made her think Mrs. Blake was not a thorough gentlewoman. They are undoubtedly very poor, and though of course that is no objection, it is so absurd for people in such a position to try and ignore their little shifts and contrivances. Honest poverty is to be respected, but not when it is allied to pretension. My dear Gage, was it you or Mrs. Bryce who made that exceedingly clever speech? It was really worthy of Dr. Johnson. It only wanted a sir to point the doctor's style. Sir, honest poverty is to be respected, but not when it is allied to pretension. A good thorough Johnsonian speech, and so the poor woman is poor? Yes, but no one minds that, returned Mrs. Harcourt, somewhat hastily. I hope you do not think that anything in her outward circumstances has prejudiced my sister-in-law against her. As far as that goes, Mrs. Blake deserves credit. She has denied herself comforts, even to give her son a good education. No, it is something contradictory in the woman herself that made the Bryces say they would never get on with her. She is impulsive, absurdly impulsive, and yet at the same time she is reserved. She has a bad temper. At least, Edith declares she has heard her scolding her servant in no measured terms, and then she is so injudicious with her children. She absolutely adores her eldest son, Cyril. But Edith will have it that she neglects her daughter. And there is an invalid boy, too, a very interesting little fellow. At least, I don't know how old he is, and she is not too attentive to him. Housekeeping worries her, and she is fond of society, and I know the Bryces think that she would marry again if she got the chance. Let the younger widows marry. I hope you do not mean to contradict St. Paul. Have you quite finished the indictment, Gage? Be it known unto the inhabitants of Rutherford that a certain seditious and dangerous person of the name of Blake is about to take up her residence in the town, the list of her misdemeanours being as follows, to wit, as they say in old chronicles, an uncommon style of beauty, an inclination to replace the deceased Mr. Blake, imperfect temper, impulsiveness, tempered with reserve, unconventionality of habit, poverty, combined with pretentiousness, and a disposition to slight her maternal duties. Really a most interesting person. Michael, of course you say that to provoke me. Please don't listen to him, Mother. You understand me if no one else does. You know it is Audrey of whom I am thinking. Yes, turning to her cousin. You may amuse yourself with turning all my speeches into ridicule, but in your heart you agree with me. I have often heard you lecturing Audrey on her impulsiveness and want of common sense. It'll be just like her to strike up a violent friendship with Mrs. Blake. You know how she takes these sudden fancies, and father is quite as bad. I dare say they'll both discover she is charming before 24 hours are over. That is why I am begging mother to be very prudent and keep the Blakes at a distance. You agree, of course, Cousin Emmeline? Well, my dear, I don't quite like the account Geraldine gives me. Mrs. Bryce is a very shrewd person. She is not likely to make mistakes. I think I shall give Audrey a hint, unless you prefer to do so, Geraldine. I think it will come better for me, Mother. You see, I shall just retell Edith's words. Audrey is a little difficult to manage sometimes. She likes to form her own notions of people. There is no time to be lost if they are coming in tomorrow. I thought your father said it was today, that they were expected. No, I am positive Percival said tomorrow. I know the old servant, and some of the furniture arrived at the Grey Cottage 2 days ago. Captain Burnett looked up quickly, as though he were about to speak, and then changed his mind and went on with his occupation, which was teaching a small brown dachshund the Gladstone trick. No, Booty, when I say Lord Salisbury, you are to eat the sugar, but not before. Here comes the bone of contention, he went on in a purposely loud tone as a shadow darkened the window, and the next minute a tall young lady stepped over the low sill into the room. Were you talking about me? She asked in a clear voice, as she looked round at them. How do you do, Gage? Have you been here all the afternoon? How is Percival? No more tea, thank you. I have just had some. At the Blakes. At the Blakes? Exclaimed her sister, in a horror-stricken tone, unable to believe her ears. Yes, I heard they come in last night, so I thought it would be only neighbourly to call and see if one could do anything for them. I met father on the hill, and he quite approved. Mrs. Blake sends her compliments to you, Mother. And as only an awful silence answered her, she continued innocently. I'm sure you and Gage will like her. She is charming, perfectly charming, the nicest person I've seen for a long time, finished Audrey, with delightful unconsciousness of the sensation she was creating.
End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Audrey introduces herself.
Indeed, all faults, had they been 10 times more and greater, would have been neutralized by that supreme expression of her features, the unity of which every lineament in the fixed parts, and every undulation in the moving parts of her countenance concurred, viz., a sunny benignity, a radiant graciousness, such as in this world I never saw surpassed. In this innocent fashion had Audrey Ross solved the Gordian knot of family difficulty, leaving her mother and sister eyeing each other with the aghast looks of defeated conspirators, and it must be owned that many a tangled skein that would have been patiently and laboriously unravelled by the skilled fingers of Geraldine was spoilt in this manner by the quick impulsiveness of Audrey. No two sisters could be greater contrasts to each other. While young Mrs. Harcourt laid an undue stress on what may be termed the minor morals, the small properties and lesser virtues that lie on the surface of things and give life its polish, Audrey was forever riding full tilt against prejudices, or raising a crusade against what she chose to term the bugbear of feminine existence, conventionality. Not that Audrey was a strong-minded person or a stickler for woman's rights. She had no advanced notions, no crude theories on the subject of emancipation. It was only, to borrow Captain Burnett's words, that her headlong sympathies carried her away. A passionate instinct of pity always made her range herself on the losing side. Her virtues were unequally balanced, and her generosity threatened to degenerate into weakness. Most women love to feel the support of a stronger nature. Audrey loved to support others. Any form of suffering, mental or physical, appealed to her irresistibly. Her sympathy was often misplaced and excessive, and her power of self-effacement, under some circumstances, was even more remarkable, the word self-effacement being rightly used here, as self-sacrifice presupposes some consciousness of action. It was this last trait that caused genuine anxiety to those who knew and loved Audrey best, for who can tell to what lengths a generous nature may go,
to whom any form of pain is intolerable, and every beggar, worthy or unworthy, a human brother or sister with claims to consideration. If Audrey were not so clever as her elder sister, she had more originality. She was also far more independent in her modes of action and thought, and went on her way without reference to others.
"It is not that I think myself wiser than other people,"
she said once to her cousin, who had just been delivering her a lecture on this subject.
"Of course I'm always making mistakes. Everyone does. But you see, Michael, I have lived so long with myself, exactly 22 years, and so I must know most about myself and what is best for this young person,"
tapping herself playfully. Audrey was certainly not so handsome as her sister. She had neither Geraldine's perfection of feature nor her exquisite colouring, but she had her good points, like other people. Her hair was soft and brown, and there was a golden tinge in it that was greatly admired. There was also a depth and expression in her grey eyes that Geraldine lacked. But the charm of Audrey's face was her smile. It was no facial contortion, no mere lip service. It was a heart illumination, a sudden radiance that seemed to light up every feature, which brought a certain lovely dimple into play. And there was one other thing noticeable in Audrey, and which brought the sisters into still sharper contrast. She was lamentably deficient in taste, and though personally neat, was rather careless on the subject of dress. She liked an old gown better than a new one, was never quite sure which colour suited her best, and felt just as happy paying a round of calls in an old cambric as in the best tailor-made gown. It was on this subject that she and Geraldine differed most. No amount of spoken wisdom could make Audrey see that she was neglecting her opportunities to a culpable degree, that while other forms of eccentricity might be forgiven, the one unpardonable sin in Geraldine's code was Audrey's refusal to make the best of herself. "And you do look so nice when you're well dressed," she observed, with mournful affection on one occasion when Audrey had specially disappointed her. "You have a beautiful figure. Madame Latouche said so herself, and yet you would wear that hideous gown Miss Sewell has made, and at Miss Charrington's at home, too."
"How many people were affected by this sad occurrence?"
asked Audrey scornfully.
"My dear Gage, your tone is truly tragical. Was it my clothes or me, poor little me, that Mrs. Charrington invited wanted to see? Do you know, Michael,"
for that young man was present,
"I have such a grand idea for the future, a fashion to come in with Wagner's music and aesthetics and female lawyers. In fact, an advanced theory worthy of the 19th century. You know how people hate at-homes, and how bored they are, and how they grumble at the crush and the crowd."
"Well, I do believe they are hideous products of civilization,"
he returned with an air of candour.
"Just so. Well, now for my idea. Oh, I must send it to Punch, I really must. My proposition is that people should send their card by their lady's maid, and also the toilette intended for that afternoon, to be inspected by the hostess. Can you not imagine the scene? First comes the announcement by the butler, 'Lady Fitzmaurice's clothes. Enter smiling lady's maid, bearing a wondrously braided skirt with plush mantle, and bonnet with pheasant's wing. Hostess bows, smiles, and inspects garments through her eyeglasses. Charming! Everything Lady Fitzmaurice wears is in such perfect taste. My dear Cecilia, that bonnet would just suit me. Make a note of it, please. My compliments to her ladyship. Now then for Mrs. Grenville, and so on. Crowd still, you see, but no handshaking, no confusion of voices, and then the wonderful economy, no tea and coffee, no ices, no professional artistes, only a little refreshment, perhaps, in the servants' hall."
"Audrey, how can you talk such nonsense?" returned her sister severely. But Captain Burnett gave his low laugh of amusement. He revelled in the girl's odd speeches. He thought Audrey's nonsense worth more than all Geraldine's sense. He even enjoyed, with a man's insouciance, her daring disregard of conventionality. How difficult it is for a person thoroughly to know him or herself, unless he or she be morbidly addicted to incessant self-examination. Audrey thought that it was mere neighbourliness that induced her to call on the Blakes that afternoon. She had no idea that a strong curiosity made her wish to interview the newcomers. Rutherford was far too confined in area for a liberal mind like Audrey's. Her large and intense nature demanded fuller scope of its energies. With the exception of boys, who certainly preponderated in Rutherford, there were far too few human beings to satisfy Audrey. Every fresh face was therefore hailed by her with joy, and though perhaps she hardly went to Dr. Johnson's length when he complained that he considered that day lost on which he had not made a new acquaintance, still her social instincts were not sufficiently nourished. The few people were busy people. They had a tiresome habit, too, of forming cliques, and in many ways they disappointed her. With her richer neighbours, especially among the hill houses, Geraldine was the reigning favourite. Mrs. Charrington was devoted to her. Only little Mrs. Stanfield of Rossendale thought there was no one in the world like dear Audrey Ross. Audrey would not have mentioned her little scheme to her mother for worlds. Her mother was not a safe agent. She had long ago made Geraldine her conscience-keeper. But she had no objection to tell her father when she met him walking down the hill with his hands behind him and evidently revolving his next Sunday's sermon. Dr. Ross was rather a fine-looking man. He had grown grey early, and his near sight obliged him to wear spectacles, but his keen, clever face and the benevolent and kindly air that distinguished him always attracted people to him. At times he was a little absent and whimsical, and those who knew them both well declared that Audrey had got all her original ideas and unconventional ways from the doctor.
"Father, I'm going to call on the Blakes,"
she observed, as he was about to pass her, as he would a stranger.
"Dear me, Audrey, how you startled me. I was deep in original sin, I believe. The Blakes. Oh, I told young Blake to come up to dinner tonight. I want Michael to see him. Very well. Give my respects to Mrs. Blake, and if there be any service we can render her, be sure you offer it." And Dr. Ross walked on, quite unconscious that his daughter had retraced her steps and was following him towards the town.
"For I won't disturb him with my chatter," she thought, "and I may as well go to Gage tomorrow. She is sure to keep me, and then it would be rather awkward if she should take it into her head to talk about the Blakes. She might want to go with me, or perhaps, which is more likely, she would make a fuss about my going so soon. If you want to do a thing, do it quickly, and without telling anyone. That's my motto. Father is no one. If I were going to run away from home or do anything equally ridiculous, I should be sure to tell Father first. He would only recommend me to go first class, and be sure to take a cab at the other end, bless him."
Dr. Ross walked on in a leisurely, thoughtful fashion, not too abstracted, however, to wave his hand slightly as knots of boys saluted him in passing. Audrey had a nod and smile for them all. At the hill houses and at the schoolhouse, Geraldine might be the acknowledged favourite, but every boy in the upper and the lower school was Audrey's sworn adherent. She was their liege lady for whom they were proud to do service, and more than one of the prefects cherished a tremulous passion for the doctor's daughter, together with his budding moustache, and, strange to say, was none the worse for the mild disease. A pleasant lane led from the hill to the town, with sloping meadows on one side. It was a lovely afternoon in June, and groups of boys were racing down the field path on their way to the cricket ground. Audrey looked after them with a vivid interest.
"How happy they all look,"
she said to herself.
"I do believe a boy, a really honest, healthy English boy, is one of the finest things in the creation. They are far happier than girls. They have more freedom, more zest in their lives. If they work hard, they play well. Every faculty of mind and body is trained to perfection. Look at Willie Darner running down that path. He is just crazy with the summer wind and the frolic of an afternoon's holiday. There is nothing to match with his enjoyment, unless it be a kitten sporting with the flying leaves, or a butterfly floating in the sunshine. He has not a care, that boy, except how he is to get over the ground fast enough."
Audrey had only a little bit of the town to traverse, but her progress was almost as slow and stately as a queen's. She had so many friends to greet, so many smiles and nods and how-do-you-dos to execute. But at last she arrived at her destination. The grey cottage was a small stone house placed between Dr. Ross's house and the schoolhouse, with 2 windows overlooking the street. The living rooms were at the back, and the view from them was far pleasanter, as Audrey well knew. From the drawing-room one looked down on the rugged court of the schoolhouse, and on the grey old arches through which one passed to the chapel and library. The quaint old buildings with a stone facade, hoary with age, was the one feature of interest that always made Audrey think the grey cottage one of the pleasantest houses in Rutherford. Audrey knew every room. She had looked out on the old schoolhouse often. She knew exactly how it looked in the moonlight, or on a winter's day when the snow lay on the ground, and the ruddy light of a December sunset tinged the windows and threw a halo over the old buildings. But she liked to see it best in the dim starlight, when all sorts of shadows seemed to lurk between the arches, and a strange, solemn light invested it with a legendary and imaginative interest. A heavy green gate shut off the grey cottage from the road. Audrey opened it and walked up to the door, which had always stood open in the old days when her friends, the Powers, had lived there. It was open now. A profusion of packing cases blocked up the spacious courtyard, and a black retriever was lying on some loose straw, evidently keeping watch and ward over them. He shook himself lazily as Audrey spoke to him, and then wagged his tail in a friendly fashion, and finally uttered a short bark of welcome. Audrey stooped down and stroked his glossy head. She always made friends with every animal. She had a large four-footed acquaintance with whom she was on excellent terms, from Jenny, the cobbler's donkey, down to Tim, the little white terrier that belonged to the sweep. She had just lost her own companion and follower, a splendid St. Bernard puppy, and had not yet replaced him. As she fondled the dog, she heard a slight sound near her, and looking up, met the inquiring gaze of a pair of wide-open brown eyes. They belonged to a girl of 14, a slight, thin slip of a girl in a shabby dress that she had outgrown, and thick, dark hair tied loosely with a ribbon and falling in a wavy mass over her shoulders, and a small, sallow face, looking at the present moment very shy and uncomfortable.
"If you please," she began timidly, and twisting her hands awkwardly as she spoke, "Mamma is very tired and has gone to lie down. We only moved in yesterday, and the place is in such a muddle." "Oh, yes, of course it is in a muddle," replied Audrey in her pleasant, easy fashion. "That is exactly why I called, to see if I could be of any assistance. I am Miss Ross from the lower school. Will you let me come in and speak to you? You are Miss Blake, are you not?" "Yes, I am Molly," returned the girl, reddening and looking still more uncomfortable. "I'm very sorry, Miss Ross, and it's very good of you to call so soon, but there is no place fit to ask you to sit down. Biddy is such a bad manager. She ought to have got things far more comfortable for us, but she is old, and—" "Miss Molly, where am I to find the teapot?" called out a voice belonging to some invisible body, a voice with the unmistakable brogue. "There's the mistress just died for a cup of tea, and how'll I be giving it to her without the teapot, and it may be one of these dozen hampers bound a lock to it." "I am coming, Biddy," sighed the girl wearily, and the flush of annoyance deepened in her cheek. Somehow that tired young face, burdened with some extra care, appealed to Audrey's quick sympathies. She put out her hand and gave her a light push as she stood blocking out the entry. "My dear, I will help you look for the teapot," she said in the kindest voice possible. "You are just tired to death, and of course it is natural that your mother should want her tea. If we cannot find it, I will run round and borrow one from the Wrights. Everyone knows what moving is. One has to undergo all sorts of discomforts. Let me put down my sunshade and lace scarf, and then you will see how useful I can be." And Audrey walked into the house, leaving Molly tongue-tied with astonishment, and marched into the dining room, which certainly looked a chaos, with dusty chairs, tables, half-emptied hampers, books, pictures, all jumbled up together with no sort of arrangement, just as the men had deposited them from the vans. Here, however, she paused, slightly taken aback by the sight of another dark head which raised itself over the sofa cushions, while another pair of brown eyes regarded her with equal astonishment. "It's only Kester," whispered Molly. "I think he's asleep. Kester, Miss Ross kindly wishes to help us a little, but did you ever see such a place?" speaking in a tone of disgust and shrugging her shoulders. "Molly can't be everywhere," rejoined the boy, trying to drag himself off the sofa as he spoke, and then Audrey saw he was a cripple. He looked about 15, but his long, melancholy face had nothing boyish about it. The poor lad was evidently a chronic sufferer. There was a permanent look of ill health stamped on his features, and the beautiful dark eyes had a plaintive look in them. "Molly does her best," he went on, almost irritably, "but she and Cyril have been busy upstairs, getting up the beds and that sort of thing, so they could not turn their hand to all this lumber," kicking over some books as he spoke. "Molly is very young," returned Audrey, feeling she must take them under her protection at once, and as usual, acting on her impulse. "Is your name Kester? What an uncommon name, but I like it somehow. I am so sorry to see you are an invalid, but you can get about a little on crutches?" "Sometimes, not always, when my hip is bad," was the brief response. "Has it always been so?" in a pitying voice. "Well, ever since I was a little chap and Cyril dropped me. I don't know how it happened. It was not very big either. It is so long ago that I never remember feeling like the other fellas." And Kester sighed impatiently and kicked over some more books. "There I go, upsetting everything, but there's no room to move. We had our dinner such as it was in the kitchen. Not like I could eat it, eh, Molly?" Molly shook her head sadly. You have not eaten a bit today. Cyril promised to bring in some buns for tea, but I dare say he'll forget all about it.
A sudden thought struck Audrey. These two poor children did look so disconsolate. Molly's tired face was quite dust-begrimed. She had been crying too, probably with worry and over-fatigue, for the reddened eyelids betrayed her.
I have a bright idea, she said in her pleasant, friendly way. Why should you not have tea in the garden? You have a nice little lawn, and it will not be too sunny near the house. If Biddy will only be good enough to boil the kettle, I will run and fetch a teapot. It is no use hunting in those hampers. You are far too tired, Molly. We will just lift out this little table. I see it has flaps, so it will be large enough, and if you can find a few teacups and plates, I will be back in a quarter of an hour with the other things.
Audrey did not specify what other things she meant. She left that a pleasing mystery, to be unravelled by and by. She only waited to lift out the table, and then started off on her quest. The Wrights could not give her half she wanted, but Audrey, in her own erratic fashion, was a woman of resources. She made her way quickly to Woodcote, and entering it through the back premises, just as her sister was walking leisurely up to the front door, she went straight to the kitchen to make her raid. Cooper was evidently accustomed to her young mistress's eccentric demands. She fetched one article after another, as Audrey named them: a teapot, a clean cloth, a quarter of a pound of the best tea, a little tin of cream from the dairy, half a dozen new laid eggs, a freshly baked loaf hot from the oven, and some crisp, delicious-looking cakes. Finally, a pat of firm yellow butter, and with this last article, Audrey pronounced herself satisfied.
"You better let Joe carry some of the things, Miss Audrey," suggested Cooper as she packed her large basket. "He is round about somewhere," and Audrey assented to this. Geraldine was just beginning her Blake story, and Mrs. Ross was listening to her with a troubled face, as Audrey, armed with a teapot and followed by Joe with a basket, turned in again at the green gate of the grey cottage. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Blake family at home. Her manner was warm and even ardent. Her sensibility seemed constitutionally deep, and some subtle fire of impassioned intellect apparently burnt within her. De Quincey. There was certainly a tinge of bohemianism in Audrey's nature. She delighted in any shortcut that took her out of the beaten track. A sudden and unexpected pleasure was far more welcome to her than any festivity to which she was bidden beforehand. "I am very unlike Gage," she said once to her usual confidant, Captain Burnett. "No one would take us for sisters. Even in our cradles we were dissimilar. Gage was a pattern baby, never cried for anything, delighted everyone with her pretty ways, and I was always grabbing at father's spectacles with my podgy little fingers and screaming for the carving knife, or any such incongruous thing. Do you know my first babyish name for father?" "I believe it was Daddy Glass-Eyes, was it not?" was the ready response, for somehow this young man had a strangely retentive memory, and seldom forgot anything that interested him. Audrey laughed. "I had no idea you would have remembered that. How I loved to snatch off those spectacles. You can't see me now, Daddy Glass-Eyes." I can hear myself saying that. Daddy can't see with only 2 eyes. "You were a queer little being even then," he returned, somewhat dryly. "But I believe, as usual, we're wandering from our subject. You are a most erratic talker, Audrey. What made you burst out just now into this sisterly tirade?" "Oh, to be sure, I was contrasting myself with Gage. It always amuses me to do that. It only proceeded from a speech the Countess made this afternoon," for in certain naughty moods Audrey would term her elder sister the Countess. "She declared half the pleasure of a thing consisted in preparation and anticipation. I disagree with her entirely. I like all my pleasures served up to me hot and spiced, without any flavour reaching me beforehand. That is why I am so charmed with the idea of surprise parties and impromptu picnics and all that kind of thing." Audrey felt as though she were assisting at some such surprise party as she turned in at the green gate and relieved Joe of the basket. Molly came running round the side of the house to meet her. She had washed her face and brushed out her tangled hair and tied it afresh. "Oh, what have you there?" she asked in some little excitement. "Miss Ross, have you really carried all these things?
The kettle is boiling, and I have some clean cups and saucers. Kester has been helping me. I think Mamma is awake, for I heard her open her window just now. What a nice, intelligent face she has, thought Audrey, as she unpacked her basket and displayed the hidden dainties before the girl's delighted eyes. I'm sure I shall like Molly. She is not a bit pretty. I dare say Gage and Michael will call her plain, but she has an honest look in her brown eyes. Molly, speaking aloud, if your mother has awakened from her nap, she'll be quite ready for her tea. May I go into the kitchen a moment? I want Biddy to boil these eggs. They are new laid, and perhaps you could find me a plate for the butter. And as Molly ran off, Audrey turned coolly into the kitchen, a pleasant apartment overlooking the street, where she found a little old woman with a wrinkled face and dark, hawk-like eyes, standing by the hearth, watching the boiling kettle. The kitchen was in the same state of chaos as the dining room, the table covered with unwashed dishes and crates half unpacked, littering the floor. It was evident Biddy was no manager. As she stood there in her dirty cotton gown, with her thin grey hair twisted into a rough knot, and a black handkerchief tied loosely over her head, she was the image of fairy disorder. Her bent little figure, and the blackened poker in her hand, carried out the resemblance, as she looked up with her bright, peering eyes at the tall young lady who confronted her. Do you think I could find a saucepan, Biddy? I suppose there is one about somewhere, was the encouraging answer. Perhaps Miss Molly will be knowing. She boiled some potatoes for dinner. Do you mean this? Regarding the article with some disfavour. Would it trouble you very much to wash it while I make the tea? I have some nice fresh eggs, which I think they will all enjoy. But Biddy only returned a snapping answer that was somewhat unintelligible, and carried out the saucepan with rather a sour face. Disagreeable old thing, thought Audrey as she made the tea, but she afterwards retracted this hasty judgment. Biddy was a bad manager, certainly, but she was not without her virtues. She was faithful and would slave herself to death for those she loved, but she was old for work, and the ache, as she called it, had got into her bones. She had slept on the floor for 2 nights, and her poor old back was tired, and her head muddled with confusion, and her mistress's fretful fussiness. Biddy could have worked well if anyone had told her exactly what to do, but between one order and another, between Mr. Cyril's impatience and Miss Molly's incapable, youthful zeal, she was just moithered, as she would have said herself. She brought back the saucepan after a minute, and Audrey boiled the eggs. As she looked down at the hissing, bubbling water, an amused smile stole over her features. If only Gage could see me now, she thought, and then Molly came in and rummaged in a big basket for teaspoons. Audrey carried out her teapot in triumph. Molly had done her work well and tastefully. The snowy cloth was on the table. There were cups and saucers and plates. The butter was ornamented with green leaves. The cakes were in a china basket. Kester was dusting some chairs. Doesn't it look nice? Exclaimed Molly, quite forgetting her shyness. How I wish Cyril would come in. He does so love things to be nice. He and Kester are so particular. Mamma! Glancing up at a window above them. Won't you please to hurry down? May I sit there, Miss Ross? I always pour out the tea, because Mamma does not like the trouble, and Kester always sits next to me. Is your mother an invalid, my dear? Asked Audrey, feeling that this must be the case. Mamma? Oh, no, she has a headache sometimes, but so do I, and Cyril often says the same. I think Mamma is strong, really. She can take long walks, and she often sits up late reading or talking to Cyril, but it tries her to do things in the house. She's never been accustomed to it, and putting things to right in Cyril's room has quite knocked her up. What are you talking about, you little chatterbox? Interrupted a gay, good-humoured voice, and Audrey turned round, saw a lady in black coming quickly towards them. The next moment, 2 hands were held out in very friendly fashion. I need not ask who our kind visitor is, she went on, Mrs. Blake. I know it must be Miss Ross. No one else could have heard of our arrival. Have you ever experienced the delights of a move? I think I have never passed a more miserable 24 hours. I'm utterly done up, as I dare say my little girl has told you. But the sight of that delicious tea table is a restorative in itself. I had no idea Rutherford held such kind neighbours. Molly, I hope you have thanked Miss Ross for her goodness. Dear me, what a figure the child looks. Yes, Mamma, replied Molly, with a return of her shyness, as she slunk behind the tea-tray. Audrey had apparently no answer ready. The oddest idea had come into her mind. Supposing Michael were to fall in love with Mrs. Blake. He was a great admirer of beauty, though he was a little fastidious on the subject, and certainly, with the exception of Geraldine, Audrey thought she had never seen a handsomer woman.
Mrs. Blake's beauty was certainly of no ordinary type. Her features were small and delicate, and her face had been the fine oval that one sees in the portraits of Mary, Queen of Scots. Her complexion was pale and somewhat creamy in tint, and set off the dark hazel eyes and dark, smooth coils of hair to perfection. The long black dress and widow-like collar and cuffs suited the tall, graceful figure, and as Audrey noticed the quick changes of expression, the bright smile, and listened to the smooth, harmonious voice, had she seen so fascinating a woman.
Gage will rave about her, was her mental critique. She will say at once that she has never seen a more ladylike person. Ladylike, that is Gage's favourite expression. And as to Michael, well, it is never Michael's way to rave, but he will certainly take a great deal of pleasure in looking at Mrs. Blake.
"Will you sit by me, Miss Ross?"
asked her hostess in a winning voice, and Audrey woke up from her abstraction, colouring and smiling.
"I've taken a great liberty with your house,"
she said, feeling for the first time as though some apology were due, for the queenly beneficence of Mrs. Blake's manner seemed to imply some condescension on your part in accepting such favours.
"I called to see if you needed any assistance from a neighbour, and I found poor Molly looking so tired and perplexed that I stayed to help her."
"Molly does her best,"
replied Mrs. Blake gently.
"but she is a sad manager, and so is Biddy. They nearly worry me to death between them. Put a thing straight, it's sure to be cricket again the next moment." "I'm sure Molly works hard enough,"
grumbled Kester, but his mother did not appear to hear him.
"I'm a wretched manager myself," she went on. "If it were not for Cyril, I don't know what would become of us. Poor Kester is no use to anyone. Would you believe it, Miss Ross, that when he arrived last night not a bedstead was up? That was Biddy's fault. She forgot to remind the men. We all slept on the floor except Kester. Cyril would put up his bed for him, though I told him that just for once and on a summer's night it would not hurt him."
Molly and Kester glanced at each other, and then Kester bit his lip and looked down at his plate.
"Oh, Mamma,"
began Molly eagerly, but Mrs. Blake gave her a quick, reproving look.
"Please don't interrupt, Molly. I want Mrs. Ross to understand. She must be quite shocked to see such confusion. Cyril said this morning we should be ill if we passed another night in that way. So he and Biddy have been putting up the beds and getting the upstairs rooms in order, and Molly was sent down to make the dining room a little tidy."
"But, Mamma,"
pleaded Molly, turning very red.
"My dear little girl," observed her mother sweetly. "Miss Ross can see for herself the room has not been touched."
"Because Kester was asleep, and Cyril told me I must not wake him," persisted Molly,
looking ready to cry again.
"Whenever I began, either you or Cyril called me."
And here, though Molly dashed away a tear bravely, another followed and would splash down on her frock. The poor little soul was tired and dispirited, and Miss Ross would think she had been idle, instead of having worked like a slave since early morning.
"Don't be a goose, Molly,"
retorted Mrs. Blake with her ready good humour that seemed natural to her.
"You are too old to cry at a word. Miss Ross, may I have one of those delicious cakes? I shall feel a different woman after my tea. Children, what can have become of your brother? I thought he was only going out for half an hour."
"He is to dine at Woodcote tonight, I believe, Mrs. Blake?"
"Yes. Dr. Ross kindly asked him this morning. I must not begin to talk about Cyril. That must be a tabooed subject. Of course, a mother has a right to be proud of her son, and such a son, too, but it is not necessary for her to bore other people. If you were to ask me," with a low laugh of amusement at her own expense, "if I thought any other mother's son could be as handsome and clever and affectionate as my Cyril, I should probably say no, but I will be prudent for once. I will not try to prejudice you in his favour. Cyril shall stand on his own merits tonight. He will not need his mother's recommendation."
Mrs. Blake made the speech with such a pretty air of assurance, such a conviction that there was something pardonable in her egotism, with such winning frankness that Audrey forgave the thoughtless insinuation against poor, overtasked Molly. It was evident that Mrs. Blake idolized her eldest son. Her eyes softened as she mentioned his name.
"Ah, there is his step," she added hastily. "No one walks in the same way as Cyril does. Isn't it a light, springy tread?" checking herself with another laugh. "I must really hold my tongue, or you'll think me a very silly woman."
"No, I like you all the better for it,"
replied Audrey bluntly. She had no time to say more, for a gay whistle heralded the newcomer, and the next moment a young man vaulted lightly over the low window-sill. He seemed a little taken aback at the sight of a stranger, shook hands rather gravely with Audrey, and then sat down silently beside his mother. Audrey's first thought was that Mrs. Blake had not said a word too much. Cyril Blake was certainly a very striking-looking young man.
"He is like his mother," she said to herself. "He is as handsome in his way as she is in hers. There is something foreign in his complexion, and in those very dark eyes it looks as though they were Spanish, Italian blood in their veins. She hardly looks old enough to be his mother. Father said he was 22. What an interesting family they seem. I am sure I shall see a great deal of them."
Cyril was a little silent at first. He was afflicted with the Englishman's mauvais honte with strangers, and was a little young for his age, in spite of his cleverness. But Mrs. Blake was not disposed to leave him in quiet. She knew that he could talk fluently enough when his tongue was once loosened, so she proceeded to tell him of Audrey's neighbourly kindness, treating it with an airy grace, and of course Cyril responded with a brief compliment or two. She then drew him out by skilful questions on Rutherford and its inhabitants, to which Audrey duly replied. "And you like the place, Miss Ross?"
"Oh, of course one likes the place where one lives,"
she returned brightly.
"I was only a little girl when Father came to Woodcote, so all my happiest associations are with Rutherford. I grumble sometimes because the town is so small and there's not enough human beings."
"There are over 300 boys, are there not?" asked Cyril, looking up quickly.
"Oh, boys. I was not thinking of them. Yes, there are more than 300. I delight in boys, but one wants men and women as well. We have too few types. There are the masters, and the masters' wives, and the doctors, and the vicar, and a curate or two, but that is all. A public school is nice, but its society is limited."
"Limited, but choice."
"Decidedly choice. Now, in my opinion, please ought not to be too exclusive. I am sociable by nature. The world forgetting by the world forgot is not to my mind. I like variety, even in character."
"I think we are kindred spirits, my dear Miss Ross. How often have you heard me say the same thing, Cyril? This is why I took such a dislike to Headingley. The people there were so terribly exclusive and purse-proud." "Not purse-proud, mother. You are wrong there." "Well, they were very stiff and inhospitable. There was no getting on with them at all. I think the Boyces were the worst. Mrs. Bryce is the proudest woman I know." "Mother," observed Cyril warningly, "it is never safe to mention names. I am sure I've heard that Mrs. Bryce is a connection of Miss Ross." "Oh, I hope not," in an alarmed voice. "Do forgive me my very plain speaking."
"There is no harm done," returned Audrey lightly. "Mrs. Bryce is only a connection of my sister's by marriage. She is Mr. Harcourt's sister. I am afraid I sympathize with you there. I have no especial liking for Mrs. Bryce myself. She is clever, an excellent manager, but she is a little too proper, too fond of laying down the law for my taste."
"Oh, I am so glad," clapping her hands. "Cyril is always keeping me in order. He is so afraid what I may say next." "You certainly are a most incautious person, mother."
"See how my children keep me in order,"
with an air of much humility.
"Mrs. Harcourt is your sister, and lives at Rutherford. I do hope she is like you, Miss Ross." "No, indeed," shaking her head and laughing. "We are very different persons. Geraldine is far better than I am. She is exceedingly clever, most accomplished, and so handsome. Everyone falls in love with her at first sight. She is quite a little queen here, and no one disputes her sway."
Mrs. Blake gave an eloquent shrug, but she did not venture on a more direct answer, and Audrey sat and smiled to herself, as she thought that Geraldine and Edith Bryce were certainly pattern women. How pleasant it all was. Audrey had never enjoyed herself more. She was making herself quite at home with these Blakes. But surely there was no need to hurry home. Gage was with her mother. She might indulge herself a little longer. She longed to talk more to Kester and Molly, but she found it impossible to draw them into the conversation. They sat quite silent. Only every now and then Audrey's quick eyes saw an intelligent look flash between them, a sort of telegraphic communication.
"I hope these poor children are not left out in the cold," she thought uneasily. "Their brother does not seem to notice them. He and his mother are wrapped up in each other. It is hardly fair."
Again Audrey was forming a hasty judgment. "The country is not pretty, is it?" asked Cyril at this moment, as she woke up from her reverie.
"It's a little flat, but it has its good points. It's a splendid hunting country, as you know. Oh, yes, I think it pretty. There are nice walks. I'm very partial to the grass lanes we have about here. In fine weather they are delicious."
"Are you a good walker?"
"Oh, yes, I am strong, and there is nothing I enjoy so much. One is such splendid company for oneself. Leo and I used to have such expeditions. Leo was a St. Bernard puppy, only he died 3 weeks ago of distemper. I cannot bear to speak of him yet. He was my playfellow, and so handsome and intelligent. My cousin, Captain Bennet, has promised to find me another dog. He is a dachshund himself, such a loving, faithful little creature. He is obliged to take Booty wherever he goes, or the poor thing would fret himself to skin and bone. Is that retriever your special property?"
And Audrey laughed at Cyril as she spoke. "No, he belongs to Kester," he returned carelessly. Then, with a quick change of tone, "You tired, old fellow? Would you like me to help you indoors?" And as Kester languidly assented, he picked up his crutches and, taking possession of one, substituted his arm, while Molly ran before them with a couple of cushions. Mrs. Blake looked after them, and a cloud came over her face. "Is it not sad?" she said in a melancholy tone. "That poor boy. He'll be a drag on Cyril all his life. He'll never be able to gain his own living. He's 15 now. It was the result of an accident, was it not?" But Audrey regretted her abrupt question as a troubled expression came into the mother's eyes. "Who told you that?" she asked impatiently. "Of course it was Molly. She is a sad chatterbox, and I suppose she mentioned too that it was Cyril's fault." "Indeed, it was not Molly," returned Audrey eagerly. "Kester spoke of it himself. He did not enter into particulars. He just said his brother had let him fall when he was a child." "Yes, it was a sad business," with a sigh. "I wonder if anyone has ever had so many troubles as I have. Life has been one long struggle to me, Miss Ross. But for Cyril I should have succumbed again and again. No widowed mother has ever been more blessed in a son." Then, dropping her voice, "Please do not mention the subject before Cyril. He is dreadfully sore about it. It was a pure accident. They were all lads together, and he had his schoolfellows were racing each other. I think they were steeplechasing, and he had Kester on his back. There was a fence and a stony ditch, and the foolish child tried to clear it. They might both have been killed at such a nasty place, but Kester was the only one hurt. He was always a delicate little fellow, and hip disease came on. He does not suffer so much now, but he'll always be a cripple, and he has bad times now and then. Cyril is so good to him, he has never forgiven himself for the accident." "I can understand that," returned Audrey in a moved voice. And then Cyril came back, and she rose to go. "I shall see you again," she said, smiling as he accompanied her to the gate. "I hear my father has asked you up to Woodcote this evening to meet the Harcourts." "Yes," he returned briefly, looking as though the prospect were a formidable one. "I could not very well refuse Dr. Ross under the circumstances." "Do you wish to refuse?" rather mischievously. "No, of course not. But smiling too, I feel as though it would neglect your duty. Look at the muddle in there, and those poor children. I've been working like a horse today, but there's too much to do upstairs. I left the living rooms for this evening." "You can work all the harder tomorrow." He shook his head. "Tomorrow I have to begin lessons. I suppose the muddle must go on, and we must live as we can. Biddy is old and worn out, and Molly is too young to direct her." "I will come round and help her," was Audrey's impulsive answer. "This is just the sort of thing I love. I do so enjoy putting a place to rights." "But, Miss Ross, we have no right to trespass on your kindness," replied Cyril, flushing slightly as he spoke. But Audrey only smiled and showed her dimple. "Tell Molly I shall come," was her only answer. "Au revoir, Mr. Blake." And Audrey walked on rapidly to Woodcote, feeling that she had spent a very amusing afternoon, and quite unaware of the commotion she would raise in her mother's and sisters' breasts by those few innocently spoken words. "I have been having tea at the Blakes'." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michael. "And when God found on the hollow of his hand this ball of earth among his other balls, and set it in his shining firmament, between the greater and the lesser lights, he chose it for the star of suffering." Hugo Bassi. It is better to draw a veil over the scene that followed Audrey's abrupt announcement. As Captain Burnett said afterwards,
Geraldine's attitude was superb. She was grand, absolutely grand.
Mrs. Ross was, as usual, a little plaintive.
"If you'd only mentioned where you're going, Audrey,"
she said quietly.
"But you're so impulsive, my dear. Geraldine would have accompanied you with pleasure a little later, and you could have left my card and a civil message for Mrs. Blake. That would have been far nicer, would it not, my love?"
With an appealing look at her young adviser.
"You can send a message by Mr. Blake this evening,"
replied Audrey. She never argued with her mother if she could possibly help it. In the first place, it was not filial, and in the second, it was perfectly useless, as there was always a mental reservation in Mrs. Ross's mind, and she could seldom be induced to decide any question without reference to Geraldine. "I think father might have consulted Percival before he asked another guest," observed Mrs. Harcourt in rather a dubious tone, for she was exceedingly jealous of her husband's dignity. "Percival was told that we were to be quite alone. I was not going home to change my dress. But if this young man be invited—
"My darling,"
interrupted her mother.
"you must not think of walking back all that way. That gown is lovely, is it not, Audrey? And one more person does not signify. No doubt your father was anxious that Percival should see Mr. Blake and give him his opinion. He thinks so much of Percival's judgment, does he not, Audrey?"
Now here was the opportunity for a douceur, for a nicely adjusted compliment to smooth her sister's ruffled brow, but Audrey was far too blunt and truthful for such finesse.
"Father told me that he wanted Michael to see Mr. Blake. I don't believe he was thinking of Percival, because of course the lower school has nothing to do with Hillside. There was not the least need of changing your gown, Gage, for of course we are only a family party. Will you come up with me to my room now, or will you go with my mother presently?"
"I will come with you," returned Mrs. Harcourt. Audrey was inclined to be contumacious, but she would not yield the matter so meekly. Audrey was always more contradictory when Micah was in the background. They seemed to play into each other's hands somehow, and more than once Geraldine was positive she had heard a softly uttered "bravo" at some of Audrey's ridiculous speeches.
"Come along, then,"
returned Audrey good-humouredly, and as they left the room together, Captain Burnett laid down his book.
"I'm afraid she's going to catch it, Cousin Emmeline. It will be a case of survival of the fittest. Geraldine is strong, but Audrey can hold her own. I back Audrey." "My dear,"
remonstrated Mrs. Ross as she put away her knitting,
"you talk as though my girls were likely to quarrel. Geraldine is far too sweet-tempered to quarrel with anyone. She will only give Audrey a little advice. And Audrey is dreadfully careless. She takes after her father in that. John is always doing imprudent things. Geraldine has made me most uncomfortable this afternoon. I am quite sure that Mrs. Blake will be an undesirable friend for Audrey." "Do you always see through other people's spectacles?" he asked quietly. "I have a habit of judging things for myself. I never take anything second-hand. It is such an unpleasant idea, airing other people's opinions. Fancy a sensible human being turning himself into a sort of peg or receptacle for other folks' theories. No, thank you, my dear cousin. My opinions are all stamped with Michael Burnett, his mark." "Men are different," she replied tranquilly, and then she left him to go in search of her husband. "What a world we live in, Booty," observed Captain Burnett as he walked to the window when his four-footed favourite followed him. "Oh, you want to run, do you?" as the little animal looked at him wistfully. "You think your master uncommonly lazy this afternoon. You don't happen to have a pain in your leg, do you, old fellow? A nasty, gnawing, grumbling sort of pain. There is nothing like neuralgia for making a man lazy. Why, I'll make an effort to oblige you, my friend, so off you go." And Captain Burnett threw a stone, and there was delighted bark as an excited patter of the short legs and Booty vanished round a corner, while his master followed him more slowly. The garden of Woodcote was the best in Rutherford. Even the hill houses could not compete with it. An extensive lawn lay before the house, with a shrubbery on one side, and the trees and shrubs were exceedingly rare. A little below the house the ground sloped rather steeply, and a succession of terraces and flower-beds led down to a miniature lake with a tiny island. Here there were some swans and a punt, and the tall trees that bordered the water were the favourite haunt of blackbirds and thrushes. Captain Burnett sat down on a bench facing the water. Booty stood and barked at the swans. How sweet and peaceful everything looked this evening. The water was golden in the evening sunshine. A blue tit was flashing from one tree to another. Some thrushes were singing a melodious duet. Swans arched their snowy necks and looked proudly at him. Some children's voices were audible in the distance. There was a thoughtful expression in Captain Burnett's eyes, a concentrated melancholy that was often there when he found himself utterly alone. Captain Burnett had one confidant, his cousin John. Not that he often called him by that name. Their ages were too dissimilar to permit such easy familiarity. But he had once owned to Dr. Ross, to the man who loved him as a father, that his life had been a failure. "Only a failure in the sense that you are no longer fit for active duty,"
had been the reply. "You must not forget the Victoria Cross, Michael."
"Oh, that was nothing. Any other man would have done the same in my place,"
Michael had retorted with some heat, for he hated to be reminded of his good deeds. Perhaps he was right. Hundreds of brave young Englishmen would have acted in the same way had they been placed in the same circumstances. The English army is full of heroes, thank God. Nevertheless, Michael Burnett had earned his Victoria Cross dearly. It was one of the Zulu skirmishes. A detachment of the enemy had surprised them at night, but the little handful of men had repulsed them bravely. Captain Burnett knew help was at hand. They had only to hold out until a larger contingent should join them. He hoped things were going well. They had just driven the Zulus backwards when, in the dim light of the flickering watchfires, he saw dusty figures moving in the direction of a hut where a few sick and wounded men had been placed. There was not a second to lose. In another moment, the poor fellows would have been butchered. Calling out to some of his men to follow him, and not perceiving that he was alone, he tore through the scrub and entered the hut by a hole that served as a window. Michael once owned that he fought like a demon that night, but the thought of the fellow helpless wretches writhing in terror on their pallet beds behind him seemed to give him the force of 10 men.
"It shall pass only over my body. God save my poor fellows,"
was his inward cry as he blocked up the narrow doorway and struck at his dusky foes like a madman. More than one poor lad lived to look back on that day and to bless their gallant deliverer.
"No one else could have done it, sir," observed one of them, "but the captain never knew how to give in. I was watching them, and I thought the devils would have finished him. He staggered back once, and Bob Jaggers gave a groan, for we thought it was all up with us. And though I would have made shift to fight before I would be killed like a rat in a hole, one could not do much with a broken arm. When our men rushed in, he was pretty nearly finished. One of the savages had him by the knees. Of course they gave him the cross. For the matter of that, he ought to have had it before. Did you ever hear how he saved little Tom Bletchley's life? Well, I will tell you." And hereupon followed one of those touching incidents which are so frequent, and which gild with glory even the bloody annals of war. Yes, they gave him the Victoria Cross, but as he lay on his bed of suffering, disabled by cruel wounds, Michael knew that he had won it at the expense of all that men count dear. "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends."
There were times when, in his anguish, Michael could have prayed that his life, his useless, broken life, might have been taken too. How gladly, how thankfully would he have yielded it? How willingly would he have turned his face to the wall and ended the conflict, sooner than endure the far bitterer ordeal that lay before him? For he was young, and he knew his career was ended, and that, brave soldier as he was, he could no longer follow the profession that he loved. It was doubtful for a long time how far he would recover from the effects of that terrible night. His wounds were long in healing. Principal injuries were in the head and thigh. 1 or 2 of his physicians feared that he would never walk again. The limbs seemed to contract, and neuralgic pains made his life a misery. To add to his troubles, his nerves were seriously affected, and he thought he was no coward. Depression held him at times in its fell grip and mocked him with delusive pictures of other men's happiness. Like Bunyan's poor tempted Christian, he too at times espied a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him, and had to wage a deadly combat with many a doubt and hard, despairing thought.
"You are a wreck, Michael Burnett,"
the grim tempter seemed to say to him.
"Better be quit of it all. Before you are 30, your work is over. What will you do with the remainder of your life? You are poor, perhaps crippled. No woman will look at you. You have your cross, a little bit of rusty iron, but does such empty glory avail? You have aches and pains in plenty. Your future looks promising, my fine fellow. A hero. In truth, those 10 minutes have cost you dearly. No wonder you repent of your rash gallantry."
"I repent of nothing,"
Michael would rejoin in that dumb inward argument so often renewed.
"If I were to come over again, I would do just the same. Greater love hath no man than this."
For in his semi-delirious hours, those divine words seemed to set themselves to solemn music, and to echo in his brain with ceaseless repetition.
"A life given, a life laid down, a life spent in suffering, is not all the same. A soldier's duty. Shall I shirk my fate? Would it not be better to bear it like a man?"
And Michael would set his teeth hard, and with an inward prayer for patience. But in the struggle, the man was learning to pray, girded himself up again to the daily fight. Once, when there had been a fresh outbreak of mischief, and they had brought him down to Woodcote, that he might be more carefully nursed than in the town lodgings, which was all Michael Burnett called home, Audrey, who, after her usual pitiful fashion, wore herself out in her efforts to soothe and comfort the invalid, once read to him some beautiful lines out of a poem entitled The Disciples. Michael, who was in one of his dark moods, made no comment on the passage, which she had read in a trembling voice of deep feeling. But when she left the room on some errand, he stretched out his hand and read it over again.
"But, if impatient, thou let slip thy cross, Thou wilt not find it in this world again, nor in another. Here, and here alone, is given thee to suffer for God's sake.
When Audrey returned, the book was in its place, and Michael was lying with his eyes closed and the frown of pain still knitting his temples. He was not asleep, but she dared not disturb him by offering to go on with the poem. She sat down at a little distance and looked out of the window rather sorrowfully. How strong she was, how full of health and enjoyment. And this poor Michael, who had acted so nobly. Audrey's eyes were full of tears. And all the time Michael was saying to himself,
After all, I am a coward. What if I must suffer? Life will not last forever.
By and by, Michael owned that even his hard lot had compensations. He became used to his semi-invalid existence. Active work of any sort was impossible. That is, continuous work. He had tried it when his friends had found an easy post for him and had been obliged to give it up. He still suffered severely from neuralgic headaches that left him worn and exhausted. His maimed leg often troubled him. He could not walk far, and riding was impossible.
You must make up your mind to be an idle man, at least for the present, Captain Bennet,
one of his doctors had said to him, and Michael had languidly acquiesced. To be a soldier had been his one ambition, and he cared for little else. He had enough to keep him in moderate comfort as a bachelor, and he had faint expectations from an uncle who lived in Calcutta. But when questioned on this point, Michael owned he was not sanguine.
My Uncle Selkirk is by no means an old man, he would say. An insurance office would consider his the better life of the two. Besides, he might marry. He is not 60 yet. Even old men make fools of themselves by taking young wives. It is ill waiting for dead men's shoes at the best of times. In this case, it would be rank stupidity. Then you'll never be able to marry, Michael.
For it was to Mrs. Ross that this last speech was addressed.
My dear cousin, do you think any girl would look at a sickly, ill-tempered fellow like me?
Was the somewhat bitter reply, and Mrs. Ross's kind heart was troubled at the tone.
You should not call yourselves names, my dear. You are not ill-tempered. No one minds a little crossness now and then. Even John can say a sharp word when he is put out. I think you are wrong, Michael. You are rather morbid on this point. They say pity is akin to love. But I object to be pitied, he returned, somewhat haughtily. And what is more, I will commend myself to no woman's toleration. I will not be dominated by any weaker vessel, if I should ever have the happiness of having a wife. But there will be no Mrs. Michael Bennet, Cousin Emmeline. I should love her as well as other men love their wives. And I should distinctly insist on her keeping her proper place. Just imagine working himself up to nervous irritation, being at the mercy of some healthy, high-spirited young creature who will insult me every day with her overplus of pure animal enjoyment. The effect on me would be crushing, absolutely crushing. Audrey is very high-spirited, Michael, but I'm sure she sympathizes with you as nicely as possible. We were not speaking of Audrey, were we? He replied with a slight change of expression. I think it is the Ross idiosyncrasy to wander hopelessly from any given subject. I imagined that we were suggesting an impossible wife for your humble servant. Far be it for me to deny myself comfort in the shape of feminine cousins or friends. Yes, of course. And Geraldine and Audrey are just like your sisters, Michael. Are they? A little dryly. Well, as I never had a sister, I cannot be a good judge. But from what other fellows tell me, I imagine Audrey bullies me enough to be one. Anyhow, I take the brotherly prerogative of bullying her in return.
And with this remarkable statement, the conversation dropped. Captain Bennet spent half his time with his cousins, oscillating between Woodcote and his lodgings in town. Dr. Ross wished him to live with him entirely. He had a great respect and affection for his young kinsman, and as he often told his wife, Michael helped him in 100 ways. He has the clearest head and the best common sense I ever knew in any man. I would trust Mike's judgment before my own, poor fellow. He has gone through so much himself that I think he sees deeper into things than most people. It is wonderful what knowledge of character he has. The boys always say there is no cheating the captain. Michael owned himself grateful for his cousin's kindness, but he declined to call Woodcote his home.
I must have my own diggings, was his answer. A burrow where I can return to earth when my pet fiend tends to have a fling at me. Seriously, there are times when I am best alone, and then in town one sees one's friends. For the sick man, or whatever you like to call me, my taste is decidedly gregarious. I would not shut me from my kind. Oh dear no, there is no study so interesting as human nature, and I am avowedly a study of anthropology. Land for a man with a hobby like mine.
Nevertheless, the chief part of Captain Burnet's time had been spent latterly at Woodcote. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Master. We agree pretty well in our tastes and habits, yet so as with a difference. We are generally in harmony with occasional bickerings, as it should be among near relatives. Essays of Eliot. Booty grew tired of barking at the swans long before his master had roused him from his abstraction. It was doubtful how much longer Captain Burnet would have sat with his eyes fixed dreamily on the water, if a tall figure in white had not suddenly appeared under the arching trees, and Audrey stood before him.
I knew where I should find you,
as he rose rather slowly from his seat.
I have christened this bench Michael's seat. How sweet the lake looks this evening. I wish I could stay to enjoy it, but I must go back to the drawing-room. Percival has come, and do you know, the dressing gong sounded 10 minutes ago, and you have taken no notice of it.
I will go at once,
was the answer, but to his surprise she stopped him.
Wait one moment, Michael. I have to ask you a favour. I want you to be kind, and to take a great deal of notice of Mr. Blake. He is very young and shy, and though his mother says he is so clever, and indeed father says so too, one would not find it out, because he is so quiet, and you know how formidable Percival must be to a shy person.
And you want me to take your new protégé under my wing, he returned,
dissembling his surprise. She had put her hands on his arm and was speaking with unusual earnestness, and he knew, by a certain look in her eyes, that something had vexed her.
He is not my protégé, she answered quickly. You talk as though he were a boy, a mere child, instead of being what he is, an exceedingly clever and gentlemanly young man. Michael, you generally understand me. You're always my ally when Percival is on his high horse, and I want you to stand Mr. Blake's friend tonight.
And I'm not even to form my own opinion? Supposing the moment I shake hands with your your visitor, I become conscious of an inward antagonism. You see, Audrey, I am subject to likes and dislikes in common with other people.
Oh, you must try to like him, she returned impatiently. I am very much interested in the whole family. We always like the same people, Michael, do we not?
In a coaxing voice.
I know the Marquis will wear his most judicial aspect tonight. He will perfectly annihilate poor Mr. Blake.
This was another sobriquet which Audrey applied to her brother-in-law. They were walking toward the house, but at this point Captain Burnet thought fit to stand still and shake his head, with a grieved expression of face.
My dear Audrey, I should like to see you on more sisterly terms with Gage's husband.
Don't be silly, was the only response. One cannot choose one's brother-in-law. The Marquis makes Gage a splendid husband. No one else could have mastered her. But I never could get on with a man who always thinks he is right about everything. Percival is too immaculate in his own and his wife's eyes to be in harmony with a sinner like myself, and I don't mind confessing to you, Michael, that he never opens his mouth without my longing to contradict him.
Audrey said this with such perfect naivete and candour that Captain Burnet could only smile, though sheer honesty made him say a moment afterwards,
I think, indeed I have always thought, that you undervalue Harcourt. He is a fine fellow in his way. I like the man to be strong, and Harcourt is strong. He has no pettiness in his nature, and is rather a severe critic, perhaps, and demands a little too much from his other people. But you will find that he always practices what he preaches.
I wish he understood me better,
was the rueful response.
Unhappily, he and Gage think their mission is to reform me. Now, Michael, do be quick, or the dinner bell will ring.
And Audrey waved her hand gaily and turned into the house, while Michael and his faithful Booty followed her more slowly. When Audrey entered the drawing-room, she found her brother-in-law standing in his favourite attitude before the fireplace. He was evidently holding forth on some interesting topic, for Dr. Ross was listening to him with an amused expression of face, and Geraldine was watching him with admiring, wifely eyes. He broke off, however, to greet Audrey, and there was brotherly warmth in his manner as he shook hands with her and asked after her health, a mere civility on his part, as Audrey was never ill. Mr. Harcourt was a good-looking man of about 40. Perhaps he was a year or two more, but he was young-looking for his age, and the absence of beard and moustache gave him a still more youthful aspect. The slight tinge of grey in his hair seemed to harmonize with the well-cut features. The mouth was especially handsome, though a sarcastic expression at times distinguished it. His figure was good, and without being tall, he carried himself with so much dignity as to give the impression of height. He was a man who would always be noticed among other men on account of his strong individuality and sheer force of character. Audrey was right when she owned that he made a splendid husband for Geraldine. Mr. Harcourt was exceedingly proud of his beautiful wife, but from the first hour of her married life he had made her understand that though she managed other people, including her own mother, her husband was to be the one exception. That, in other words, he fully intended to be Geraldine's master. Geraldine had to learn this lesson even on her wedding day. There was some little confusion at the last, a small hitch in the domestic arrangements, and someone, Dr. Ross probably, proposed that the happy couple should wait for a later train. They could telegraph, and dinner could be put back for an hour. Geraldine endorsed her father's opinion. Perhaps, at the last minute, the young bride would fain have lingered lovingly in the home that had sheltered her so happily. "It is a good idea. We should have to drive so dreadfully fast," she said, with some eagerness. "Yes, we will stay, Percival." "My darling, there is someone else to consult," he returned, taking her hand. "And someone else votes differently. Dr. Ross, will you ask them to send round the carriage? Geraldine has had excitement enough. It will be far better for us to go." Geraldine did not like her husband any the worse for showing her that he meant to manage for both for the future. She was clever enough to take the hint and to refer to him on all occasions. Before many weeks were over, young Mrs. Harcourt had so fully identified herself with her husband's interests, was so strangely impregnated with his opinions, that she insensibly reproduced them. "And Percival thinks so-and-so," now replaced the old decided, "that is my opinion," which had hitherto leavened her conversation.
Who would have thought that Geraldine, who snubbed all her lovers so unmercifully, and who would never listen to one until Percival came, soared, and conquered, who would have imagined that this very exacting young woman would have turned out a submissive and pattern wife, was Audrey's remark when she returned from her first visit to Hillside. But in her heart she respected her brother-in-law for the change he had effected. "Well, Audrey," observed Mr. Harcourt, with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes, "so I hear you have been enacting the part of Good Samaritan to the widow Blake and her children. What do you think of the bewitching widow and her Mary, Queen of Scots beauty? Did she make an impression, eh?" "She was very handsome,"
returned Audrey curtly, for she was not pleased with her brother-in-law's quizzical tone. How long had she stopped out with Michael? Barely 10 minutes, and yet Percival was in possession of the whole story. "I shall be writing to Edith tonight, and I must tell her all about it," he went on, for if there was one thing in which he delighted, it was teasing Audrey and getting a rise out of her. In reality, he was very fond of her. He admired her simplicity and the grand earnestness of her character, but he took the brotherly liberty of disagreeing with her upon some things. He told his wife privately that his one desire was to see Audrey married to the right man. "She is a fine creature, and she wants training and keeping in order. Now I know the man who would just do for her," he said once. But though Geraldine implored him to say whom he meant, and mentioned a dozen names in her womanly curiosity, Mr. Harcourt could not be induced to say more. He was no matchmaker, he thanked heaven, and he would be ashamed to meddle with such sacred mysteries. If there was one thing in which no human opinion ought to rashly intrude, it was when two people elected to enter the holy state of matrimony. It was enough that he knew the man, though he never intended to take a step to bring them together.
"I think we had better drop the subject, as Mr. Blake will be here directly," retorted Audrey in her most repressive tones. "Father, do you know you have forgotten to wind up the drawing-room clock? I think it must be nearly 7.
"It is past 7, answered her brother-in-law, producing his watch. "Mr. Blake is keeping the dinner waiting. No one but a very young man would venture to commit such a solecism.
Under the circumstances, it is really a breach of good manners. Don't you agree with me, Dr. Ross?" But Dr. Ross hesitated. He rarely agreed with such sweeping assertions. Geraldine murmured, "Very true," which her mother echoed.
"That is too bad,"
exclaimed Audrey, who never could hold her tongue.
"If you had only seen the state of muddle they are in at the Grey Cottage. I dare say Mr. Blake has been unable to find anything. His mother does not seem a good manager. Hush, I heard a bell," interrupting herself. "Now you will not be kept any longer from your dinner, Percival."
"I was not thinking of myself," he returned with rather an annoyed air, for he was a quick-tempered man, and he was really very hungry. Thanks to his wife's splendid management, the meals were always punctual at Hillside. A deviation of 5 minutes would have boded woe to the best cook. Mr. Harcourt was no domestic tyrant. The boys, the servants, always looked upon him as a kind friend. But he was an exact disciplinarian, and the wheels of the domestic machinery at Hillside went smoothly. If Geraldine complained that one of the servants did not do her duty, his answer was always prompt. "Send her away and get another. A servant without a conscience will never do for me." But as a matter of fact, no master was being served. To Audrey's relief, Michael appeared with Mr. Blake. He came in looking a little pale from the exertion of dressing so hurriedly, and Audrey's conscience pricked her for want of consideration, as she saw that he limped more than usual, always a sign with him of over-fatigue. Mr. Blake looked handsomer than ever in evening dress, and Audrey noticed that Geraldine looked at him more than once, as though his appearance struck her. He certainly seemed very shy, and made his excuses to his hostess in a low voice. "I ought not to have accepted Dr. Ross's kind invitation," he said, starting a little, as the dinner bell immediately followed his entrance. "Everything is in such confusion at home." "I suppose it was like hunting for a needle in a truss of hay," observed Michael in a genial voice. "I can imagine the difficulties of making a toilet under such moving circumstances. No pun intended, I assure you. Don't look as though you want to hit me, Harcourt. I would not be guilty of a real pun for the world." Mr. Harcourt was unable to reply at that moment, as he had to offer Audrey his arm and follow Dr. Ross into the dining-room. But as soon as they were seated, and grace had been said, he addressed Michael. "I need not ask an omnivorous reader as you are, Burnett, if you remember Elia's remarks about puns." "I suppose you mean that a pun is a pistol let off at the ear, not a feather to tickle the intellect. Poor old Elia, what a man he was. With all his frailties, he was adorable." "I shall be sorry to go as far as that, but I own I like his quaint, racy style. Dr. Ross is a fervent admirer of St. Charles, as Thackeray once called him." "Indeed I am. I agree with Ainger in regarding him as the last of the Elizabethans. I love his fine humour and homely, fantastic grandeur of style," returned Dr. Ross warmly. "The man's whole life, too, is so wonderfully pathetic. Few scenes in fiction are so touching as that sad scene where the unhappy Mary Lamb feels the dreaded attack of insanity coming on, and brother and sister, hand in hand and weeping as they go, perform that sorrowful journey across the fields to the house where Mary is to be sheltered. I used to cry out that story as a boy." Audrey drew a long breath of relief. Her father had started on one of his hobbies. All would be well now. For one moment she had been anxious, very anxious. Like other men, Michael had his weaknesses. Nothing would annoy him more than to be supposed guilty of a premeditated pun. He always expressed a great deal of scorn for what he called a low form of wit, "and which is far removed from a wit," he would add, "as the slums of the Seven Dials are from Buckingham Palace." Mr. Harcourt was quite aware of this fastidious dislike on Michael's part. It was therefore on pure malice that he had asked that question about Elia. But Michael's matter-of-fact answer had baffled him, and the sole result had been to start a delightful discussion on the writings of Charles Lamb and his contemporaries, a subject on which all three men talked exceedingly well. Audrey listened to them with delight. She was aware that Mr. Blake, who sat next to her, was silent too. When a pause in the conversation occurred, she turned round to address him, and found him regarding her with an air of intelligent curiosity. "You seem to take a great deal of interest in all this," he said with a smile. "Most ladies would consider it dry. I suppose you read a great deal."
"I'm afraid not. I love reading, but one finds so much else to do. But it is always a pleasure to hear my father talk. My brother-in-law, too, is a very clever man. So I should imagine. And Captain Bennet, is he also a relative? Only a sort of cousin, but he has no nearer ties, and he spends half his time at Woodcote. My sister and I look upon him as a brother. In fact, he has supplied a great want in my life. From a child I have so longed to have a brother of my own.
Mr. Blake looked down at his plate.
A brother is not always an undivided blessing, he said in a low voice, especially when he is a daily and hourly reproach to one. Oh, you know what I mean. Throwing back his head with a quick, nervous gesture. My mother says she has told you. I saw you looking at Kester this afternoon, but you are aware it was all my fault.
But it was only an accident,
she returned gently.
I hope that you are not morbid on the subject, Mr. Blake. Boys are terribly venturesome. I wonder more of them are not hurt. I am quite sure Kester does not blame you.
No, you are right there. But somehow it's difficult for me to forget that my unlucky slip has spoiled the poor fellow's life. He is a very good and patient, and we do all we can for him, but one dare not glance at the future. Excuse my bothering you with such a personal matter. I cannot forget the way you looked at Kester, and then my mother, and said she had told you the whole story.
I was very much interested,
she began, but just then Mr. Harcourt interrupted them by a remark pointedly addressed to Mr. Blake, so that he was obliged to break off his conversation with Audrey. This time the ladies were decidedly bored. None of them could follow the discussion. The conversation at Woodcote was rarely pedantic, but this evening Mr. Harcourt chose to argue a purely scholastic question, some translation from the Greek, which he declared to be full of gross errors. Audrey felt convinced that the subject had been chosen with the express purpose of crushing the new master. On this topic, Michael would be unable to afford him the slightest help. True, he had been studying Greek for his own pleasure the last 2 years at her father's suggestion, and had made very fair progress, but only a finished scholar could have pronounced with any degree of certainty on such a knotty point. She was therefore all the more surprised and pleased when she found that Mr. Blake proved himself equal to the occasion. He had kept modestly in the background while the elder man was speaking, but when Mr. Harcourt appealed to him, he took his part in the conversation quite readily, and expressed himself with the greatest ease and fluency. Indeed, he not only ventured to contradict Mr. Harcourt, but he brought quite a respectable array of authorities to back his opinions. Audrey felt so interested in watching the changes of expression on her brother-in-law's face that she was quite reconciled to the insuperable difference that such a topic offered to her understanding. The sarcastic curve round Mr. Harcourt's mouth relaxed. He grew less dry and didactic in speech. Each moment his manner showed more earnestness and interest. The silent young master was by no means annihilated. On the contrary, he proved himself a worthy antagonist. Audrey was quite sorry when Geraldine, stifling a yawn, gave her mother an imploring glance. Mrs. Ross willingly took the hint, and as Michael opened the door for them, he whispered in Audrey's ear, "Capable of taking care of himself," and Audrey nodded assent. She lingered in the hall a moment to look on the moonlight, and on opening the drawing-room door, she heard a few words in Geraldine's voice. "Splendidly handsome, dangerously so, in my opinion. What do you think, Mother?"
"Well, my dear, I have seldom seen a finer young man, and then his manners are so nice. Some clever young people are always pushing themselves into the conversation. They think nothing of silencing older men. Mr. Blake seems very modest and retiring."
"Yes, but he is too handsome," was the regretful reply, and then Audrey joined them. "I knew you would say so," she observed with quite a pleased expression. "Handsome is hardly the word. Mr. Blake has a beautiful face. He is like a Greek god." Geraldine drew herself up a little stiffly. "My dear Audrey, how absurd. Do Greek gods have olive complexions? How Percival will laugh when I tell him that." "To be sure," returned Audrey calmly. "Thank you for reminding me that you are married, Gage. I am always forgetting it. That is the worst of having one's sister married. One is never sure that one's little jokes and speeches are not repeated. Now, as my confidences are not intended for Percival, I will learn slowly and painfully to hold my tongue for the future." This very natural speech went home, as Audrey intended it should. With all her dictatorial ways and clever management, Geraldine had a very warm heart. "Oh, Audrey dear," she said, quite grieved at this, "I hope you are not speaking seriously. Of course I will not repeat it to Percival if you do not wish it, but when you are married yourself you will know how difficult it is to keep back any little thing that interests one." "When I am married? I mean if I be ever married," substituted Audrey, blushing a little, as girls will.
I hope I shall be quite as capable of self-control and discrimination as in my simple days. I have never considered the point very closely, but now I come to think of it, I would certainly have an understanding with my husband on the wedding day. My dear Clive, I would say to him, Clive is a favourite name of mine, I hope I shall marry a Clive. You must understand once for all that though I intend to treat you with wifely confidence, I shall only tell my own secrets, not other people's. And he will reply, Audrey, you are the most honourable of women. I respected you before, I venerate you now.
Audrey, how you talk! But Mrs. Harcourt could not help laughing. Audrey was looking very nice this evening. White always suited her. To be sure, her hair might have been smoother. There is some sort of charm about her that is better than beauty, she thought with sisterly admiration, and then she asked her mother if she did not think Percival looked a little pale. He works too hard, she continued, and he will not break himself of his old bachelor habit of sitting up late.
Men like their own way. You must not be too anxious,
retorted Mrs. Ross tranquilly.
When I first married, I worried myself dreadfully about your father, but I soon found it was no use. Look at him now. Late hours have not hurt him in the least. No one has better health than your father.
But the young wife was only half comforted.
My father's constitution is different, she returned. Percival is strong, but his nerves are irritable. His organization is more sensitive. It is burning both ends of the candle. I tell him he uses himself up too lavishly.
I used to say much the same things to your father, but he soon cured me. He asked me once why I was so bent on bringing round to my opinions. I do not try to alter yours, I remember he said once, in his half-joking way. I do not ask you to sit up with me, though no doubt that is part of your wifely duty. I allow you to go to bed when you are sleepy, in the most unselfish way. So, my dear, you must allow me the same liberty of action. And would you believe it, I never dared say another word to him on the subject.
You are a model wife, are you not, mother? Observed Audrey caressingly.
No, dear, I never deserved your father,
returned Mrs. Ross with much feeling, and the tears started to her eyes.
If only my girls could have as happy a life. I am sure dear Geraldine has done well for herself. Percival makes her an excellent husband, and if I could only see you happily settled, Audrey, I would be perfectly satisfied.
Are you so anxious to lose me? Asked the younger girl reproachfully. You must find me a man as good as father, then. I am not so sure that I want to be married. I fancy an old maid's mission will suit me best. I have too many plans in my head. No respectable man would tolerate me.
May I ask what your ladies are talking about? Asked Captain Burnett as he sauntered lazily round the screen that, even in the summer-time, shut in the fireplace and made a cosy corner. Mr. Blake followed him. Audrey looked back at them, both calmly.
I was only suggesting my possible mission as a single woman. Don't you think I should make a charming old maid, Michael?
And Audrey folded her beautifully shaped arms and drew herself up, but her dimple destroyed the effect. Cyril Blake darted a quick look at her. Then he crossed the room and sat down by Mrs. Ross and talked to her and Geraldine until it was time for him to take his leave. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grey Cottage.
I think I love most people best when they are in adversity, for pity is one of my prevailing passions.
Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin's letter. The next morning, as Captain Burnett was strolling across the tennis lawn in search of a shady corner where he could read his paper, he encountered Audrey. She was walking in the direction of the gate and had a basket of flowers in her hand. She was hurrying past him with a nod and a smile, but he coolly stopped her.
May I ask where you are going, my Lady Bountiful?
For this was her name he often called her, perhaps in allusion to her sweet, bountiful nature. But Audrey, in her simplicity, had never understood the compliment. She hesitated a moment, and this was so unusual on her part that Captain Burnett metaphorically pricked up his ears. To use his own language, he immediately scented the whole business.
I am going into the town, but I have a great deal to do, she returned quickly. Please do not detain me, Michael. I am not like you. I cannot afford the luxury of idleness.
Well, no, it is rather a dear commodity, certainly,
he replied pleasantly. though that hasty speech made him inwardly wince as though someone had touched an unhealed wound. Luxury of idleness. How he loathed it.
"If you are too long, I shall come and look after you,"
he continued significantly, but to this she made no reply. She took herself to task as she walked on. She had not been perfectly open with Michael, but then he had no right to question her movements. She had spoken the truth. She certainly had business in the town, several orders to give before she went to the grey cottage. Michael was her ally, her faithful, trusty ally. No knight sworn to serve his liege lady had ever been more zealous in his fealty. But even to Michael she did not wish to confess that the greater part of the morning would be spent at the grey cottage. Audrey had no idea that her cousin had guessed her little secret, that he was smiling over it as he unfolded his paper. Her conscience was perfectly easy with regard to her motives. Pure compassion for those two poor children was her only inducement. There was no danger of encountering the elder brother. The windows of the great schoolroom opened on the terrace, and as Audrey had passed to gather her flowers, she had had a glimpse of a dark, closely cropped head, and the perfect profile that she had admired last night, and she knew the new master would be fully occupied all the morning. Audrey felt a little needle prick of unavailing compunction as she remembered her allusion to the Greek god yesterday.
"I wish I were not so foolishly outspoken," she thought. "I always say just what comes into my head. With some people it would not matter. With Michael, for example, he never misunderstands one's meaning. But dear poor Gage is so literal. Clever as she has no sense of humour."
Here she paused at the grocer's to give her orders, but directly she left the shop, she took up the same thread again.
"I am always making resolutions to be more careful, but it never seems any use. The thoughts will come tumbling out like ill-behaved children just let out of school. There is no keeping them in order. I fancy Mr. Blake is outspoken too when he gets rid of his shyness. I was so surprised when he blurted out that little bit about his brother. He looked so sad over it too. I think I must have made a mistake in supposing that he only cared for his mother. It was odd to make me his confidant, but then people always do tell me things. He is Irish, of course. Irishmen are always impulsive." But here another list of orders to be given at the ironmonger's checked these vague musings. Audrey was fully expected at the cottage. She had hardly lifted the latch of the gate before Molly appeared in the doorway. "I knew you would come,"
she said shyly, as Audrey kissed her and put the flowers in her hands.
"Oh, what lovely flowers! Are they for Mamma, Miss Ross? Thank you ever so much. Mamma is so passionately fond of flowers, and so is Cyril." "Not Kester. Oh, yes, he loves them too,"
burying her face in the delicious blossoms.
"Roses especially. They are his favourite flowers, but of course no one thinks of sending them to Kester. He is only a boy." "And I dare say you like them too."
Molly vehemently nodded assent.
"Well, then I shall bring you and Kester some next time. You are right in thinking those are for your mother. May I go in and speak to her? For we have to be very busy, you know." "Mamma is not up yet,"
returned Molly, and as Audrey looked surprised, she added quickly,
"She and Cyril sat up so late last night. She was wanting to hear all about his evening, and it was such a lovely night that they were in the garden till nearly 12 o'clock, and so, of course, she is tired this morning."
Audrey made no reply to this. Mrs. Blake was charming, but she was certainly a little erratic in her habits. No wonder there was so little comfort in the house when the mistress disliked early rising. Molly seemed to take it as a matter of course. Perhaps she was too much absorbed in the flowers to notice Miss Ross's reproving silence. She rushed off to find a jug of water, and Audrey turned into the dining room, which presented the same aspect of confusion that it had worn yesterday. Kester was on his knees trying to unpack a hamper of books. It cost him a painful effort to rise, and he looked so pale and exhausted that Audrey at once took him in hand.
"My dear boy,"
she said kindly as she helped him to the sofa.
"How very imprudent. You have no right to try your strength in that way. How could Molly let you touch those books?" "She has everything to do, and I wish to help her,"
he returned, panting with the exertion.
"Cyril wants his book so badly, and he has put up the bookcase, you see. He did that this morning. He had scarcely time to eat his breakfast, and then he asked Molly if she would unpack the books." "I will help Molly," returned Audrey, laying aside her hat. "Now, Kester, I want to ask you a favour. You will only be in our way here. Will you please take possession of that nice hammock chair that someone has put outside the window, and we will just fly round, as the Yankee domestics say."
Audrey spoke with such good-natured decision, with such assurance of being obeyed, and Kester did not even venture on a grumbling remonstrance. The poor fellow was too much accustomed to be set on one side, and to be told that he was no use, but Audrey had no intention of leaving him in idleness.
By and by, when the room's a little clearer, you can be the greatest help to us if you will sit at the table and dust the books in readiness for us to arrange.
And Kester's face brightened up at that. Audrey was quite in her element. As she often told her mother, she was robust enough for a housemaid. The well-ordered establishment at Woodcote, with its staff of trained domestics and its excellent matron, offered little scope for her youthful activities. Mrs. Ross was her own housekeeper, and though she had contentedly relinquished her duties to Geraldine for the last few years, she had not yet offered to transfer them to Audrey. Audrey pretended to be a little hurt at this arrangement, but in reality she was secretly relieved. Her tastes were not sufficiently domestic. She liked better to supplement her mother's duties than to take the entire lead. In her way she was extremely useful. She wrote a great many of the business letters, undertook all the London shopping, and assisted Mrs. Ross in entertaining her numerous visitors, many of whom were the boys' mothers, and though Mrs. Ross still regretted the loss of her elder daughter, and complained that no one could replace Geraldine, she was fully sensible of Audrey's efficiency, good-humoured, and ready help.
"Audrey is as good as gold, and does all I want her to do,"
she said to Geraldine when the latter had questioned her very closely on the subject. It was no trouble to Audrey to dash off half a dozen letters before post time, or to drive into Sittingbourne to meet a batch of boys' relatives. She was naturally active and hated an idle moment, but no work suited her so well as this Herculean task of evoking order out of the blank chaos. Molly was so charmed with her energy, so fired by her example, that she worked like a dozen Mollys. The books were soon unpacked and on the table. Then Biddy was called in to clear away the straw and hampers and to have a grand sweep. Nothing more could be done until this had been carried out, so they left Biddy to revel in dust and tea leaves, while they turned out another hamper or two in the kitchen. For in the course of their labours, Molly had confided to Audrey that certain indispensable articles were still missing.
"The best thing would be to get rid of as many of the hampers as possible," replied Audrey. "They're only in the way. Let us pack them up in the yard, and then one can have room to move."
When Biddy had finished her labours, and all the dirt had been removed, Kester hobbled in willingly to dust the books, and Audrey and Molly arranged them on the shelves. There were not so very many, but they were all well and carefully chosen. Greek and Latin authors, all Carlyle's and Emerson's works, a few books of history and philosophy, the principal poets, and some standard works of fiction, Dickens, Thackeray, and Sir Walter Scott, the latter bound very handsomely. Audrey felt sure, as she placed the books on the shelves, that this little library was collected by a great deal of self-denial and effort. The young student had probably little money to spare. With the exception of Sir Walter Scott and Thackeray, none of the books were handsomely bound. That they were well read was obvious. For a volume of Browning's poems happening to fall from her hand, Audrey could see profuse pencil marks, and one philosophical book had copious notes on the margin.
"They are all Cyril's books,"
observed Molly, unconsciously answering Audrey's thought.
"Poor Cyril, it's such a trouble to him that he can't afford to buy more books. When he was at Oxford, he used to go without things to get them. He said he would sooner starve than be without books. Is it not sad to be so dreadfully poor, Miss Ross? But I suppose you don't know how it feels. Mamma bought him that lovely edition of Thackeray. Oh, and Sir Walter Scott's novels too. Don't you like that binding? It's very expensive. Cyril's so vexed at Mamma spending all that money on him when Kester wanted things, I'm afraid he hardly thanked her, and Mamma cried about it."
Molly was chattering on without thinking until a bell made her start and hurry away. She did not come back for some time, and Audrey finished her task alone.
"I've been making Mamma some coffee," she said gravely. "She had one of her headaches. She sent you a message, Miss Ross. She's so delighted with the flowers. She wanted to get up at once and thank you, and then she thought she had better lie still until her headache was better. But she will be down presently. Then we must make haste and finish the room before she comes. Molly, I can do nothing with those pictures. We will put them up against the wall until your brother can hang them. Let me see that corner behind the writing table. No one can see them there. Quick, hand me another. Is this a portrait of your father?"
Stopping to regard a half-length figure of a fine-looking man in naval uniform.
"No, that is only an uncle of Mamma's. I forget his name. Do you remember it, Kester? Papa was a merchant. At least I think so. Has he been long dead?" "Oh yes, he died abroad when Kester and I were quite little. That is why we are so poor. Mamma has often told us that it is her money that we are living on. I don't know how she managed to send Cyril to Oxford, but we had no house all that time, only poky little lodgings. Are we going to arrange the furniture now, Miss Ross? Oh, how comfortable the room begins to look, and how delighted Cyril will be when he comes home this afternoon. He says that Dr. Ross wants him after school, so he will not run home before dinner. How glad I am that Cyril will always have a nice dinner now. He does so hate Biddy's cooking. He declares that everything tastes alike.
You say too, don't you, Kester? Kester's answer was a shrug of the shoulders. He seemed more reserved than Molly, who was chattering to her new friend with all the frankness and thoughtlessness of a very young girl. Mamma never minds what sort of dinner Biddy sends up, if only Cyril does not find fault. I think she would live on tea and dry bread all year round if only Cyril could have nice things. Cyril, always Cyril. Audrey turned the subject by asking Molly if she would like the couch in the window. Molly clapped her hands delightedly at the effect. It looks beautiful, don't you think so, Kester? And how funny, Miss Ross has put your own particular little table beside it, just as though she guessed that it was to hold your desk and your books. There is Kester's little box of books, but he will unpack them himself by and by. Molly, have you ordered the dinner? Interrupted Kester, a little anxiously, and poor Molly's face fell. Oh dear, I am so sorry. I've forgotten all about it. The butcher has not called, and there are only those potatoes and bread and cheese. Mamma is right when she says my head is like a sieve. Why don't you send Biddy for some chops, my dear? Remarked Audrey very sensibly. Kester had spoken in a loud whisper, but she had overheard every word. Molly started off with a look of relief to hunt up the old woman, and when Audrey found herself alone with Kester, she could not help saying to him, Molly is a very young housekeeper. Girls of 14 are liable to forget sometimes. But to her surprise, he fired up at once. They all expect too much of her. I hate to see her slave as she does. It's not right. It's not fair. I tell Cyril so. She has no time to herself. All her lessons are neglected. If only Mother would send Biddy away and get another servant. Who teaches Molly, then? She asked, a little curiously. Oh, Mother gives her lessons sometimes, but they're not very regular, and I help her with arithmetic and Latin. Cyril always gives me an hour or two in the evening when his work is done, but of course Molly does not care to learn Greek. Do you mean that your brother gives you lessons when he has been teaching all day? Yes, and he is awfully tired sometimes, but he never likes me to be disappointed. Mother often tries to make him take a walk instead, but Cyril is such a brick, he never will listen to her. Audrey felt a little glow of satisfaction as she heard this. What a kind brother Mr. Blake seemed to be. How truly estimable. She would never judge hastily of anyone again. Just then the clock struck 1, and she told Kester that she must hurry away. She was disappointed that Mrs. Blake had not yet appeared. She wanted to see the face that had haunted her so persistently, but the bewitching widow had not shown herself. I'm afraid I must go, or I shall be late for luncheon, she said hurriedly. I will tell Molly, returned the boy, and then he said a little awkwardly, You have been awfully good to us, Miss Ross. I don't know how Molly and I are to thank you. You must be quite tired out. Audrey laughed. I am not so easily tired, Kester, and I am rather fond of this sort of work. Do you think your mother would mind if I were to look in tomorrow afternoon and help a little with the drawing-room? Molly had said something about it just now, and I half promised. She is to help Biddy put up the plates and dishes this afternoon. That will be as much as she can do. I am sure Mother will be only too delighted, replied Kester gratefully. And then Audrey went in search of Molly, and found her occupied with the chops, while Biddy cleaned the knives. Molly turned a scorched heat to her. Dear Miss Ross, thank you ever so much, she said fervently, as Audrey repeated her promise of looking in the next afternoon. Poor little soul. How interested Michael will be when I tell him all about it, she thought as she walked briskly towards Woodcote. Audrey had scarcely closed the green gate behind her before Mrs. Blake's foot sounded on the stairs. She looked pale and heavy-eyed, and walked into the room a little languidly. But if Audrey had seen her, she would only have thought that her paleness invested her with fresh interest. Miss Ross is gone, Mamma, observed Molly regretfully, as she followed her into the room. Yes, I know. I felt too jaded to face visitors this morning. Miss Ross looks at one so, and my nerves would not stand it. How are you, Kester? Kissing his forehead lightly. You look better than usual. I don't believe I closed my eyes until 4 o'clock. Dear me, interrupting herself. There are Cyril's books nicely arranged. Did you do them, Molly? Why, the room looks quite comfortable and homelike. Miss Ross must have helped you a great deal. Oh, yes, Mamma, exclaimed Molly and Kester eagerly, and they were about to expatiate on Audrey's wonderful goodness when their mother checked them. Please don't speak so loud, children, or you'll make my head bad again. I'll tell you what we will do, Molly. We'll make those curtains, and then this room will be quite finished. There are only the hems and just the tops to do. You can have no difficulty in finishing them before Cyril comes home. The red tablecloth is at the top of the black box, if you will fetch it, Molly, and I have arranged the flowers in that pretty green vase. But, Mamma, pleaded Molly in a vexed voice, the room will do quite well without curtains for one day, and I promised Miss Ross to help Biddy with the plates and dishes. All the hampers are unpacked, and there is not a corner in the kitchen to put anything, and it does make Biddy so cross. Nonsense, Molly. Who minds about Biddy's crossness? I suppose I may do as I like in my own house. Let us have dinner, and then we will set to work at once, you and I, and Kester can read to us. And seeing that her mother's mind was fully made up, Molly very wisely held her tongue, probably admonished thereto by a mild kick from Kester. So, as soon as the chops had been eaten, Molly produced her mother's work-basket and a shabby little cotton box that was appropriated to her own use, and sewed industriously, only pausing at intervals to watch the white, slender fingers that seemed to make the needle fly through the stuff. Mrs. Blake was evidently an accomplished seamstress, and long before 4 o'clock the curtains were put up and duly admired by the whole family and Biddy. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kester's Hero. Measure thy life by loss instead of gain, not by wine drunk, but by the wine poured forth, for love's strength standeth in love's sacrifice, and whose suffers most hath most to give. Hugo Bassi. Audrey was bent on keeping her promise to Molly, but she found a great deal of finesse and skilful management were necessary to secure her afternoon from interruption. First, there was a note from Hillside. Mrs. Harcourt had to pay a round of visits and would be glad of her sister's company, and as Mrs. Ross evidently thought that a refusal was impossible under such circumstances, Audrey felt that she was in a dilemma.
"Gage will have the carriage," she said,
with a trace of annoyance in her tone.
"She cannot possibly require me, especially as she knows an afternoon spent in paying formal calls is my pet abomination."
"But my dear Audrey, you would surely not allow your sister to go alone,"
began her mother in a voice of mild remonstrance. She very seldom interfered with Audrey. Indeed, that young person was in most respects her own mistress. But when Geraldine's interests were involved, Mrs. Ross could be firm.
"You are very good-natured,"
she went on,
"and I'm sure it is very good of you to take all the trouble for those poor neglected children."
For Mrs. Ross's motherly sympathies were already enlisted on behalf of Molly and Kester.
"But of course, your first duty is to your sister."
"But my dear mother, a promise is a promise, and poor little Molly is expecting me."
And then a bright idea came to Audrey.
"Why should you not go with Gage yourself? It is a lovely afternoon, and the drive will do you good. Gage would much prefer your company to mine, and you know how much she admires your new bonnet."
And though Mrs. Ross faintly demurred to this, she was in the end overruled by Audrey.
"Dear mother, she and Gage will enjoy themselves thoroughly,"
thought Audrey, as she watched Mrs. Ross drive from the door, looking the picture of a well-dressed English gentlewoman. Audrey had to inflict another disappointment before she could get her own way. Michael wanted her to go with him to the cricket field. There was a match being played, and on these occasions Audrey was always his companion. She understood the game as well as he did, and always took an intelligent interest in it. Audrey was sorry to refuse him, and to see him go off alone.
"Never mind, I dare say I shall only stay for an hour,"
he said as he took down his hat and walked with her to the gate of the grey cottage. Molly was on the watch for her, and darted out to meet her.
"Oh, Miss Ross,"
she said excitedly.
"I have so much to tell you. Mamma has to go up to London this morning on business, and she's so sorry because she did not see you yesterday, and I was to give you all sorts of messages and thanks, and now do please come into the kitchen a moment, and you'll see how hard we have worked."
Audrey followed her at once.
"Oh, Molly, how could you have done so much?"
she exclaimed in genuine surprise as she looked around her. The plates and dishes were neatly arranged on the dresser, the dish covers and tins hanging in their places, the crate of glass and china emptied of its contents and in the yard. The floor had been scrubbed as well as the table, and Biddy stood by the side of her freshly blackleaded stove, with the first smile Audrey had yet seen on her wrinkled face.
"It's not all Miss Molly's doing,"
she said with a chuckle as she carried off the kettle.
"Did your mother help you?"
asked Audrey, for Molly only looked mysterious.
"Ma, oh dear no. She was busy all the evening with the curtains. Oh, what fun. I do wish Kester was here, but he is studying his Greek. Dear Miss Ross, you do look so puzzled. It was not Mamma and it was not Biddy, though she cleaned the kitchen this morning, and of course it could not be Kester." "I will give up," returned Audrey, laughing. "Some magician must have been at work, and a very clever magician too." "Oh, I will tell Cyril that," replied Molly, clapping her hands. "Why did you not guess Cyril, Miss Ross? He is clever enough for anything." "Do you mean Mr. Blake put up all these plates and dishes?" observed Audrey, feeling as much surprise as an Athenian damsel would have been if she had heard of Apollo turning scullion. "Yes, indeed, I must tell you all about it," returned Molly garrulously, for she was an inveterate chatterbox. You know, I had promised to help Biddy because she was in such a muddle, and then Mama came down and said we must get the dining room curtains ready to surprise Cyril when he came home. Well, he was very pleased, but I'm afraid Mama thought that he took more notice of the way his books were arranged than of the curtains, but he said it all looked very nice and that we were getting to rights now, and then Mama said that as she was in the mood for work we must as well do the drawing room curtains too. But my dear Molly, the furniture is not yet arranged. No, of course not, but you don't understand Mamma. She never does things quite like other people. She likes either to work all day long and not give herself time for meals even, or else to do nothing, but she likes beginning things, and she hates being compelled to finish them. That is why I am obliged to wear this shabby old frock, looking down at it ruefully. Mamma has 2 such pretty ones half done, and I don't know when she will finish them. Does your mother make all your frocks, dear? Yes, and she does work so beautifully. Everyone says so, but she is not always in the mood, and then it troubles her. She was in the curtain mood last night. Cyril saw I was vexed about something, and when Mamma went out of the room he asked me if I were tired, and I could hardly help crying as I had told him about my promise to you, and then he called me a little goose, and pulled my hair as he sometimes does, and told me to leave it to him. Yes, as Molly paused, from sheer want of breath. Of course, Cyril can always manage Mamma. He sent me into the kitchen, and in 10 minutes he came after me and asked what was to be done. Kester dusted all the glass, and Cyril and I did the rest. We were hard at work till 10 o'clock, and Biddy was so pleased. And now we must go upstairs, returned Audrey, when Molly's story was told. Perhaps Biddy will be good enough to help us. And in a little while the 3 were hard at work. Audrey and Molly arranged the shabby furniture to the best advantage. 1 or 2 oriental rugs were spread on the dark polished floor. Then the curtains were hung and draped in the most effective manner, and some old china that Molly said was her mother's special treasure was carefully washed and placed on the shelves of an old cabinet. It really looks very nice, observed Audrey contentedly when Biddy had gone down to see after the tea. She had enjoyed her afternoon far more than if she had been paying those calls with Geraldine. I always liked this room very much, and she gave a touch to the big Japanese screen and flecked some dust from the writing table. I dare say your mother will alter the position of the furniture. People always have their own ideas, but I hope she will not move the couch. It stands so well in that recess. Do you think she will like this little table in the window, Molly? I am sure this would be my favourite seat. And Audrey took it for a moment as she spoke, and looked down at the old arches in the quiet courtyard with its well-worn flagstones. The martins were twittering about the eaves. Some brown, dusty sparrows were chirping loudly. The ivy-covered buildings round the corner were just visible, and a large grey cat moved stealthily between the arches, intent on some subtle mischief. Mr. Charrington's boys were all on the cricket field, watching an exciting match between Rutherford and Haileybury, and the schoolhouse was deserted. That must be your seat when you come to see us, observed Molly affectionately. Mamma was only saying this morning that she had taken a fancy to you and hoped you will come very often, and Kester said heaps hoped so too, because you're so very kind. Did you have many friends at Headingley? Asked Audrey absently. She was wondering to whom Kester was talking. She could hear his voice through the open window. It sounded bright and animated. It could not possibly be his brother. Mr. Blake would be with the boys in the cricket field. Perhaps Mrs. Blake had returned from town. We had no friends at all, returned Molly disconsolately. At least no real friends. People just called on us and left their cards. Mrs. Bryce was very kind to Kester, but Mamma never got on with her. We none of us liked Headingley much except Cyril. Everyone was nice to him, but when Mamma fretted and said she was miserable and that no one in the place cared for her, he seemed to lose interest too, and when this vacancy occurred, he just said he'd had enough of it and that Mamma would be happier in a fresh place, and so we came here, and now we have found you. And Molly's brown eyes were very soft as she spoke. Oh, you will find plenty of people to like at Rutherford, replied Audrey. You have not seen my mother yet, Molly. She is so good to everyone, and so is father. And then there is my cousin, Captain Bennett, who half lives with us. He is one of the nicest men possible. But as Audrey spoke, she had no idea that Michael was that minute talking to Kester. It fell out in this way. Michael found it slow on the cricket field without Audrey. So many people came up and talked to him that he got quite bored. Captain Bennett was a general favourite with men as well as women. He had the reputation of being a hero. Women pitied him for his ill health and misfortunes, and men admired him for the cheerful pluck with which he endured them.
Bennett is a pleasant fellow and a gentleman, was one observation. Perhaps he's a bit solemn at times, but I fancy that confounded wound of hers gives him trouble. Anyway, he never plagues other people with ailments. Grin and bear it. I fancy that is Bennett's motto.
Michael found the cricket field dull without Audrey's liveliness to give zest to the afternoon. She always took people away when he was tired. He had had enough of it long before the match was over. Just as he was sauntering homewards, he encountered Mr. Blake, and in the course of brief conversation, He learned that Mrs. Blake was in town. Michael thought he would call and see if Audrey were ready to come home. It would do no harm to inquire at the door, but Biddy, who was scouring the doorsteps, told him abruptly to step in, and he would find the lady, and half amused at his own coolness, he, nothing loath, accepted the invitation. He found Kester alone in the dining room, busy over his lessons. He looked up in some astonishment at the sight of a strange gentleman, and Zack, the retriever, growled rather inhospitably at Booty. Perhaps the Dachshund's short legs affronted him.
"Am I disturbing you?"
asked Michael in his most genial manner, and he looked at the boy's pale, intelligent face with much interest.
"I've come to see after my cousin, Miss Ross. Is she anywhere about? My name is Captain Bennett."
"Oh, I know,"
returned Kester, flushing a little nervously under the scrutiny of those keen blue eyes.
"Cyril told us about you. Miss Ross is upstairs with Molly. They are putting the drawing room to rights, but they'll be down to tea presently. Will you sit down?"
Still more nervously.
"Or shall I call Molly?"
"No, there is no hurry unless I am interrupting you," with a glance at Kester's books. "You are doing Greek, eh?"
"Yes, I'm getting ready for Cyril this evening, but I'm too tired to do more."
And Kester pushed away his papers with a movement that betrayed latent irritability. Michael knew that sign of weakness well.
"That is right. Shut up your books," he said with ready kindness. "Never work when you are tired. It is bad economy. It is using up one's stock of fuel too recklessly. Lighting a furnace to cook a potato. The results are not worth it. Tired work is bad work. I have proved it."
"I am generally tired,"
returned Kester with a sigh, and it was sad to see the gravity that crept over the young face.
"It does not do to think too much of one's feelings. One has to just bear it, you know. I'm ignorant enough as it is, and I must learn. I will learn,"
setting his teeth hard. Michael shot a quick glance at the lad. Then he turned over the leaves of the book next to him for a moment in silence.
"I must know more of this fellow," he thought. "Audrey is right. She is generally right about people."
Then, in his ordinary quiet tone,
"I wonder your brother finds time for private tuition. I live at the lower school, you know, and so I understand all about the junior master's work. Mr. Blake has his evenings free, generally, but there is dormitory work, and—"
"Cyril says he will always give me an hour and a half," interrupted Kester eagerly. "Of course, it is not good for him to have any more teaching, but he says he would hate to see me grow up a dunce, and,
swallowing down some secret emotion,
I think it would break my heart not to know things."
"And you want to be a classical scholar?"
in the same grave tones.
"I want to learn everything."
And here there was a sudden kindling in the boy's eyes.
"I must do something, and my lameness hinders everything. But that, perhaps, if I learn plenty of Latin and Greek, I may be able to help Cyril one day. We often talk about it, and even Mother thinks it's a good plan. One day Cyril hopes to have a school of his own, when he's older, you know, and then I could take the younger boys off his hands and save him the cost of an usher. Don't you think that would be possible?"
Looking anxiously at Michael, for somehow those steady, clear eyes seemed so thoroughly to comprehend him.
"I think it an excellent plan,"
retained Michael slowly.
"Knowledge is power. We all know that. Do you know," drawling out his words a little, "that I have been working at Greek, too, for the last 2 years. I took it up as a sort of amusement when I was seedy. It would not be bad fun to work together sometimes. I dare say you are ahead of me in Greek, but I don't believe you could beat me in mathematics. We could help each other, and it would be good practice. I suppose your brother gives you lessons in mathematics."
Kester shook his head.
"There is not time for everything, and Cyril always says mathematics are not in his line. He is a classical master, you see."
"Oh, yes, that is easily understood, but you can have more than one master. Come, shall we make a bargain? Will you read Greek with me, and I will give you an hour 3 times a week for mathematics or anything else you like? I am an idle man, and any fixed occupation will be a boon to me."
"Do you mean it?"
was the breathless answer, and then he added a little shyly,
"I'm awfully obliged. I should like it of all things. But you are not strong, are you? Miss Ross told us so."
"Not particularly. I was rather knocked about by the Zulus, you know, and my leg gives me a good deal of trouble. I am pretty heavily handicapped. We are both in the same boat, are we not? But we may as well make a fight for it."
"Someone told me,"
returned Kester in a tone of great awe,
"that you have the Victoria Cross, Captain Bennett."
Michael nodded. He never cared to be questioned on the subject.
"Will you let Molly and me see it one day?" half-whispered the boy. I hope you don't mind my asking you, but I have always so wanted to see it. I'm afraid you won't tell us about it, but I should dearly love to hear.
No one had ever induced Michael to tell that story. The merest allusion to his gallantry always froze him up in a moment. Even Dr. Ross, who was his nearest confidant, had never heard the recital from his own lips. But for once Michael let himself be persuaded. Kester's boyish eagerness prevailed, and to his own surprise, Michael found himself giving the terrible details in a cool, businesslike manner. No wonder Kester forgot the time as he listened. The lad's sensitive frame thrilled with passionate envy at the narrative. At last he had met a hero face to face. What were those old Greek fellows, Ajax or Hector, or one of those gaudy warriors compared with this quiet English soldier?
Oh, if I could only be you, he sighed as Michael ended his recital. If I could look back on a deed like that. How many times did you save, Captain Bennett? You told me, but I've forgotten. I think you are the happiest man I know.
Kester, in his boyish reticence, could not speak out his inmost thoughts, or he would have added, "and the greatest and the grandest man I have ever seen." A dim, inscrutable smile flitted over Captain Bennett's features.
My dear fellow, happiness is a purely relative term. I am not a great believer in happiness. A soldier without his work is hardly to be envied.
Kester was young, but his life had already taught him many things. He was acute enough to detect a note of bitterness in his new friend's voice. It said, more than his words, that Captain Bennett was a disappointed man. He looked at him wistfully for a moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. You would like to be back with your regiment. It is very hard, of course, but you're not suffering for nothing like me. Don't you see the difference?
Dropping his voice.
I've got this pain to bear, and no good comes of it. It's just like bearing and nothing else. But you have suffered in saving other men's lives. It is a kind of ransom. Oh, I don't know how to express myself, but it must be happiness to have a memory like that.
Kester had spoken with a sort of involuntary outburst. For a moment, Captain Bennett turned his head aside. He felt rebuked by this crude, boyish enthusiasm which had gone so straight to the heart of things. Why was he, the grown man, so selfish, so impatient, when this poor lad acquiesced so meekly in his fate? Had Kester deserved his lot?
You are right,
observed Michael in a low tone.
One ought only to be thankful and not complain.
And just at this moment Audrey came in and stood on the threshold transfixed with amazement, until Michael rose and offered her a chair.
You here? She gasped. I thought I heard voices. Molly, this is my cousin, Captain Bennett. I suppose we must let him stay to tea.
Molly gave her invitation very shyly. The poor child was thinking of her shabby frock, with the great rent in the skirt, so hastily cobbled up. The pale man with the reddish moustache was very formidable in Molly's eyes. Molly was sure her hand would tremble when she lifted the heavy teapot. She had been so looking forward to having a cosy tea with the dear Miss Ross, and now everything was spoiled. When Molly was shy, she always looked a little sulky, but Michael, who noticed her embarrassment, set himself to charm it away. Biddy had set the little tea-table under the acacia tree, but as Molly, blushing and awkward, commenced her arduous duties, she found herself assisted by the formidable Captain Bennett. Before half an hour was over, Molly thought him quite the nicest man that she had ever seen. He was so kind, so helpful. He told such interesting stories. Molly forgot her Cinderella rags as she listened. Her eyes sparkled. A pretty colour came to her face. Her rough brown hair had gleams of gold in it. Molly did not look plain or awkward then.
Her eyes are nice, and she has a sweet voice and a ringing laugh,
thought Michael as he glanced at her. How merry they all were. What nonsense they talked, as they sat there watching some pigeons circling among the arches. The little garden was still and pleasant. Zack was stretched out beside them, with Booty curled up near him. Audrey was the first to call attention to the lateness of the hour.
We must go home now, Michael,
she said in a tone of regret, which was loudly echoed by Molly and Kester. Molly closed the green gate after them. Then she rushed back to Kester.
Do you like him? Captain Bennett, I mean, she asked equally. I was so afraid of him at first. His eyes seem to look one through and through, even when he says nothing. But he is kind, very kind.
Is that all you have found out about him? Returned her brother contemptuously.
That is so like a girl. Who cares about his eyes? Do you know what he is? He is a hero. He has a Victoria Cross. He has saved a lot of lives. Come here and I'll tell you all about it. It'll make your hair stand on end more than it does now.
But the story made Molly cry, and from that hour she and Kester elected Captain Burnett to the position of their favourite hero.
We must tell Cyril all about it when he comes home, observed Molly, drying her eyes. You are right, Kester. Captain Burnett is quite the best, and the nicest and the bravest man I've ever seen.
Here, interposed Cyril, mysteriously thrusting his dark face out of the dining-room window. He had heard the whole story with a great deal of interest, and then as Molly darted towards him with a little shriek of assumed anger, he laughed and sauntered out into the garden.
Let's do our Greek out here, old fellow,
he said, throwing himself down on the grass, while Zack jumped on him. Have you got some tea for me, Molly? Or have you forgotten the teapot and your hero worship? How late Mother is. He hesitated and looked at Kester. She would like to meet her. It is such a long, lonely walk. But no. As a cloud stole over Kester's face, perhaps you will take the omnibus. Open your books and let me see your day's work. And Cyril quietly repressed a yawn as he took a cup of cold tea from Molly's hand. He was tired. A walk through the dewy lanes would refresh him. He was in a restless mood. He wanted to be alone, to stretch himself and to think, perhaps to indulge in some youthful dream. But he was used to combating these moods. He would rather bear anything than disappoint Kester. And then he drank off his tea without a murmur, and the next moment the two brothers were hard at work. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I hope better things of Audrey. Your man is always under examination by committees little suspected, the police in citizens' clothes, who are awarding or denying you very high prizes when you least think of it. Emerson. Mrs. Harcourt had had a successful afternoon. All the nicest people had been at home, and a great many pleasant things had been said to her. Her mother had been a charming companion. Nevertheless, there was a slight cloud on Mrs. Harcourt's face as she walked through the shrubbery that led to her house, and the fold of care was still on her brow as she entered her husband's study, a pleasant room on the ground floor, overlooking the garden. Mr. Harcourt was reading, but he put down his magazine and greeted his wife with a smile. He was just rising from his seat, but she prevented him by laying her hand on his shoulder. Don't move, Percival. You look so comfortable. I will sit by you a minute. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Such an interruption is only pleasant, my dear, was the polite answer. Well, have you and Audrey had a nice afternoon? Mother came with me. Audrey had some ridiculous engagement with the Blakes. Percival, I am growing seriously uneasy at this new vagary on Audrey's part. Would you believe it? She has been the whole afternoon at the Grey Cottage helping those children, and Michael has been there too. We met them just now. Mr. Harcourt raised his eyebrows. He was evidently surprised at this bit of news, though he took it with his usual philosophy. Never mind, Jerry, he said kindly, after a glance at his wife's vexed face. We cannot always inoculate people with our own common sense. Audrey was always inclined to go her own gait. Geraldine blushed. She always did when her husband called her Jerry. Not that she minded it from him, but if anyone else, one of the boys, for example, were to hear it, the dignified mistress of the house felt she would never have got over it. In her unmarried days, no one had presumed to call her anything but Geraldine or Gage, and yet before 3 months were over, her husband had invented this nickname for her. It is no use fretting over it, he went on in the same equable voice. You and Audrey are very different people, my love. Yes, but, Percy dear, it is so trying of Audrey to take up the very people that Mother and I were so anxious to avoid. I declare I am quite sorry for Mother. She said, very truly, how is she to keep an intrusive person like Mrs. Blake at a distance, now Audrey has struck up this violent friendship with her? She has even taken Michael there, for of course he would never go of his own accord. I am so vexed about it all. It has quite spoilt my afternoon. Burnett was on the cricket field a great part of the afternoon, returned Mr. Harcourt. I saw him talking to Charrington and Sayers. Then she must have asked him to fetch her, replied Geraldine, with an air of decision that evidently amused her husband. For Michael told us of his own accord that he had been having tea at the cottage. It is really very foolish and incautious of Audrey. After Edith's hint, too. I wish you would tell her, Percival, for she only laughs at my advice. And you think she would listen to me, still with the same amused curl of the lip? I think she ought to listen to you, dear, a man of your experience and knowledge of the world. If you would give her a little of your mind. It is so absurd for a grown-up person to behave like an impulsive child. Michael is particular in some things, but he spoils Audrey dreadfully. He and father encourage her. It is your duty, Percival, to act a brother's part by her and guide her for her own good. Geraldine was evidently in earnest, and Mr. Harcourt forbore to smile as he answered her. But if she refused to be guided by me, my dear? Oh, I hope better things of Audrey, replied Geraldine in such a solemn voice that her husband laughed outright, though he drew down her face to his the next minute and kissed it. You are a good girl to believe in your husband. I don't envy Audrey's future spouse. He will have much to bear. Audrey is too philanthropic, too unpractical altogether for a smooth domestic life. We are different people, as I said before. Come, cheer up, darling. If I find it possible to say a word in season, you may trust me to do so. Ah, there is the dressing bell. And Mr. Harcourt rose and stretched himself and began gathering up his papers as a hint to his wife that the subject was concluded. Audrey was not so unreasonable as her sister supposed. She had no intention of placing herself in direct opposition to her family. On the contrary, she was somewhat troubled by Geraldine's chilling reception that afternoon. Michael had stopped the carriage and informed the ladies of the manner in which he and Audrey had spent their afternoon. "We have both been having tea at the Grey Cottage," he said cheerfully. "I hope you have spent as pleasant an afternoon, Gage. That youngster, Kester they call him, is a bright, intelligent lad, and Molly is a nice child." "Oh, indeed," was Geraldine's reply. "I'm afraid we are late, Michael, and must drive on." And then she nodded to Audrey, but there was no pleasant smile on her face.
"Gage is put out with us both," observed Audrey, as they turned in at Woodcote. "I shall be in for another lecture, Michael."
Audrey had no wish to be a bugbear for her family. For several reasons she thought it politic to avoid the Grey Cottage for a day or two. Molly must not depend on her too much. When her mother and Geraldine had called, and Mrs. Blake was on visiting terms with them, things would be on a pleasanter footing. She was somewhat surprised when Sunday came to find Mr. Blake was the sole representative of his family in the school chapel. She had looked for the widow and her children in the morning, and again in the afternoon, and as she exchanged greetings with Cyril in the courtyard after service, she could not refrain from questioning him on the subject.
"I hope Mrs. Blake has not another headache,"
she asked rather abruptly as he came up to her, looking very handsome and distinguished in his cap and gown, and again Audrey remembered her unlucky speech about the Greek god. Cyril seemed a little embarrassed. "Oh, no, she is quite well, only a little tired. She has rather knocked herself up. Kester had a touch of his old pain, so I told him not to come."
"And Molly?"
But Cyril did not appear to hear the question. "Oh, will you excuse me?" he observed the next moment, rather hurriedly. "I think Mrs. Charrington is waiting for me. She asked me to go to the schoolhouse to tea." And as he left her, Audrey found herself obliged to join her sister and Mrs. Harcourt. "Have you many people coming to you tomorrow afternoon?" asked Geraldine as they walked on together.
"Only the Luptons and Fortescues, and Mr. Owen and Herr Schaffman. Oh, and I forgot, Father asked Mr. Blake."
Audrey spoke a little absently. They were passing the Grey Cottage. A blind was just then raised in one of the lower rooms, and a small pale face peeped eagerly out at the passers-by. Audrey smiled and waved her hand in a friendly manner, and a bright, answering smile lighted up the girlish face. "What an untidy-looking child," remarked Geraldine carelessly. "Is that your protégé?" And then she continued in a reproving tone. "It is really disgraceful that none of the family were in chapel. Edith was right when she spoke of Mrs. Blake's mismanagement of her children. That poor girl had a most neglected look." Audrey did not answer. She thought it wiser to allow her sister's remark to pass unchallenged. She had a shrewd suspicion why Molly was not in chapel. The shabby, outgrown frock had probably kept her at home. "Poor little thing," she thought, with a fresh access of pity, for Molly had certainly looked very forlorn. And then she turned her attention with some difficulty to what Geraldine was saying. Dr. Ross was famed for his hospitality, and both he and his wife loved to gather the young people of Rutherford about them. On Monday afternoons during the summer there was always tennis on the Woodcote lawn. One or two of the families from the hill houses, and perhaps a bachelor master or two, made up a couple of sets. The elder ladies liked to watch the game, or to stroll about the beautiful grounds. Mrs. Ross was an excellent hostess. She loved to prepare little surprises for her guests, iced drinks or strawberries and cream. Geraldine generally presided at her mother's tea table. Audrey would be among the players. Tennis parties and garden parties of all kinds were common enough in Rutherford, but those at Woodcote certainly carried off the palm. Mr. Harcourt had always been considered one of the best players, but on the Monday in question he found himself ranged against no mean antagonist, and he was obliged to own that young Blake played superbly.
"You would have won every game this afternoon if you had had a better partner,"
observed Audrey as she and Cyril walked across the lawn. She had been playing with him the greater part of the afternoon and had been much struck with his quiet and finished style.
"My brother-in-law has always been considered our champion player, but you certainly excel him."
"I've had a great deal of practice," returned Cyril modestly. "I think you're wrong about our respective powers. Mr. Harcourt plays exceedingly well, being so much younger. I'm a little more agile, that is all."
"Yes, and you would have beaten him this last game, but for me. I have played worse than usual this afternoon."
"You must not expect me to endorse that opinion, Miss Ross. I have never seen any lady play half so well. You took that last ball splendidly. Now we have exchanged these mutual compliments. May I ask you to show me the lake? Kester gave me a tremendous description of it when he came home today. Captain Bennett put him in the punt, and he seems to have had a grand time altogether."
"Oh, I heard all about it at luncheon."
"It is good of your cousin to take all this trouble," went on Cyril in a lower voice as he walked down one of the terraces. "I was quite taken aback when he spoke to me yesterday. I thought he could not be in earnest. You know, he asked me to go up to his private room after luncheon, and we had a long talk until it was time to go to chapel."
"Will it be possible for your brother to come here 2 or 3 times a week, Mr. Blake?"
"Oh, yes, he can manage that short distance, at least when he is pretty well, and the change will be so good for him. It's quite a load off my mind to know he will learn mathematics as well as Greek and Latin. You have no idea, Miss Ross, how clever that boy is. If he had only my opportunities, he would beat me hollow in no time. I tell my mother so, but she will not believe it. But she thinks with me that it is awfully good of your cousin to interest himself in Kester."
"It will be a godsend to Michael," returned Audrey. "You see, my cousin's health is so bad that he cannot employ himself, and he is debarred from so much enjoyment. He helps my father a good deal with the boys when he is here, but sometimes the noise is too much for him. It will suit him far better to study quietly with your brother. Of course, he meant to be kind. He is always doing good to someone or other, but this time the kindness will benefit himself. He quite enjoyed his morning. He told me so in a tone as though he meant it. And Kester looked ever so much brighter. What comfortable quarters Captain Bennett has. I had no idea he had a private sitting room, and he tells me he has rooms in town as well." "Yes, but we do not let him use them oftener than we can help. It is so dull for him to be alone. My father is anxious for him to live altogether at Woodcote. He thinks the Rutherford air suits him so much better than that of town, but Michael cannot be persuaded to give up his rooms. I tell him it is all his pride and that he wishes to be independent of us."
"He is your father's cousin, you say?"
"Yes, and he is just like his son,"
returned Audrey, wondering why Mr. Blake looked at her so intently.
"You know, I told you that we looked upon Michael as our own brother. Here we are at the pond or lake, as we prefer to call it, and there are the swans, Snowflake and Eiderdown, as I have christened them."
"It is a charming spot," observed Cyril, leaning over the fence to look at the beautiful creatures. He was quite unaware, as he lounged there, that he added another picturesque effect to the landscape, his bright blue coat and peaked cap making a spot of colour against Audrey's white gown. "So that is the island where Kester found the forget-me-nots for Molly. It looks as though one could carry it off bodily in one's arms," he continued, after a reflective pause.
"Mr. Blake, I will not permit such remarks," returned Audrey, laughing. "I have often paddled myself about the lake. At least it is deep enough to drown one. Now tell me how Molly is."
"Molly is inconsolable because she has not seen you for 2 whole days. She spent most of the morning at the window in the hope of seeing you pass."
"Nonsense."
"Oh, it is a fact, I assure you. My mother told me so herself. Will there be any chance of you looking in tomorrow, Miss Ross? I am going back now, and I am sure such a message would make Molly happy for the remainder of the evening."
Audrey smiled. "I do not think I will send the message, Mr. Blake. I half thought of calling on some friends of mine who live a little way out of Rutherford, but if I have time—"
She paused, not quite knowing how to finish her sentence. "Well, I will say nothing about it," he returned quickly. "You have been far too good to us already. Molly must not presume on your kindness." And then he took up his racket.
"Why are you leaving us so early, Mr. Blake? There is surely time for another game."
"Thanks, I must not stop any longer now. My mother asked me to take her for a walk, and as Kester can do without me this evening, I promised that I would."
"And you will take Molly?" There's such a pretty walk across the fields to Everdene Wood. If Mrs. Blake does not mind a few styles, Molly will not, I am sure."
"I think Molly will prefer to stay with Kester," he replied quickly. "I am sorry to leave so early, Miss Ross, but one does not like to disappoint other people."
"I begin to think you are one of the unselfish ones," thought Audrey as she gave him her hand. Then aloud, "You must come to us next Monday, Mr. Blake, for I am sure my brother-in-law will want his revenge. There is Booty, so of course his master is not far off. I will go and meet him."
Then she nodded to Cyril and turned off into a side path just as Captain Burnett came in sight.
"Are they still playing, Michael?"
"No, Harcourt wants to be off. He engaged her to dine at the Fortescues, so they have agreed to break up earlier. Why is Blake leaving us so soon? Your father proposed that he should be asked to dinner."
"I don't think he would be persuaded,"
she replied, wishing that she had not taken him so easily at his word.
"He has promised to take his mother for a walk. He is really a very good son. Most young men care only about their own pleasure."
"I think I like him," returned Michael in his slow, considering tone. "We had a smoke together yesterday up in my room, and I confess he interested me. He seems to feel his responsibility so with respect to that poor boy. He was very grateful to me for my proposed help, and said so in a frank, manly fashion that somehow pleased me."
"I am so glad you like him, Michael,"
and Audrey's tone expressed decided pleasure. "Oh, we shall hit it off very well, I expect, but I dare say we shall not see very much of each other. He goes in for cricket and makes tremendous scores, I hear, and the Hill houses will soon monopolize him. He's too good-looking a fellow not to be a favourite with the ladies, Audrey?"
"I am sure I don't know,"
returned Audrey, who could be a trifle dense when she chose.
"I do not think Mr. Blake is a ladies' man, if that is what you mean. Don't you detest the genus, Michael?"
"Do I not?" was the expressive answer, and then he went on. "I am quite of your opinion that Blake is a nice gentlemanly fellow, but I think that brother of his is still more interesting. Poor little chap. He has plenty of brains. He is sharp as some fellows of 19 or 20. Blake is clever enough, but one of these days Kester will make his mark. He has a perfect thirst for knowledge. I drew him out this morning, for he only had a pretence at work. You should have heard him talk."
"That is exactly his brother's opinion,"
returned Audrey, and she repeated Cyril's words. Michael was evidently struck by them. "He seems very fond of him, and for the matter of that, the poor boy is devoted to his brother. I suppose that accident has made a link between them. I do not know that I ever took so much interest in your protégés before. By the by, what has become of the O'Briens, Audrey?"
"I am going to see them tomorrow."
"I know what that inquiry means, Michael. You think I'm always so much taken up with new people that I forget my old friends. But you are wrong." And then she added a little reproachfully,
"That you of all people should accuse me of fickleness."
Captain Burnett smiled a little gravely. "You are investing my words with too large a meaning. I do not think you are in the least fickle. It is only your headlong sympathies that carry you away." But as Audrey looked a little mystified over this speech, he continued, "I would not have you neglect a Mr. O'Brien for the world. I only wish Vineyard Cottage was a mile or two nearer, and I would often smoke a pipe in that earwiggy barrow of his. I have profound respect for Thomas O'Brien. I love a man who lives up to his profession and is not above his business. A retired tradesman who tries to forget he was ever behind the counter and who goes through life aping the manners of gentlefolk is a poor sort of body in my eyes. He is neither fish fowl nor good red herring. Now Mr. O'Brien is as proud of being a corn chandler as—" he paused for a simile, "as our drummer boy was belonging to the British Army."
"Poor old man. He has seen a peck of trouble, as he calls it."
"There you see," interrupting her delightedly. "His very language borrows its most powerful imagery from his past belongings. Do you or I, Audrey, in our wildest and most despairing moments, ever talk of a peck of trouble? Depend upon it, my dear, when Thomas made that speech he was among his bins again. In his mind's eye he was measuring out his oats and beans. I think I hear him repeating again what he once said to me. It is such a clean, wholesome business, Captain. I often dream I am back in the shop again, with my wife laying the tea in the back parlour. I can feel the grain slithering between my fingers, and even the dropping of the peas on the counter out of the overfilled bags is as plain as possible. Matt always did his work so awkwardly."
"I don't think he's ever got over the loss of his wife, Michael."
"Oh, of course not. Is he likely to do so with Mrs. Baxter's lugubrious countenance opposite him morning, noon, and night? I don't wonder her husband ran away from her. It would take a deal of principle to put up with such a trying woman."
"Michael, I will not have you so severe on our friends. Mrs. Baxter is a very good woman, and she takes great care of her father. We can't all be gifted with good spirits. Poor Priscilla Baxter is a disappointed woman."
Michael shrugged his shoulders, but he was spared making any reply, as just then they encountered Geraldine and her husband. They were evidently looking for Audrey.
"Are you going, Gage?" observed Audrey serenely. "I was just coming up to the house to wish you good-bye, only Michael detained me."
"I thought you were with Mr. Blake," returned her sister in a puzzled tone. "I wish you would come up to luncheon tomorrow. I have scarcely spoken 2 words to you this afternoon. Edith is coming."
"It will be a pity to interrupt your tete-a-tete," returned Audrey pleasantly. "Mrs. Bryce has always so much to say, and she comes so seldom."
And as her sister's face clouded, she continued,
"I will run up for an hour on Wednesday, but I really cannot neglect Mr. O'Brien any longer. He will have been looking for me day after day."
"Oh, if you're going to Vineyard Cottage," in a mollified tone that Audrey perfectly understood. "You will have tea there, of course."
"Do you think Mrs. Baxter would let me come away without my tea?" returned Audrey quickly.
She was inwardly somewhat annoyed at this questioning. She had meant to go to the grey cottage on her way, but now she must give that up. Molly must watch for her a little longer. Perhaps she could go to Hillside in the morning and keep her afternoon free. And as she came to this conclusion, she bade her sister an affectionate goodbye. But as Geraldine took her husband's arm in the steep shrubbery walk, she said in a dissatisfied tone, "I'm glad we found her with Michael, but all the same, she and Mr. Blake were partners all the afternoon." "My dear Geraldine," returned Mr. Harcourt with assumed solemnity, "I think Audrey may be trusted to manage her own little affairs. She is 22, is she not? When you have daughters of your own, my love, I am quite sure you will manage them excellently, and no young man will have a chance of speaking to them. But with Audrey it is another matter." And then in a tragic undertone, "Have you forgotten, wife mine, a certain afternoon when you did me the honour of playing with me 3 whole sets, and then we cooled ourselves down by the lake until your father hunted us out?" Geraldine pressed her husband's arm gently. She remembered that afternoon well, and all Percival had said to her. They had just come to an understanding when her father interrupted them. For one moment her face softened at the sweet remembrance, and then she roused herself to remonstrate. "But Percy dear, this is utterly different. Audrey would never dream of falling in love with Mr. Blake. Fancy a girl in her position encouraging the attentions of a junior master. No, indeed, I was only afraid of a little flirtation. Of course, Audrey declares she never flirts, but she has such a way with her. She is too kind in her manner sometimes." "It is to be hoped that she will not break as many hearts as a certain young person I know, Jerry?" And Geraldine blushed and held her peace. She never liked to be reminded of the unlucky wooers who had shaken off the dust of Woodcote so sorrowfully. As for Mr. Harcourt, he delighted in these proofs of conquests. Geraldine had not been easy to win. She had given her lover plenty of trouble, but she was his now, and as he often told himself, no man had ever been more fortunate in his choice. But Mr. Harcourt, in spite of his delight in teasing, was very deeply in love with his beautiful wife. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Matt. Sympathy or no sympathy, a man's love should no more fail towards his fellows than that love which spent itself on disciples who altogether misunderstood it, like the rain which falls on just and unjust alike. Mark Rutherford. Vineyard Cottage, where the retired corn chandler had elected to spend the remnant of his days, was no pretentious stucco villa. It was a real old-fashioned cottage, with a big, roomy porch well covered with honeysuckle and sweet yellow jasmine, and a sitting-room on either side of the door, with one small-paned window, which was certainly not filled with plate glass. It was a snug, bowery little place, and the fresh dimity curtains at the upper windows and the stand of blossoming plants in the little passage gave it a cheerful and inviting aspect. The tiny lawn was smooth as velvet, and a row of tall white lilies, flanked with fragrant lavender, filled up the one narrow bed that ran by the side of the privet hedge. As Audrey unlatched the little gate, she had a glimpse of Mr. O'Brien in his shirt-sleeves. He was smoking in the porch, and so busily engaged in reading his paper that Audrey's light tread failed to arouse him, until a plaintive and fretful voice from within made him turn his head. Father, aren't you ashamed to be sitting there in your shirt sleeves when Miss Ross has come to call? And it's most 4 o'clock too, pretty near about tea time. Miss Ross, you don't say so, Prissy, returned Mr. O'Brien, thrusting an arm hastily into the coat that his daughter was holding out in an aggressively reproachful manner. How do you do, Miss Ross? Wait a moment until I can shake hands with you. Now then, the other arm, Prissy. You are as welcome as flowers in May, and is blooming too, isn't she, Prissy? And Mr. O'Brien enforced his compliment with a grasp of the hand that made Audrey wince. I expected a scolding. I did indeed, laughed Audrey, instead of this very kind welcome. It is so long since my last visit, is it not, Mr. O'Brien? Well, ma'am, tell the truth and shame the devil, that's my motto. I'll not deny that Prissy and I were wondering at your absence. What's become of Miss Ross, she said to me only today at dinner, for she has not been near us for an age. And I was right, father, and it is an age since Miss Ross honoured us with a visit, replied his daughter in the plaintive tone that seemed natural to her. It was just 5 weeks ago, for Susan Larkins had come up about the bit of washing her mother wished to have, so I remember the day well. 5 weeks, responded Audrey, with a shake of her head. What a memory you have, Mrs. Baxter. Dear me, how ill you are looking. Is there anything the matter? Looking from one to the other with kindly scrutiny. Mr. O'Brien and his daughter were complete contrasts to each other. He was a stout, grey-haired man with a pleasant, genial countenance, though it was not without its lines of care. Mrs. Baxter, on the contrary, had a long, melancholy face and anxious blue eyes. Her black gown clung to her thin figure in limp folds. Her features were not bad, and a little liveliness and expression would have made her a good-looking woman, but her dejected air and want of colouring detracted from her comeliness, and of late years her voice had grown peevish as well as plaintive, as though her troubles had been too heavy for her. Audrey had a sincere respect for her, but she certainly wished that Mrs. Baxter took a less lugubrious view of life. At times she would try to infuse a little of her own cheerfulness, but she soon found that Mrs. Baxter was too closely wrapped in her melancholy. In her own language, she preferred the house of mourning to the house of feasting. Oh, I hope there is nothing fresh the matter, repeated Audrey, whose clear-sighted sympathy was never at fault. She thought that Mr. O'Brien's genial face looked a shade graver than usual. Come and sit down, Miss Ross, and I will be hurrying the girl with the tea, observed Mrs. Baxter mournfully, for she was never too lachrymose to be hospitable, and though she shed tears on slight occasions, she was always disposed to press her hot buttered cakes on her guests, and any refusal to taste her good cheer would have grievously wounded her bruised sensibilities. Father, take Miss Ross to the best parlour, while I help Hannah a bit. And as Mr. Bryan laid aside his pipe and led the way into the house, Audrey followed him, nothing loath. Joe's been troubling Priscilla again, he observed, as Audrey seated herself on the little horsehair sofa beside the open window, and Buff, a great tortoise-shell cat, jumped uninvited on her lap and began purring loudly. Joe, repeated Audrey in a shocked voice. She knew very well who was meant. Joe was the ne'er-do-well of a son-in-law whose iniquities had transformed the young and comely Priscilla into the meagre and colourless Mrs. Baxter. He has no right to trouble her, she went on indignantly. He has been worrying for money again, returned Mr. O'Brien, ruffling up his grey hair in a discontented fashion. He says he is hard up, but that is only one of Joe's lies. He tells lies by the peck. He had a good coat on, and looked as thriving as possible, and I know from Atkinson, who has been in Leeds, that he is a traveller to some house in the wine trade. And yet he comes here, the bullying rascal, threatening the poor lass to skin and bone, with pretending he'd take the law of her for not living with him, and that after all his ill usage. I am so sorry, returned Audrey, and her tone said more than her words. He is a bad man, a thoroughly heartless and bad man. Everyone knows that, and she must never go back to him. I hope you told him so. Aye, I did, with a touch of gruffness. I found him bullying, and poor Prissy crying her eyes out and looking ready to drop, for she is afraid of him, and I just took down my big stick. Joe, I said, as he began blustering about her being his true and lawful wife, you just drop that and listen to me. If she is your wife, she is my daughter, our only one, for never chick nor child had we beside Priscilla, and she is going to stop along with me, law or no law. "I'll claim my own. There's two to that bargain, father-in-law," he says, with a sneer, for you see, he was turning a bit nasty. "And you'll claim something else as well, son-in-law," I replied, getting a good grip of the stick, for my blood was up, and I would have felled him to the ground with all the pleasure in life, only the girl got between us. "No, father, no violence," she screeches out. "Don't make things worse for poor unhappy me. Joe is not worth your getting into trouble on his account. Go along with you, Joe, and heaven forgive you, but horses wouldn't drag me under your roof again after the way you have treated me." Well, I suppose he made it too hot for him, ma'am, for he soon beat a retreat. Joe was always a coward. I would have hurried him out with a kick, but I thought it better to be prudent, and Priscilla went and had a fit of hysterics in her own room, and she had been looking mortal bad, poor lass, ever since. I wish we could save her these trying scenes, Mr. O'Brien. They get on her nerves. Ah, that is what her mother said. Prissy will never have a day's health if we can't hinder Joe from coming to plague her. I remember my Susan saying that. Why, it was half for Prissy's sake we gave up the shop. What is the good of filling our purse, Tom, when we have plenty for ourselves, and Priscilla, she was always saying to me. But there, I was fond of the shop. It is no use denying it, and it takes a special sort of education to fit one for idleness. Even now, would you believe it, ma'am, I have a sort of longing to finger the oats and peas again. But you are very fond of your cottage and your garden, Mr. O'Brien. Captain Bennett says it is the prettiest little place about here. Oh, I've been forgetting my manners, and I've never asked after the captain, though he is a prime favourite of mine. Oh yes, he always has his little joke. What will you sell it for, O'Brien, just as it stands? Name your own price. Well, it is a snug little place, and if only my little woman were here, and I had news of Matt. And here Mr. O'Brien pushed his hand through his grey hair again, and sighed, as he looked out on his row of lilies. Audrey sat still in sympathizing silence. She knew how her old friend loved to unburden himself. He talked to no one else as he did to this girl, not even to the captain. He liked to enlarge in his simple way on his old happy life, when Prissy was young, and he and his wife thought handsome Joe Baxter a grand lover for the girl, with his fine fingers and soft, wheedling tongue. But we were old enough to know better. We were a couple of fools, of course, I know that now, he would say. But he just talked us over. Joe is a rare hand at talking even now. He can use fine words. He has learnt it in his business. I think our worst time was when Prissy's baby died and she began to droop, and in her weakness she let it all out to her mother. I remember my little woman coming into the shop that day with the tears running down her face. "Tom," she says, "what have we ever done to be so punished? Joe is treating Prissy like a brute, and my poor girl's heart is broken." Dear, dear, how I wanted Matt then. Audrey knew all about this, Matt, at least the little there was to know. One day, soon after Mr. O'Brien had lost his wife, and she had found him sitting alone in the porch, he had begun talking to her of his own accord, of a young brother whom he called Matt, but to no one else had he ever mentioned his name. Audrey had been much touched and surprised by this confidence, and from time to time Mr. O'Brien had continued to speak of him until she was in possession of the main facts. Thomas O'Brien had lost his parents early, and his brothers and sisters had died in infancy, with the exception of the youngest, Matthew, or Matt, as he was generally called. There was so much difference between their ages that Matt was quite a plaything and pet to his elder brother. From all accounts, he was a bright, engaging little fellow, and developed unusual capacity. He was a cut above us, and people took notice of him, and that spoiled him, observed Mr. O'Brien one day. Audrey, piecing the fragments of conversation together, could picture the clever, handsome lad learning his lessons in the little back parlour, while honest Tom served in the shop. But Matt was not always so studious. He would be sliding with the rector's boys, or helping them to make a snowman. Sometimes he would be having tea at the rectory, or with his master, or even with the curates. One of the curates was musical, and Matt had an angelic voice. One could imagine the danger to the precocious, clever boy, and how perhaps on his return he would jibe a little in his impertinent, boyish fashion at thick-headed, clumsy Tom along his corn bins and sacks of split peas. Matt did not wish to be a corn chandler. When Tom married the daughter of a neighbouring baker, Matt was heard to mutter to one of his intimates that Tom might have looked higher for a wife. He grew a little discontented after that, and gave the young couple plenty of trouble until he got his way, a bad way too, and went off to seek his fortunes in London. Tom missed the lad sadly. Even his Susan's rosy cheeks and good humour failed to console him for a while, not until Prissy made her appearance, and in clamorous baby fashion wheedled her way into her father's affections, did his sore heart cease to regret the young brother. Susan used to talk to her husband in her sensible way. "It's no use your fretting, Tom," she would say. "Boys will be boys, and anything is better for Matt than hanging about here with his hands in his pockets and doing nothing but gossip with the customers." He was growing into idle ways. It was a shame for a big fellow like Matt to be living upon his brother. It is far better for him to be thrown on himself to work for his bread, finished Susan, rocking her baby, for she was a shrewd little person in her way. "I don't like to think of Matt alone in London," returned Tom slowly, but as he looked into his wife's innocent eyes, he forbore to utter all his thoughts aloud. Tom was old enough to know something of the world. He could guess at the pitfalls that stretched before the lad's unwary feet. Matt was young, barely 18. His very gifts of beauty and cleverness might lead him into trouble. "I wish I had him here," muttered Tom as he went off to serve a customer. "Peterborough is a better place for him than London," for they were living at Peterborough then. Tom cheered up presently when Matt wrote one of his flourishing letters. He was a fine letter writer. He was in luck's way, he told Tom, and had fallen on his feet. At his first application, he had obtained a clerkship in some business house, and his employer had taken a fancy to him. "I feel like Dick Whittington," wrote Matt, in his happy, boastful way. "All night long, the bells were saying to me, 'Turn again, Matt O'Brien, for fortune is before you.' I could hear them in my dreams, and then the next morning came a letter from Mr. Turner. 'Dear old chap, you won't bother about me any more, for I mean to stick to my work like a galley slave. Give my love to Susan, and kiss the little one. Couldn't you have found a better name than that Puritan Priscilla, you foolish Tom?' And so on. Audrey once read that letter, and a dozen more of the same type. She thought them very affectionate and clever. Every now and then there were graphic descriptions of a day's amusement or sightseeing. What was it they lacked? Audrey could never answer that question, but she laid them down with a dim feeling of dissatisfaction. Matt used to run down for a day or two when business permitted, and take possession of his shabby little room under the roof. How happy honest Tom would be on these occasions. He would chuckle to himself as he saw his customers, female customers especially, cast sidelong glances at the handsome dark-haired youth who lounged by the door. "Old Mrs. Stevenson took him for a gentleman," Tom remarked to Susan once, rubbing his hands over the joke. "Matt is so well set up, and wears such a good coat. Just look at his boots, and his shirts are ever so much finer than mine. He looks like a young lord in his Sunday best," went on Tom, who admired his young brother with every fibre of his heart. Matt was quite aware of the sensation he made among his old friends and neighbours. He liked to feel his own importance. He came pretty frequently at first. He was tolerant of Susan's homeliness and sisterly advice. He took kindly to Prissy, and brought her a fine coral necklace to wear on her fat, dimpled neck, but after a year or two he came less often. "Leave him alone," Susan would say when Tom grumbled to her over his pipe of an evening. "Matt has grown too fine for the shop. Nothing pleased him last time. He wanted napkins with his food because of his moustache, and he complained that his bed was so hard he couldn't sleep on it. It is easy to see that our homely ways do not suit him. I wish your heart were not set on him so much, Tom. It is thankless work to cling to a person who wants to get rid of his belongings." "Nay, Susan, you are too hard on the lad," her husband remonstrated. "Matt will never cut us. He has an affectionate heart. He is only having his fling, as lads, even the best of them, will at times. By and by he will settle down, and then we shall see more of him." But in spite of Tom's faith, that time never came. By and by, Matt wrote with a greater flourish than ever. "Wish me joy, my dear Susan and Tom," he wrote, "for I am going to be married, and to the prettiest and the dearest girl in the world. Just fancy, Tom, her uncle is a dean. What do you think of your brother Matt now? Turn again, Matt O'Brien. That is what the bells said to me, and by Jove they were right. Hadn't I had a rise this Christmas? And now my dear little Olive has promised to take me for better or worse. Oh, Tom, you should just see her. She is such a darling, and I am the luckiest fellow in the world to get her. I can see Susan shaking her head and saying in her wise way that I am young to take the cares of life on my shoulders. But when a fellow is head over heels in love, he cannot stop to balance arguments. And after all, we are not so imprudent. for when the Dean dies, and he is an old man, Olive will have a pretty penny of her own. So wish me joy, dear Tom, and send me your blessing." Tom fairly wept over this letter. He carried it about with him, and read it at intervals during the day. "If only she makes the lad happy," he said to Susan. "To think of our Matt marrying a gentlewoman, for of course a dean's niece is that." And Susan, whose knowledge of the world was small, supposed so too. Tom was hoping that Matt would bring his young wife down to receive his brotherly congratulations in person, but there was always some excuse for the delay. Olive was delicate, she couldn't travel, Matt could not leave her to come himself, and so on. Tom never doubted these excuses. He even made his little joke about the lad becoming a family man. But Susan, who was sharper than her husband, read between the lines. Matt was ashamed of bringing the dean's niece down to see the shop. It was possible, but here Susan almost shuddered at the awfulness of the thought that he might not have told his wife that he had a brother. "Matt is as weak as water with all his cleverness," she said to herself. "If he has not told her yet, he will put it off from day to day. There is nothing easier than procrastination if you once give in to it. Few people speak the truth like my Tom, bless him." Susan would not grieve her husband by hinting at these suspicions, though they grew stronger as time went on. Matt never brought his wife to see them. He seldom wrote, unless to tell them of the birth of a child, and then his letters were brief and unsatisfactory. Tom once wrote and asked him if he were happy. "But somehow Susan and I have got into our heads that things are not quite square," wrote the simple fellow. "Do come and let us have a chat together over our pipes. Prissy is getting quite a big girl. You would hardly know her now." Perhaps Matt was touched by this persistent kindness on his brother's part, for he answered that letter by return of post. "One must not expect too much happiness in this crooked old world," he wrote. "But you and Susan are such old-fashioned people. Olive and I have as much enjoyment of life as ordinary folk. We quarrel sometimes and make it up again. I was never a very patient mortal, old chap, and one's temper does not improve with age." And then after a little talk about the children who had been ill with scarlatina, the letter wound up by begging the loan of a £5 note. Tom did not show this letter to Susan. For the first time in his life, he kept a secret from the wife of his bosom. He put 2 £5 notes in an envelope and sent them with his love to Olive and the children. A pang of remorse must have crossed Matt's heart at this fresh act of kindness, but though he acknowledged the gift with the utmost gratitude, he neither came nor wrote again for a long time. Some time after that, Tom took an odd notion in his head. He would go up to London and see Matt and his wife and children. He was just hankering for a sight of the lad, as he told Susan. To be sure, Matt had never invited him, never hinted at such a thing in his letters. He could not be sure of his welcome. Susan tried to dissuade him, but to no purpose. For once, Tom was deaf to his little woman's advice. He left her in charge of the shop one fine spring morning and started for London and Bayswater, where Matt lived. He came back earlier than Susan expected, and there was a sad look in his eyes as he sat down and filled his pipe. Susan forbore to question him at first. She got him some supper and a jug of the best ale, and presently he began to talk of his own accord. There were other people living in number 23 Mortimer Terrace. The O'Briens had left more than a year ago, and no one knew where they were. Fancy Matt leaving and never giving me his address, finished Tom with an air of deep depression. He was evidently much wounded at this want of brotherly confidence. "But surely you know his business address, dear?" Susan asked quietly. No, Tom did not know even that. He reminded her that Matt had long ago left his old employers and had set up for himself, but Tom did not know where his office was. "I always wrote to his private address, you know, Susan," he went on. "Matt told me that no one ever opened his letters but himself, but how am I to find him out now if he chooses to hide himself from his only brother?" And though Tom had said no more, he moped for many a day after that fruitless expedition. By and by, the truth leaked out. Matt was in trouble, and in such trouble that no fraternal help could avail him. One awful day, a day that turned Tom's hair grey with horror and anguish, he heard that Matt, handsome, brilliant Matt, was in a felon's cell, condemned to penal servitude for a long term of years. In a moment of despair, he had forged the name of one of his so-called friends, and by this terrible act had obtained possession of a large sum of money. Tom's anguish at this news was not to be described. He cried like a child, and Susan vainly tried to comfort him. "My father's name," he kept repeating. "He has disgraced our honest name. I will never forgive him. I will have nothing more to do with him. He has covered us all with shame." But then the next moment he relented at the thought of Matt, beaten down and miserable, and perhaps repentant, in his wretched cell. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Priscilla Baxter. How many people are busy in this world in gathering together a handful of thorns to sit upon? Jeremy Taylor. Audrey never forgot the day when she first heard this sad story. It was on a winter's afternoon, and she and Mr. O'Brien were alone in the cottage. She remembered how the setting sun threw ruddy streaks across the snow, and how the light of the fire, beside which they sat later on in the twilight, illumined the low room and flashed out on the privet hedge, now a mass of sparkling icicles. She and Geraldine had driven into Braille, and by the carriage was coming back to fetch her. They had been talking of Matt, and Mr. O'Brien had shown her some of his letters, and then all at once his face had grown very white and troubled, and in a few husky sentences he had told her the rest of the story, and as Audrey listened there was a gleam of a teardrop on her long lashes. "But you went to see him? Surely you went to see him?" she asked tremulously as he came to a sudden pause, but he shook his grey head very sorrowfully. "I would have gone, willingly, when my anger had burnt out a bit. I just hungered to see the poor lad. He was still a lad to me, and to shake him by the hand. For all he had done, he was still Matt, you see, but he would not let me. He begged and prayed of me not to come." "Ah, that was cruel." "Nay, he meant no unkindness, but he was pretty nearly crazed, poor chap. I have the letter now that he wrote to me. The chaplain sent it. But no eye but mine must ever see it. I have written it down in my will that it is to be buried with me. Don't come unless you wish me to do something desperate, Tom. I think if I saw your honest face in my cell, I should just make away with myself. No, dear old chap, let me dream I weird, as Susan used to say. I have shamed you all, and my heart is broken. Try to forget that you ever had a brother Matt. They were desperate words for a man to write, but I do not doubt that he meant them." "Did he mention his wife and children?" "No, never a word of them. I wrote to him more than once, but he never answered me. He was such a long way off, you see. They send them to Dartmoor now. As far as I know, Matt may be dead and buried. Well, it is hard lines, and I have known a peck of troubles in my time. There, you know it all, Miss Ross. It beats me why I've told you, for no one in the world knows it but Prissy. You have drawn it out of me somehow. You've got a hearty way with you that reminds me of my Susan, and I never had but that one secret from her, when I sent Matt the 2 £5 notes." "Your story is safe with me, my dear old friend," returned Audrey, laying a hand on his arm. "You must never regret telling me. I've heard so many sad histories. People always tell me their troubles. They know they can trust me. I'm fond of talking," went on Audrey in her earnest way, "but I've never betrayed a person's confidence. I've never once repeated anything that my friends have told me. Their troubles are as sacred to me as my own would be." "I'm bound to believe you," returned Mr. O'Brien, looking thoughtfully at the girlish face and steadfast eyes. "Prissy says it always gives her a comfortable feeling to talk out her troubles to you. It is a gift, I am thinking, but you are young to have it. Did I ever tell you, Miss Ross, what Susan said to me when she was dying?" "No, I am sure you never told me that." "Well, Prissy had gone to lie down, and I was alone with Susan. It was the room above us where she died. I was sitting by the fire, thinking she was having a fine sleep, and would surely be better for it, when she suddenly spoke my name. 'Tom,' she said, 'I know just what you're thinking about. You've got Matt on your mind.' Well, I could not deny that, and Susan was always so sharp in finding me out. And then she begged me to sit by her a bit. For you are very low about everything, dear Tom, she went on. You've got to lose me, and there's Prissy, poor girl, with her bad husband, and when you have nothing better to think about, Matt. I wish you were back in the shop, when I could see you looking at the fire in that way. I was only wondering whether I should ever see the poor lad again, I returned with a sigh. That was all my thought, Susan. I am sure you will see him again, she replied very earnestly, with a kind of solemnity in her voice. I don't know why I think so, Tom, but they say the dying are very clear-sighted, and it is strong upon me that Matt will one day seek you out. Now, wasn't that strange, Miss Ross?
No, replied Audrey. She may have spoken the truth. While there is life, there is hope. Do not be disheartened, my dear friend. You have had great troubles, but God has helped you to bear them, and you are not without your blessings.
That's true, he returned, looking round him. I would sooner live in this cottage than in a palace. I don't believe, as the captain says, there is a prettier place anywhere. I like to think Susan lies so near me, in Braille churchyard, and that by and by I'll lie beside her, and if I could only see my girl more cheerful.
Oh, you must give her time to live down her worries. There, I hear the carriage.
And Audrey went in search of her fur-lined cloak. This conversation had taken place about 18 months ago, and though Audrey had never alluded to it of her own accord, it touched her greatly to notice how, when he was alone with her, Mr. O'Brien would drop a few words which showed how clearly he remembered it. There is no one else to whom I can speak of Matt, he said one day. Prissy never cared much about him. I think she dislikes the subject. As sure as ever I mention Matt, she cries and begins to talk of Joe. Audrey was not at all surprised when Mr. O'Brien made that allusion, as she was stroking the tortoise-shell cat in the sunshine. She could hear Mrs. Baxter laying the tea-things in the other parlour, where they generally sat, and the smell of the hot cakes and fragrant new bread reached them. The cuckoo's note was distinctly audible in the distance. A brown bee had buried himself in the calyx of one of the lilies, and some white butterflies were skimming over the flower-beds. The sweet stillness of the summer afternoon seemed to lull her into a reverie. How impossible it was to realize sin and sorrow and broken hearts and the great hungry needs of humanity, when the sky was so blue and cloudless, and the insects were humming in the fullness of their tiny joy.
Will sorrow ever come to me? Thought the girl dreamily. Of course, I know it must some day, but it seems so strange to think of a time when I shall be no longer young and strong and full of joy.
And then a wave of pity swept over her soft heart as she noticed the wrinkles in her old friend's face.
I wish Mrs. Baxter were more cheerful, she said inwardly. She has depressed him, and he has been missing me all these weeks.
Audrey tried to be very good to him as they sat together for the next half hour. She told him the Rutherford news, and then asked him all manner of questions. Audrey was a hypocrite in her innocent fashion. She could not really have been so anxious to know how the strawberries and peas were doing in the little kitchen garden behind the cottage, and if the speckled hen was sitting, or if Hannah, the new girl, were likely to satisfy Mrs. Baxter. And yet all these questions were put, as though everything depended on the answers.
For you know, Mr. O'Brien,
she went on very seriously,
Ralph declares that he shall have very little fruit this season. Those tiresome winds have stripped the apple trees, and for some reason or other we have never had such a poor show of gooseberries.
The potatoes are doing finely, though, returned Mr. O'Brien, who had risen to the bait. After tea, I hope you will walk round the garden with me, ma'am, and you will be surprised to see the way some of the things have improved. Tea is ready, father, observed Mrs. Baxter at this point. Miss Ross, will you take that chair by the window? You'll feel the air there. I'm going to ask a blessing, father. For what we are going to receive, the Lord make us truly thankful. Yes, Miss Ross, those are your favourite scones, and Hannah is baking some more. There's plum preserve and lemon marmalade and homemade seed cake. And Mrs. Baxter pressed one viand after another upon her guest, before she could turn her attention to the teapot, which was at present enveloped in a huge braided cosy.
Dear me, I shall never be able to eat my dinner, Mrs. Baxter, and then Mother will be miserable. You have no idea the fuss she makes if I ever say I'm not hungry.
She's perfectly right, Miss Ross, was the mournful answer. There's no blessing to equal good health, and health mainly depends on appetite. Where would father and I have been if we had not kept our health? It is a wonderful blessing, is it not, father, that I have been so strong, or I should have sunk long ago. But as poor dear mother used to say, there is no blessing like a good constitution. Everyone has his or her style of conversation, just as all authors have their own peculiar style of writing. Mrs. Baxter, for example, delighted in iteration. She had a habit of taking a particular word and working it to death. Michael was the first person to notice this little peculiarity. After his first visit to Vineyard Cottage, as he was driving Audrey home in the dog-cart, he said to her,
"Did you notice how often Mrs. Baxter used the same word? I'm sure she said trouble 50 times if she said it once. She is not a bad-looking young woman, but she is a painfully monotonous talker. I should say she is totally devoid of originality."
"I know nothing about health, Mrs. Baxter," returned Audrey with aggressive cheerfulness. "I'm always so well, you see. I never had the doctor in my life, except when I had the measles."
"And the whooping cough, Miss Ross. Don't say you have not had the whooping cough."
"Oh, yes, when I was a baby, but I hope you do not expect me to remember that."
"I'm glad to hear it, I'm sure, for you have given me quite a turn. There is nothing worse than having the whooping cough late in life. It is quite ruinous to the constitution. You know that, don't you, father? For Great-aunt Saunders never got rid of it, winter and summer. She had a good constitution, too, never ailed much, and brought up a large family, though most of them died before her. They had not her constitution, had they, father? Great-aunt Saunders was a stout-built sort of woman. With all her good constitution and regular living, she never got rid of the whooping cough."
"Shall I give you a slice of this excellent cake?"
asked Audrey politely, and with a laudable desire to hear no more of Great-aunt Saunders' good constitution, and to change the subject, she begged for a recipe of the seed cake for her mother. Mrs. Baxter looked almost happy as she gave it. She was an excellent cook, and her light hand for cakes and pastry, her delicious scones and crisp shortcake, must have been remembered with regret by the recusant Joe, and may have had something to do with his anxious claims. Mrs. Baxter forgot her beloved iteration, her monotonous voice roused into positive animation as she verbally weighed out quantities. "A great deal depends on the oven, Miss Ross, as I tell Hannah. Many and many a well-mixed cake has been spoiled by the baking. You may use the best of materials, but if the oven is over-hot," and so on, to all of which Audrey listened, with that pleased air of intelligent interest which once made Michael call her the most consummate little hypocrite on the face of the earth.
"For you are not a bit interested in listening to old Dr. Sullivan's account of those beetles," he said on that occasion. "You know nothing about beetles, Audrey. I saw you once yawning behind your hand, which was positively rude, and yet there you were making big eyes at the dear old man and hanging on his words as though they were diamonds and pearls."
"You are too hard on me, Michael,"
returned Audrey, who was a little hurt at this accusation. She rarely quarrelled with Michael, but now and then his keen man's wit was too much for her.
"I was very much interested in what Dr. Sullivan was saying, although I certainly did not understand the habits of beetles, any more than I understand the Greek literature about which you were pleased to talk to me," in a pointed tone. "And if I yawned," speaking still in an injured voice, "it was because I'd been up half the night with poor little Patience Atkinson, and I don't like you to call me a hypocrite when I only meant to be kind," finished Audrey, defending herself bravely, in spite of an inward qualm that told her that perhaps Michael was right. Michael looked at her with one of his rare smiles. He saw the girl was a little sore.
"My dear," he said, taking her hand, "don't be vexed with me. You know we always speak the truth to each other. You must not mind my little joke. After all, your friends love you the better for your innocent hypocrisy. We all pretend a little. Conventionality demands it. Which of us would have the courage to say to any man, 'My good friend, do hold your tongue. You are simply boring me with these everlasting stories.'"
"But, Michael,"
persisted Audrey, for she wanted to make this thing very clear to herself as well as to him.
"I think you are wrong in one thing. I am really very seldom bored, as you call it. Even if I do not understand things, if they are not particularly interesting, it pleases me to listen to people. Old Dr. Sullivan did look so happy with that row of nasty little beetles before him that I was quite pleased to watch him. You know people always talk so well on a subject that interests them."
"I know one thing, that there are very few people in the world so amiable as a certain young lady of my acquaintance. The world would be a better place to live in if there were more like her."
But here he checked himself, for he had long ago learnt the useful lesson that speech is sylvan and silence is golden, and that overmuch praise seldom benefited anyone. When tea was over, Audrey accompanied Mr. O'Brien round his small domain, while he proudly commented on the flourishing state of his fruit and vegetables. Before she left the cottage, she contrived to exchange a few words with Mrs. Baxter, who had remained in the house, and whom she found in the tiny kitchen washing up the best cups and saucers. "Girls are mostly careless, Miss Ross," she explained in an apologetic manner. "And Hannah is no better than the rest, so I always wash up mother's china myself. It would worry me more than I am already if a cup were to be broken." "I am so sorry to hear your husband has been troubling you again, Mrs. Baxter." "Yes, indeed, Miss Ross, and it is crying shame for Joe to persecute me as he does. Sometimes I feel I must just run away and hide myself. His visits put me into such a nervous state. It is so bad for father, too. He is not as young as he used to be, and since mother's death, there's been a great change in him. Last time Joe came, he put himself out terribly and was for taking the stick to him. I was all in a tremble. I was indeed, Miss Ross, for Joe had been drinking, and father's a powerful man, and there might have been mischief." "I think your husband must be made to understand that he is to leave you alone." "Oh, you don't know what men are, Miss Ross. They are over fond of their own way. Joe does not find things comfortable with me, and then he is always so greedy for money. The ways of Providence are very dark and mysterious. When I married Joe, I expected as much happiness as other women. He was so pleasant-spoken, had such a way with him, that even father and mother were deceived in him. He never took anything but his tankard of home-brewed ale at our place, and he was so trim and so well set up that all the girls were envying me. But the day I wore my grey silk dress to go with him to church was the most unfortunate day of my life. Mother would far better have laid me in my shroud," finished Mrs. Baxter, with a homely tragedy that was impressive enough in its own way. "Oh, you must not say that," returned Audrey hastily. "Life will not always be so hard, I hope." And then she shook hands with the poor woman. Audrey enjoyed her walk back. It was a delicious evening, and the birds were singing from every brake and hedgerow. Once or twice she heard the harsh call of the corncrake mingled with the flute-like notes of the thrush. A lark was carolling high up in the blue sky. By and by she heard him descend. Audrey walked swiftly down the long grass lanes, and as she neared Rutherford, she could see a dim man's figure in the distance. Of course it was Michael coming to meet her, attended by his faithful Booty. Audrey smiled and quickened her pace. She was quite used to these small attentions, this brotherly surveillance on Michael's part. She was never surprised to find him at some unexpected point, waiting patiently for her. "Am I late?" she asked hastily, as he rose from the stile and slipped his book in his pocket. "I have had such a nice afternoon. They were so pleased to see me, and made so much of me." Then, with a quick change of tone, "You have walked too far to meet me, Michael. You are looking paler than usual this evening."
"Nonsense," he returned good-humouredly. "I am all right. Was Mrs. Baxter as mournful as usual?"
To which question Audrey returned a full explanatory answer. Michael listened with his usual interest, but he made few comments. Perhaps his mind was on other things, for when she had finished, he said, somewhat irrelevantly,
"You're right, Audrey. Mrs. Blake is certainly a very pretty one."
In a moment, Vineyard Cottage, Mr. O'Brien, and the mournful Priscilla vanished from Audrey's mind.
"Oh, Michael, have you really seen him?"
she asked breathlessly.
"Well, I'm not sure,"
was the somewhat provoking answer.
"You were not there to introduce us, you know, and of course I could not swear to it that it was Mrs. Blake."
"Dear me, how slow you are, Michael,"
for he was speaking in a drawling manner.
"Why can't you tell me all about it in a sensible way?"
"Because there is not much to tell," he returned calmly. "I was just passing the grey cottage when a lady in black came out of the gate. I was so close that I had to draw back to let her pass, and of course I just lifted my hat, and she bowed and gave me the sweetest smile. It haunts me now," murmured Captain Burnett in a sort of audible aside.
"A lady in black coming out of the grey cottage? Of course it was Mrs. Blake, you foolish fellow."
"You think so?"
rather sleepily.
"Well, perhaps you're right. I certainly heard a window open and a girl's voice calling out, 'Mamma, will you come back a moment? You have forgotten your sunshade.' And the lady in black said, 'Oh, how stupid of me, Molly,' and then she whisked through the gate again."
"Did you stand still in the middle of the road to hear all this, Michael?"
"No, my dear. There was something wrong with the lock of the schoolhouse gate. It is sometimes a little difficult. I must tell Sayers it wants oiling."
Michael's face was inimitable as he made this remark.
"And so you saw her come out again? Oh, you deep good-for-nothing, Michael."
"I saw her come out again, and she had the sunshade. She walks well, Audrey, and she has a pretty graceful figure, and as for her face—"
"Well," impatiently.
"I think I'll keep that to myself," he replied with a wicked smile. "Do you fancy we could coax Cousin Emmeline to call soon? I begin to feel anxious to enlarge my stock of acquaintance, and you must allow that a bewitching widow is rather alluring." He paused.
"Michael," giving his arm a little jerk, "a joke is a joke, but mind, I will not have you falling in love with Mrs. Blake. Dear me, what would Gage say?" And at this Michael laughed, and Audrey laughed too, though just for the moment she did feel a wee bit uncomfortable, for even the notion of Michael falling in love with any woman was not quite pleasant. "Really, Michael, we must walk faster," she said, recovering herself, "or I shall not have time to dress for dinner." And then they both quickened their footsteps, and no more nonsense was talked about the fascinating Mrs. Blake. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A girl after my own heart. Be to their virtues very kind, be to their faults a little blind, and put a padlock on the mind. Anon. "I will go to the great cottage this afternoon," was Audrey's first thought the next morning when she woke, but she kept this intention to herself when Geraldine came in, after breakfast, to beg for some favourite recipes of her mother's that she had lost on Miss Slade. "And if you have nothing better to do," she said, turning to Audrey, who was filling the flower vases, "I shall be very glad of your company this afternoon, as Percival is going up to London." "Shall you be alone, Gage? Are you expecting any special visitor?" "Well, old Mrs. Drayton is driving out to luncheon with that deaf niece of hers, but they will go away early. They always do. Come up later, Audrey, and bring your work, and perhaps Michael will fetch you. It is so long since we have seen him. I will not ask you both to stay to dinner, as Percival is always a little tired after a journey to London, and a tete-a-tete dinner will suit him better. But we could have a long afternoon. You know you refused me yesterday because of the O'Briens." "I will come up to tea, Gage," interrupted Audrey somewhat hastily. "I would rather avoid Miss Drayton, and Miss Montague is simply terrible. You may expect me about 4:30, and I will give Michael your message." And Audrey carried off her vase to avoid any more necessary questioning. Gage seemed always wanting her now. Was it all sisterly affection, Audrey wondered, or a clever device to counteract the Blake effect? "By the by, Mother," observed Mrs. Harcourt carelessly as she gathered up sundry papers, "I suppose you'll soon be leaving your card on Mrs. Blake. Percival thought I had better call with you, and if you are disengaged next Tuesday or Wednesday—"
"Why, that is a week hence, my love."
"Yes, Mother dear, I know, but I've so many engagements just now that I'm obliged to make my plans beforehand. Besides, we could not very well call before. You know what a muddle they were in."
"Yes, I remember, and Audrey helped them so nicely to get straight. Very well, we will say Tuesday, and I really am very much obliged to Percival for his suggestion. For after all this talk and the things Edith Bryce told you yesterday, I shall be quite nervous in calling alone."
But here a significant look from her daughter checked her, and she changed the subject rather awkwardly. "So, dear Edith has been talking again," thought Audrey as she stepped out on the terrace with her empty basket. "I almost wish I had been at Hillside yesterday and heard things with my own ears." And then she stopped to cut off a dark crimson rose that grew under the schoolroom window, and as she did so, she became aware that Mr. Blake had put down his book and was watching her. She gave him a smile and a nod, and walked to the other side of the garden. "I always forget the schoolroom window," she said to herself with a slight blush as she recalled that fixed look. "Mr. Ollier generally sat with his back to the window and took no notice. He was blind as a bat, too, but Mr. Blake is very observant." Mrs. Ross had arranged to drive into Dulverton after luncheon with her husband. When Audrey had seen them off, and had exchanged a parting joke with her father, she started off for the grey cottage. Things had arranged themselves admirably. She had 2 hours before Geraldine would expect her. Michael had consented to fetch her. Kester was coming to him early in the afternoon, and he had also promised to take a class for Dr. Ross, who would put in an appearance about 5:30, and Audrey professed herself satisfied with this arrangement. Audrey met Kester on her way to the cottage. The poor boy was dragging himself along rather painfully on his crutches. The heat tried him, he said, but he seemed bright and cheerful. Audrey looked pitifully at his shabby jacket and old boots. She noticed, too, the frayed edges of his wristbands. "Is it poverty or bad management?" she thought, and then she asked Kester how he liked his new tutor. The boy flushed up in a moment.
"Awfully. I like him awfully, Miss Ross, and so does Cyril. You have no idea of the trouble he takes with me. I know nothing of mathematics, but I mean to learn. Why," went on Kester with an important air, "I'm so busy now, working up for Cyril and Captain Burnett, that I can hardly find time for Molly's sums and Latin."
Evidently, Kester did not wish to be pitied for his additional labours.
"Poor fellow, how happy he looks,"
Audrey said to herself as she went on.
"Michael is doing good work there."
But somehow she could not forget those frayed wristbands all the remainder of the day. There was a button off his jacket, too. She had noticed the unsightly gap.
"I wish Mrs. Blake had a little more method," she thought. "Molly and Kester are certainly rather neglected. How could poor Molly go to chapel in that frock?"
Audrey let herself in at the green gate, but this time there was no Molly on the threshold. She rang, and Biddy came hobbling out of the kitchen.
"The mistress is in there," she said,
with a jerk of her head towards the dining room, and then she threw open the door.
"Here's Miss Ross, mistress,"
she said unceremoniously. Biddy was evidently unaccustomed to parlour work. Molly, who was sewing in the window beside her mother, threw down her work with delighted exclamation, and Zack gave a bark of recognition. Mrs. Blake welcomed her very cordially.
"My dear Miss Ross," she said in her soft, pretty voice, "we thought you had quite forgotten us. Poor Molly has been as restless as possible. I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see you again. I was half afraid you had disappeared altogether, after the fashion of a benevolent brownie."
"I have so many friends,"
began Audrey, but Mrs. Blake interrupted her.
"There, I told you so, Molly. I said to this foolish child when she was bemoaning your absence, 'You may take my word for it, Molly. Miss Ross has a large circle of friends and acquaintances. It is only to be expected in her position, and of course we must not monopolize her, especially as we are newcomers and comparative strangers.'"
"Molly thinks differently, don't you, Molly? We are quite old friends, are we not?"
And Audrey gave her a kind glance. How flushed and tired the poor child was looking, but she brightened up in a moment.
"Of course we are not strangers," she returned quite indignantly. "Mamma is only saying that because she wishes you to contradict her. Oh, Miss Ross," nestling up to her, "I have so wanted to see you. I have looked out for you every day. I could not possibly come before, dear." "No, but now you'll stay for a long time. Mamma, won't you ask Miss Ross to stay to tea? And Biddy will bake some scones. Biddy will do anything for Miss Ross. She said so the other day." "My dear child, I could not possibly stay. I'm going to have tea with my sister. She lives in one of the hill houses. Another time, Molly."
As a cloud of disappointment passed over Molly's face, and to divert her thoughts, she took up the work.
"Why, what pretty stuff. Is this for your new frock?"
Molly's brow cleared like magic.
"Yes. Is it not lovely? Cyril chose it. He bought it for my last birthday, only Mamma was too busy to make it up. But both my frocks will be done tonight. Mamma says she will not go to bed until they are finished."
"Well, I mean to keep my word," returned Mrs. Blake good-humouredly. "And your new hat will be trimmed too, and then Cyril will not grumble any more about his sister's shabbiness. I have been working like a slave ever since I got up this morning, and yet this naughty child pretended she was tired because I wanted to stitch the sleeves."
"But, Mamma, I had to iron all those handkerchiefs for Biddy."
"Yes, I know, and it was terribly hot in the kitchen. She does look tired, does she not, Miss Ross? I have a good idea, Molly. Put down that sleeve, and I will finish it myself in a twinkling, and fetch your hat and go down to the cricket field and bring Cyril back with you to tea. It will be a nice walk for you."
"Oh, Mamma," protested Molly, "I would so much rather stay here with you and Miss Ross, and I don't care about the walk."
"But if I wish you to go," and there was a certain inflection in Mrs. Blake's soft voice, which evidently obliged poor Molly to obey. She rose reluctantly, but there were tears of vexation in her eyes. Audrey felt grieved for her favourite, but she was unwilling to interfere. She only took the girl's hand and detained her a moment.
"Mrs. Blake, could you spare Molly to me tomorrow afternoon? I want to show her our garden. It is looking so lovely just now."
"You are very kind," hesitating slightly. "But are you sure that it will be convenient to Mrs. Ross?"
"My mother has nothing to do with it. Molly will be my visitor,"
returned Audrey quietly, and then she continued diplomatically.
"I know my mother intends to call on you next week, Mrs. Blake. She and my sister were planning it this morning. They are only waiting until you are settled."
Evidently Mrs. Blake was much pleased with this piece of information. She coloured slightly, and her manner became more animated. "That is very kind. I do so long to see Mrs. Ross. Cyril is charming with her, and he thinks Mrs. Harcourt wonderfully handsome. Oh yes, I can easily spare Molly, and her frock and hat will be all ready. Now off with you, child," with laughing peremptoriness, and Molly only paused to kiss her friend and whisper that she was quite happy now, as she would have her all to herself the next day. "Molly has got to a difficult age," observed Mrs. Blake, stitching rapidly as she spoke, and Audrey again admired the lovely profile and finely shaped head. "She is getting a little self-willed and wants her own way. And then she's such a chatterbox, she would hardly let me get in a word. Sometimes I like to have my friends to myself. You can understand that, Miss Ross?" "Oh, yes, that is easily understood," returned Audrey, who nevertheless missed Molly. "I thought I could talk to you more easily without her this afternoon. I want to speak to you about your cousin. Captain Bennet is your cousin, is he not?" "He is my father's cousin." "Ah, well, that is much the same. Is he a pale, slight-looking man with a reddish-brown moustache?" "Certainly that description suits Michael. I think he has such a nice face, Mrs. Blake." "I dare say. He is not handsome, but he looks like a soldier. What keen, bright eyes he has. The children have talked about him so much that I was quite curious to see him." "It is certain that you have seen him. No one else in Rutherford answers to that description. It is odd how everyone makes that remark about Michael's eyes." "Yes, they are a little too searching. I have plenty of courage, but I am disposed to feel afraid of Captain Bennet. What I wanted to say, Miss Ross, is this, that I am truly grateful to your cousin for his kind interest in my poor boy." "Do you mean this as a message?" "That is just as you think proper, but in my opinion he ought to know how much Kester's mother appreciates his kindness. When I first heard of the plan, I will confess to you honestly, Miss Ross, I was a little bit alarmed. Kester did not explain things properly. He would have it that Captain Bennet meant to give him lessons here, and I told Cyril that would never do. Cyril was a trifle bothered about it himself, until he had a talk with Captain Bennet and found out that Kester was to go to Woodcote." "Oh, yes, of course. Michael intended that all along." "True, and I ought not to have flurried myself, but if you only knew what I went through at Headingley and the unkind things that people said of me. A burnt child dreads the fire, and I was determined that no one should have an opportunity of speaking against me at Rutherford. What a hard world it is, Miss Ross, just because I am, well," with a little laugh, "what you call good-looking. Why should I deny the truth? I am sure I care little about my looks, except for Cyril's sake, but just because I am not plain, people take advantage of my unprotected position. Oh, the things that were said," with a quick frown of annoyance at the recollection. "I dare say some of them have reached your ears. Haven't you heard, for example, that I tried to set my cap at Dr. Forrester, only his daughter grew alarmed and insulted me so grossly that I vowed never to speak to him again? Have you not heard that, Miss Ross?" Audrey was obliged to confess that something of this story had reached her. "But I did not believe it, Mrs. Blake, and I do not believe it now," she continued hastily. Mrs. Blake's eyes filled with indignant tears. "It was not true, not a word of it," she returned in a low, vehement voice. "You may ask Cyril. Oh, how angry he was when the report reached him. He came home and took me in his arms and said we should not stay there. No one should talk against his mother. They did say such horrid things against me, Miss Ross, and yet how could I help Dr. Forrester calling on me sometimes? He was never invited. No one asked him to repeat his visits. Molly will tell you I was barely civil to him. I suppose he admired me, that is the truth, and his daughter knew it and made her bitter. Well, after that I declared that nothing would induce me to receive gentlemen again, unless they were Cyril's friends, and he brought them himself." Audrey was silent. She had been very angry when Geraldine had told her the story. She had declared it was pure fabrication, a piece of village gossip. "Besides, if it were true," she had continued, "where's the harm of a wealthy widower with one daughter falling in love with a good-looking widow? And yet Edith Bryce seems to hint darkly at some misconduct on Mrs. Blake's part." "You're putting it too strongly, dear," returned her sister. "Edith only said she considered Mrs. Blake rather flippant in manner and a little too gracious to gentlemen." But Audrey had refused to hear more. "I was utterly wretched at Headingley," went on Mrs. Blake in her sweet, plaintive voice, "and Cyril grew to hate it at last, for my sake. He says he is sure it will be different here, and that people are much nicer. I believe he thinks you angelic, Miss Ross, and your mother only a degree less so. Only last night you said it to me as we were walking up and down in the moonlight. I'm certain you'll be happy at Rutherford, mother. You have one nice friend already, and— But there, I'd better not repeat my boy's words." Audrey felt anxious to change the subject. "Where did you live before you went to Headingley?" she asked abruptly, and Mrs. Blake was clever enough to take her cue. We were lodgings in Richmond, she answered readily. You know we were poor, and I was straining every nerve to keep Cyril at Oxford. I had been saving up every year for it, but I cannot deny we were sadly pinched. I had to send Biddy home for a year or two, and Molly and Kester and I lived in 3 little rooms in such a dull street. Cyril generally got a holiday engagement for the summer, but when he joined us, I procured him a bedroom near us. It used to make him very unhappy to see the way we lived, but I always comforted him by reminding him that one day he would make a home for us, and that cheered him up. You were certainly very good to him. Some mothers would not have done half so much, observed Audrey. She was repaid for this little speech, as a smile, almost infantile in its sweetness, came to Mrs. Blake's lips. I wish Cyril could hear you say that, but he knows, he feels, I have done my best for him. Yes, my darling, I have, indeed. She clasped her hands and sighed. What did a little extra work, a few sacrifices matter when one looked to the future? We were very straitened. The poor children did not always have what they needed. But I don't think we were, any of us, unhappy. I can so well understand that. I think people are too much afraid of being poor. I could never see, myself, why poverty should hinder happiness. Do you not? Looking at her a little curiously. But you have not served my apprenticeship. You do not know how hard it is for a pleasure-loving nature to be deprived of so many sources of enjoyment, to have to stint one's taste for pretty things, to be perpetually saying no to oneself. And yet you own that you were happy. Oh yes, after a fashion. I think the poor children were until Kester got so ill. Molly and I used to walk about Richmond Park and build castles in the air. We planned what we would do if we were rich, and sometimes we would amuse ourselves by looking into the shop windows and thinking what we should like to buy, like a couple of gutter children, and sometimes on a winter's evening we would blow out the candles and sit around the fire and tell stories. And then you say Kester fell ill. Well, it was not exactly an illness, but he seemed to dwindle and pine somehow, and Cyril and I got dreadfully anxious about him. I don't think Richmond suited him, and I could not give him the comforts he needed, and he fretted so about his want of education. He seemed to get better directly we went to Headingley, and Cyril began to give him lessons. Yes, I see. And then Audrey took advantage of the pause to look at her watch. It was later than she thought, and she rose reluctantly to go. Mrs. Blake rose too. Don't you think me an odd, unconventional sort of person to tell you all this? She asked a little abruptly. Do you know, Cyril often says that I make him very anxious because I am so dreadfully impulsive and speak out everything I think. But I made up my mind that afternoon when Cyril told me that Mrs. Bryce was a connection of your sister's that I would talk to you about the Headingley Warriors on the first opportunity. I am very glad you have spoken to me. I think it was very brave of you. No, my dear Miss Ross, not brave, but cowardly. I was so afraid you'll be prejudiced against me, and you must know that I have taken a great fancy to you. I'm a very strange creature. I always like or dislike a person at first sight, and I never, perhaps I should say I scarcely ever, change my opinion. I think that is a great mistake. It is impossible to read some people at first sight. Perhaps so, but you were distinctly legible. When I looked out my window and saw you setting out the little tea table on the lawn with Molly, I said to myself, that is a girl after my own heart. Audrey laughed, but the little compliment pleased her. Somehow Mrs. Blake's manner made everything she said seem charming. Audrey felt more and more drawn to this fascinating woman. And I want you to come very often, and to be my friend as well as Molly's, with soft insistence. Yes, yours and Molly's and Kester's, replied Audrey in an amused voice. And not Cyril's? My dear Miss Rice, I hope you do not mean to exclude Cyril. Oh, of course not, rather hurriedly. But Mrs. Blake, he must really let me go, or Geraldine will be waiting tea. As it is, I shall have to walk very fast to make up for lost time. Audrey's thoughts were very busy as she walked swiftly up the hill. I like her. I like her exceedingly, she said to herself. I've never met a more interesting person. She is so naive and winning in her manner. I feel I will soon love her, and yet all the time I see her faults so plainly. She is terribly unpractical and manages as badly as possible. Edith Bryce was right when she said that. And she is foolish with regard to her eldest son. No mother ought to be so partial. I am afraid Kester must feel it. All his interests are secondary to his brother's. It is hardly fair. And Molly, too. The child seems a perfect drudge. No, my dear woman, I admire you more than I can say, and I know I shall very soon get fond of you. But you are not blameless. And then a curious doubt crept into Audrey's mind with all her impulsiveness. Was not Mrs. Blake rather a clever woman to tell the Forrester story in her own way? Audrey had already heard a very different version. She knew Agatha Forrester had lived in deadly terror of the charming widow. It was true that she had declined to believe the story, and that her sympathies were enlisted on Mrs. Blake's side. But still, was it not rather a clever stratagem on Mrs. Blake's part to secure her as an ally? But Audrey dismissed this thought as quickly as it passed through her mind. "Why, what nonsense," she argued. "I am accusing Mrs. Blake of being a little deep, when she herself owned frankly that she was anxious to prejudice me in her favour. Of course, she knew Edith Bryce would talk to Gage, and it was only wise of her to tell me the truth. People must have treated her very badly at Headingley, or her son would not have taken her part. He seems to have plenty of common sense, although he dotes on her. They are a wonderfully interesting family, and I seem to know them all so well already." And this last reflection brought her to Hillside. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Molly goes to Deepwater Chine. Well, I know what they feel. They gaze, and the evening wind plays on their faces. They gaze, airs from the Eden of youth, awake and stir in their soul. Matthew Arnold. Molly arrived very punctually the next afternoon. Audrey, who was watching for her, hardly recognized the girl as she came slowly along the terrace. She wore a pretty grey stuff frock and a straw hat, trimmed very tastefully with the simplest materials, and her usually unkempt locks were neatly arranged in a broad, glossy plait that reached to her waist. Audrey felt quite proud of her appearance, and took her into the drawing-room to see her mother and sister, for Geraldine had just dropped in, on her way down the town. Mrs. Ross received her very nicely, but Geraldine took very little notice of her. Molly was rather shy and awkward, and answered all of Mrs. Ross's questions in monosyllable. She seemed so hot and confused that Mrs. Ross's motherly heart took compassion on her.
"Do not let us keep you, my dear,"
she said, addressing Audrey.
"I am sure Geraldine will excuse you, and it is far too fine to stay indoors."
"In that case, we will go, Molly,"
returned Audrey in a relieved tone.
"Goodbye, Gage. I dare say I shall see you tomorrow, and, Mother, let me know when tea is ready."
And then she beckoned Molly to follow her. Molly was no longer silent when she found herself alone with her friend.
"Oh, dear, Miss Ross, what a grand house you live in, and what a lovely garden. Ours must seem such a poor, poky little place after this, and yet we were all so pleased with it. I do like Mrs. Ross so. She is such a dear old lady."
Audrey had never heard her mother called a dear old lady before.
"And what a grand-looking person your sister is. I never saw anyone so handsome."
But Molly's tone was a trifle dubious.
"I hope you mean to like her too, Molly." "I don't seem to know her yet," replied Molly evasively, "but I like looking at her. Somehow I could not talk before her. Where are we going, Miss Ross? There is no pond that I can see." "No lake," corrected Audrey with much dignity. "No, Molly, I am going to introduce you to the greenhouses and poultry yard first. Then there are the pigs, and the boys' playground. Oh, a host of sights, before we make our way down to the lake." "Ah, now you mean to be funny, because Cyril always calls it the pond, and Kester too. You must be very rich, Miss Ross, to live here and have all these fine things. Mamma was saying so to Cyril when he was telling us about it." "This is my favourite little bantam, Molly," interposed Audrey, and then Molly gave herself up to enjoyment. There were so many things to see. Molly wondered and exclaimed and admired, with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, until Audrey told herself the child was positively pretty. At last they found themselves by the tiny lake, with their hands full of bread for Snowflake and Eiderdown, while a little troop of rare foreign ducks hung somewhat timidly in the rear. Presently, to Molly's intense delight, they got into the canoe, and Audrey, with much gravity, commenced their voyage. "For you may laugh, Molly," she said severely, "but you have no idea of the extent of the place. This island is called the Swan's Nest. We need not land, because we can see it perfectly from the canoe, but you may perhaps notice a small wooden building somewhere in the recesses of the island." "Oh, yes, I see it perfectly," returned Molly with the utmost candour. "I could almost cover the island with my pocket handkerchief, but of course it is very pretty." Audrey gave a withering glance. "We will go on a little further. You have a capital view of Woodcote now. The house is in fine perspective. There is Michael's Bench, so called after my cousin, Captain Bennett. And this, Molly,"
pointing to a pretty little thicket of trees and shrubs reaching down to the water, "is Deepwater Chine. With your permission, we will rest here a moment."
"Have we got to the end of our voyage?"
laughed Molly.
"Oh, dear Miss Ross, how droll you are this afternoon. But it is pretty, sweetly pretty, and how lovely those swans are. How happy you must be to live in such a dear place."
"I'm very fond of it," returned Audrey dreamily. "Listen to those birds. Father is so fond of them. You cannot admire the place more than I do, Molly. To me, Woodcote is the finest place in the world. It would be dreadful to leave it."
"Why should you ever leave it, Miss Ross?"
"Why, indeed?"
with an amused curl of her lip.
"I don't suppose I ever shall leave it, Molly."
"Not unless you married,"
replied Molly in a serious voice.
"People are obliged to go away when they are married, are they not? But perhaps you'll have as grand a place of your own."
"I have made up my mind that I will be an old maid," returned Audrey lazily.
"Old maids lead such nice, useful, unselfish lives."
And then, as Molly opened her eyes rather widely at this, she went on,
"What a pretty frock that is, and that smocking is exquisitely done. I really must ask your mother to give me lessons, for it will be useful if I ever should have any nephews and nieces,"
thought Audrey, who was practical in her own way.
"Mamma will be delighted to teach you. She is so fond of you, Miss Ross. She was talking about you half the evening. Do you know she did not go to bed until past 1 o'clock? She was finishing my blue cambric. Cyril begged her to put it down half a dozen times, but she said no, she had made up her mind to finish it, and the hat too. He had to go off to bed and leave her at last, and it was not really done until past 1.
Audrey made no comment. She was asking herself how far she ought to encourage Molly's childish loquacity. She was very original and amusing.
"But if I do not check her," thought Audrey, "there is no knowing what she may say next. All the Blakes are very outspoken."
But Molly was disposed to enlarge on a topic that interested her so closely. She had arrived at an age when a girl begins to feel some anxiety to make the best of herself. Her nice new frock was an important ingredient in the day's pleasure. She felt a different Molly from the Molly of yesterday. It was as though Cinderella, dusty and begrimed with her ashes, had suddenly donned her princess's robe.
"I'm so glad you think my frock pretty," she went on. "I shall be able to go to chapel with Cyril next Sunday. This is my Sunday frock. My blue cambric is for every afternoon. It was very fortunate Mamma was in her working mood yesterday, for she would never have allowed me to come in my old brown frock. She is so busy today, she made me bring down her a pile of Kester's shirts that want mending. 'For the poor boy is in rags,' she said. Stop, I think it was Cyril who said that. I thought it was funny for Mamma to notice about Kester. Yes, it was Cyril."
"Molly, do you know your mother calls you a sad chatterbox?" observed Audrey at this point.
Molly coloured up and looked perturbed.
"Oh, Miss Ross, did Mamma tell you that really? Perhaps that was why she wanted to get rid of me yesterday, because I talked so much. Do you know," dropping her voice and looking rather melancholy, "I never do seem to please Mamma, however much I try, and I do try, oh so hard. I never mind Cyril laughing at me, because he does it so good-naturedly, but when Mamma speaks in that reproachful voice, and says that at my age I might help her more, I do feel so unhappy. I often cry about it when I go to bed, and then the next day I'm sure to be more stupid and forget things and make mistakes, and then Mamma gets more displeased with me than ever."
"My dear little Molly, I am sure you work hard enough."
"Yes, but there is so much to do," returned Molly with a heavy sigh. "Biddy is so old. She cannot make the beds and sweep and clean and cook the dinner without any help. Kester is always saying that if we had a younger and stronger servant we should do so much better, but Mamma is so angry when she hears him say that, she declares nothing will induce her to part with Biddy. Biddy used to be Mamma's nurse, you know. Sometimes I get so tired of doing the same things day after day, and I long to go out and play tennis, like other girls, but that is not the worst."
And here poor Molly looked ready to cry.
"Do you mind if I tell you, Miss Ross? I seem talking so much about myself I'm so afraid of wearying you."
"No, dear, you may tell me anything you like. About yourself, I mean," corrected Audrey hastily.
"Yes, I know what you mean, and it will make me so comfortable to talk it all out, and I have only Kester, you know. I'm so afraid, and Kester is afraid too, that with all this rough work I shall never be as ladylike as Mamma. She has such beautiful manners, and then you have noticed her hands, Miss Ross. They are so white and pretty, and look at mine."
And Molly thrust out a brown, roughened little hand for inspection.
"You have a pretty hand, too, Molly, though it is not quite soft at present. But if I were you, I should be proud to think that it was hard with good, honest work for others."
Yes, if only Cyril would not notice it. He told me one day that no young lady ought to have hands like a kitchen maid. Mamma heard him say it, and she begged me to use glycerine and sleep in gloves, but I could not do such things. I'm afraid you think me very complaining, Miss Ross, but I have not got the worst trouble of all, and that is that I have so little time for my lessons. Oh, I was going to ask you about that. I fret about it dreadfully sometimes, and then Kester is so sorry for me. He does all he can for me, poor boy, but sometimes on a hot afternoon I am too sleepy and stupid to do my sums and Latin. I don't like sums, Miss Ross, or Latin either. I would so much rather read French and history with Mamma. She reads so beautifully and teaches so well, and somehow she is so often too busy or too tired to attend to me. And who teaches you music? No one. And here Molly's face wore a look of the deepest dejection. We have no piano, and Mamma does not play. When we lived at Richmond, the lady in the drawing-room taught me my notes, and I used to practice scales and exercises in her room. She was such a funny old dear with queer little pinned-up curls. Her name was Miss Foster. She had been a governess, and she used to be so kind to Kester and me. She would ask us into her room and give us cake and nice things, but I don't think she liked Mamma. She was always pitying us and calling us poor children, but I'm sure we were very happy. And she gave you music lessons? Yes, and I got on quite nicely. I am so fond of music, Miss Ross, and so is Cyril. He sings beautifully and can play his own accompaniments. He talks of hiring a piano, and perhaps I can practice my scales and exercises.
Audrey made no answer for a moment. She was deep in thought, and then she said suddenly,
Are you busy all the morning, Molly? I mean, if you had a piano, when would you practice?
This question seemed to puzzle Molly.
I hardly know, Miss Ross. In the morning, I think, when I had done helping Biddy. Kester generally wants me for an hour in the afternoon, and there is the chance, too, that Mamma might call me to read history with her. I dare say I could get half an hour or so before dinner. Luncheon, I mean. Would you like to come to me twice a week for a lesson? Oh, Molly, dear, take care.
For the girl was starting up in her excitement.
The water is very deep here, and if you upset us— No, I'll sit quite still. I did so want to kiss you. It's such a lovely idea. I'm so glad you approve of it. I tell you what, Molly, I will call one afternoon and settle it with your mother. The morning will suit me best. I generally go out after luncheon, unless we have a tennis party at home, but with a little management I think I could contrive to spare you an hour twice a week, perhaps an hour and a half, finished Audrey, whose busy brain had already suggested that a French exercise of half an hour's French reading might be thrown in after the music lesson. Audrey was a good linguist and played very nicely. It made her quite happy to think that she could turn her accomplishments to account. And really the child was so disgracefully neglected. Audrey did not scruple a bit to use the word disgracefully. It was strange how all her sympathy was enlisted on Molly's behalf, and yet she could not like Mrs. Blake one whit the less for her mismanagement of the girl. On the contrary, Audrey only felt her interest quicken with each fresh sidelight and detail. She longed to take the Blake household under her especial protection, to manipulate the existing arrangements, and put things on a different footing. Biddy should go. That should be the first innovation. A strong, sturdy Rutherford girl like Rhoda Atkinson to come in her place. Poor little Molly should be set free from all but the lightest household duties. A little dusting or pastry-making. She should have regular hours for practicing, for reading French, even for drawing. Geraldine was very good-natured. She drew beautifully. Audrey was quite sure that after a time she might be pressed into the service. Between herself, Gage, and Kester, Molly might turn out an accomplished woman. Dreams. Mere dreams, if Mrs. Blake could not be induced to part with Biddy. And here the thought of the little work-roughened hands gave Audrey a positive pang. Molly, on the contrary, sat and beamed at her young benefactress. She was that. She was everything perfect in Molly's eyes. Molly's cup of happiness was full to overflowing. To see her dear Miss Ross twice a week, to be taught by her, to study her beloved music, Molly's heart sang for joy. The sunshine seemed to intoxicate her. She was in a new world, a world with swans and birds and bees in it, full of leafy shadows and rippling tiny waves. The kind face opposite her broke into a smile. Well, Molly, are you tired of sitting here? Shall we go back to the landing place? Miss Ross, there is Cyril looking for us, exclaimed Molly, almost beside herself with excitement. Yes, do please let us go back. He is waving to us. And Audrey paddled across the pond. Cyril lifted his straw hat rather gravely, but there was restrained eagerness in his manner as he helped them to alight. Mrs. Ross sent me to fetch you, he said quietly. Tea is ready, and Miss Cardell and her brother are in the drawing-room. Mrs. Ross begged me to come back with you. Why, Molly,
with a pleased look. "I should hardly have known you. She looks almost grown up, does she not, Miss Ross?" His manner had changed in a moment. He looked bright and animated. His slight gravity vanished. It was Audrey who became suddenly embarrassed. The eager look with which the young man had greeted her had not been unnoticed by her. Cyril's dark eyes were very expressive. More than once during the last day or two, Audrey had innocently intercepted those strange, searching glances, and they vaguely disturbed her. "It is very good of you to take all this trouble with Molly," continued Cyril as he walked beside her towards the house. "I need not ask if she has been happy, Molly?"
"I've had a lovely time,"
exclaimed Molly, almost treading on Cyril's heels in her excitement.
"Oh, Cyril, do ask Miss Ross to take you in the canoe to Deepwater Chine. It is such a delicious place. The trees dip into the water, and the birds come down to drink and bathe, and we saw a water rat and a water wagtail, and there was a cuckoo, and we could hear the cooing of the wood pigeons whenever we were silent, and oh, it was paradise."
"I can believe it," returned Cyril in a low voice.
"Mr. Blake," asked Audrey hastily, "why is it that you're not in the cricket field with the boys?"
"Coney Bear has taken my place. A lot of the boys were kept in, which means I was a prisoner too. I have only just opened the gale door to the poor wretches. If you want to see a heart-breaking sight, Miss Ross, and sad enough to touch the stoniest heart, go into the schoolroom on a half-holiday on a summer's afternoon when half a dozen boys are kept in for lessons returned. The utter misery depicted on those boys' faces is not to be described."
"I should just shut up their books and tell them to be off."
"I dare say you would," with an amused look at her. "I can well imagine that you would be Mrs. Ross's role. We masters have to harden our hearts. Discipline must be maintained, as that delightful old fellow in Bleak House used to say. Bad work brings its own punishment."
"You are as stern as Captain Burnett. By the by, where is Michael?"
"He's gone out with Dr. Ross. That is why Mrs. Ross wants me to make myself useful." And Cyril did make himself useful. Some more visitors dropped in, Geraldine amongst them. She had finished her business in town, had paid a couple of calls, and now looked in on her way home. Somehow Woodcote was always on the way home, but then, as everyone said, there were few daughters so devoted to their mother as young Mrs. Harcourt. Audrey, who was presiding at the tea-table, saw her sister looking at Mr. Blake with reluctant admiration. She had never before noticed the quiet ease of his manners. He had lost his first shyness, and was now making himself exceedingly pleasant to Mrs. Ross's guests. Mr. Cardell, who was a stiff, solemn-faced young man, was placed at a decided disadvantage. Clever and gentlemanly as he was, he looked positively awkward beside Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake seemed to see everything, to notice in a moment if a lady wanted her cup put down, if her tea were not her taste. He carried sugar and cream to one, cake or bread and butter to another. He seemed to know by instinct when the teapot wanted replenishing, and was ready to lift the heavy kettle, but he never remained by Audrey's side a moment. As Audrey busied herself among her teacups, she was amazed by overhearing a fragment of conversation behind her. Emily Cardell, a plain, good-natured sort of girl, had seated herself beside Geraldine.
"Mr. Blake seems a decided acquisition,"
she observed in a loud whisper that was distinctly audible.
"We ought all to be very much obliged to Dr. Ross. He is very young, but so distinguished-looking. Poor Oliver is quite cast in the shade."
"I don't know about that, Emily."
"I suppose you think comparisons are odious, but all the same I am sure you must admire Mr. Blake."
"I think he is very gentlemanly and pleasant."
"Dear me, Geraldine, that is very moderate praise. I never saw anyone with more finished manners."
Here Audrey moved away, but her lip curled a little, with Geraldine's tone of being so utterly devoid of enthusiasm, if she had not known her sister was within earshot. Just then Molly touched Audrey on the arm.
"Miss Ross, Cyril says I have been here long enough, and that he is going to take me away."
"Are you sure that I worded it quite so ungraciously?" observed Cyril, who had followed her. "All the same, I think you will endorse my opinion, Miss Ross. Molly has been here all the afternoon."
"It has been a very pleasant afternoon,"
returned Audrey with one of her kind looks at Molly,
"and I hope we shall have many more. Molly and I mean to see a good deal of each other."
And then she bade them good-bye and turned to the other guests, who were also making their adieu. Geraldine remained behind to exchange a few confidential words with her mother, and Audrey stepped out on the terrace. As she did so, she was surprised to see Michael sitting just outside the drawing-room window. He had evidently been there some time. As she sat down beside him, she was struck by his air of dejection.
"Oh, Michael, how tired you look. Have you had your tea?"
He shook his head.
"Then I will go and fetch you some. Do let me, Michael."
But he had stopped her. Michael's hand was very thin and white, but when he cared to put out his strength, it had a grasp like iron, and that firm, soft grip on Audrey's wrist kept her a prisoner.
"No, don't go. It is so late that I would rather wait for dinner. I heard the teacups, but I was too lazy to move, and to judge from the voices the room must have been pretty full."
"Yes, the Cardells and the Fortescues and Gage were there."
"Mr. Blake, too, was he not?"
"Yes, Mother asked him. She wanted him to help entertain the Cardells."
"Yes, I see. And he seems disposed to be friendly. Your father has asked him to dinner tomorrow night to meet the Pagets."
"Indeed."
And Audrey tried to suppress the pleasure she felt at this intelligence.
"Have you any objection?"
She asked the question in a joking manner. To her surprise, her cousin answered her quite gravely.
"Well, I think it would be a pity to take too much notice of them. He is young enough to be spoilt. People are glad to have a good-looking fellow like Blake at their parties, and then I hear he has a magnificent voice. I expect half the young ladies of Rutherford will be in love with him. Miss Emily Cardell among them, eh, Audrey?"
"I am sure I don't know," returned Audrey coldly. "Mr. Blake's good looks are nothing to me."
She spoke with unusual petulance, as though something in her cousin's remarks had not pleased her.
"Well, if you will not have some tea, Michael, I must go back to Mother and Gage."
And as Michael said no word to detain her, she moved away so quickly that she did not hear the half-stifled sigh with which Michael took up his paper again. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Geraldine gives her opinion.
We must be courteous to a man as we are to a picture, which we are willing to give the advantage of a good light.
Emerson.
She has a most winning manner and a soft voice.
The Abbot. Audrey was able to fulfill her promise to Molly the very next day, when she encountered Mrs. Blake unexpectedly some little way from the town. She was just turning down a lane where one of her protégés, a little lame seamstress, lived, when Zack suddenly bounded round the corner and jumped on her with one of his delighted barks. In the next moment she saw a lady in black walking very quickly towards her. She wore a large, shady hat that completely hid her face, but there was no mistaking that graceful figure. Mrs. Blake had a peculiar walk. It was rapid, decided, and had a light skimming movement that reminded Audrey of some bird flying very near the ground, and she had a singular habit, as she walked, of turning her head from side to side, as though scanning distant objects, which deepened this resemblance. "What a charming surprise!" she exclaimed, quickening her pace until it became a little run. "Who would have thought of meeting you, my dear Miss Ross, in this out-of-the-way corner? Some errand of mercy has brought you, of course," with a glance at Audrey's basket. "That dainty little white cloth reminds me of Red Riding Hood. I would wager anything that under it there are new-laid eggs and butter. Down, Zack, you are sniffing it just as though you are that wicked wolf himself."
"I'm going to see Rhoda Williams," returned Audrey. "She is lame, poor girl, and has miserable health besides, but she works beautifully. Geraldine and I employ her as much as possible. I suppose you and Zack have been having a walk."
"My dear Miss Ross,"
with extreme gravity, "I am not taking an ordinary constitutional. I've come out in the hope of preserving my reason. I've been enacting a new version of Hood's Song of the Shirt for the last 2 days. It has been stitch, stitch, stitch. How did the words run on? Until I was on the brink of delirium. An hour ago I said to Molly, if you have any love for your mother, carry away that basket and hide it. Do not let me see it again for 24 hours. Nature is exhausted. And then I put on my hat, and at the risk of spoiling my complexion, came out into this blessed sunshine." Audrey laughed. There was something so droll, so mirth-provoking in Mrs. Blake's tone. Any other woman would have said in a matter-of-fact way,
"I was tired of work, and so I put on my bonnet."
But Mrs. Blake liked to drape her sentences effectively.
"It is very fortunate that we have met,"
returned Audrey when she had finished her laugh,
"for I want to ask you a great favour."
And she detailed her little scheme for Molly. Mrs. Blake was evidently surprised, but she testified her gratitude in her usual impulsive way. "How good, how kind of you, my dear Miss Ross. Indeed, I do not know how to thank you. No one has ever taken so much notice of my poor Molly before, except that droll old creature, Miss Foster. But she could not bear me, a compliment I reciprocated, so we always quarrelled when we met."
"And you will spare Molly to me for an hour or so twice a week?"
"Will I not? Do you suppose I am such an unnatural mother that I should refuse such a generous offer? I really am ashamed to tell you, Miss Ross, that I do not know a note of music. When I was a girl, I was very perverse, and refused to learn because I said I had no ear. But in reality, I hated the trouble of all those scales and exercises. Of course, I am sorry for it now. Cyril is so musical, and has such a delightful voice, and even poor little Molly has picked up her notes as cleverly as possible."
"I'm so glad you have not refused me. I am sure I shall enjoy teaching Molly. I think we had better begin as soon as possible. Let me see, this is Friday. You will ask her to come to me on Monday morning. I will be ready for her past 11.
"Thank you 1,000 times. I will certainly give her your message. What a blessing that new cambric is finished. Cyril will be so pleased when I tell him about your kindness. He worries dreadfully about Molly sometimes. He says her education is so desultory, but I tell him he cannot alter his mother's nature. I never was methodical. It drives me crazy to do things by rule. Molly sometimes says to me, 'Mamma, I do so wish I had a fixed hour for lessons, that I knew exactly when you could read with me.' And my invariable answer is, 'Good gracious, Molly, don't you know me by this time? Am I that sort of person? I wish for my children's sake that I were different, but they must just put up with me as I am. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.'"
"My dear Mrs. Blake, what an odd comparison."
"Oh, it just came into my head, you know. It is rather strong, but it is very expressive. By the by, I was going to ask you something. Have you any idea on which day your mother and sister intend to call on me?"
"I believe Geraldine said Tuesday or Wednesday. I really forget which. Wednesday, I think."
"But it might be Tuesday. Thanks. I would not willingly be out, so I will keep in those 2 days. Now I positively must not keep you standing under this hedge any longer, but I feel all the better for this nice little talk." And after a few more parting words, Mrs. Blake went on her way, and Audrey unlocked the gate of Mrs. Williams' cottage. The short interview with Mrs. Blake had been satisfactory. Her request had been granted without demur or difficulty. Mrs. Blake had shown herself in a sensible light. Audrey's benevolence had now a new object. She would spare no pains or trouble with this poor, neglected child. To meditate fresh acts of kindness always stirred Audrey's pulses as though she had imbibed new wine. Her sympathetic temperament felt warmed, vivified, exhilarated, as she stooped to enter the low room where Rhoda Williams was expecting her. Audrey looked forward rather anxiously to her mother and Geraldine's visit. She watched them set out with secret perturbation. They were to call at 1 or 2 places besides, but Mrs. Ross assured her very seriously that they would be back to tea, and as Geraldine seemed to consider this a matter of course, Audrey got over her own business as soon as possible, so as to be back at Woodcote at the same time. Michael had gone up to town for 2 or 3 days, and was not expected home until Monday. Dr. Ross rarely made his appearance in his wife's drawing-room until late in the evening, and as no casual visitors dropped in, Audrey would be able to cross-examine them to her heart's content. But she knew her mother well enough to be sure that no questions would be needed, even if Geraldine were inclined to be reserved, to keep her opinions for her husband's ear. Mrs. Ross would be sure to discourse very readily on her own and Geraldine's doings.
"Well, my dear,"
she said in her cheery way as she entered the room,
"here we are, as punctual as possible, and quite ready for a nice cup of tea. Of course, Mrs. Fortescue was out. She always is, and Mrs. Cardell was just going out, so we would not detain her, and Mrs. Charrington had her room full of visitors, so we would not stay long there."
"Of course, as Lady Mountjoy was there, no one else had a chance of getting a word with Mrs. Charrington," observed Geraldine, with rather a discontented air.
"My love, I'm sure Mrs. Charrington was as nice as possible to you. You know what a favourite you are with her. But a person like Lady Mountjoy is always so embarrassing to a hostess. She's so very big, Audrey, and seems to take up so much more room than other people, and then she is such a talker."
"So she is, mother. I don't wonder poor Mrs. Charrington found herself unable to talk to Gage."
"No, so we did not stay long. What was the use? Well, my dear, I dare say you wonder how we got on at the Grey Cottage. We had a very pleasant visit, as on the whole, an exceedingly pleasant visit."
Audrey's face brightened. This was better than she expected.
"Mrs. Blake was in, I think from her manner that she was expecting us.
Yes, certainly we were expected, put in Geraldine in a rather decided voice.
She was in the drawing room, and everything was as nice as possible, and the old servant is very respectable looking. Mrs. Blake was doing some lovely embroidery in a frame. How exquisitely she works, Audrey. And she selects her own shades, too. That dear little Molly was reading to her. French history, I think. They did look so comfortable. You are certainly right, my dear. Mrs. Blake is a most charming woman. She has very taking manners and is altogether so bright and expressive.
She is certainly very handsome, observed Geraldine. A most striking-looking person, as Edith says. Mother and I agreed that her son is very like her, but for my own part I prefer Mr. Blake's quiet manners.
But you like her, Gage?
Said Audrey, and Audrey looked a little anxiously at her sister. I'm not quite sure, was the cautious answer. Mother liked her, but then Mother likes everyone. She was friendly and pleasant, pointedly so, but in my opinion she is too impulsive, too outspoken altogether. It is not quite good form. A grown-up person should have more reticence. To me, Mrs. Blake is wanting in dignity.
I think you're rather severe on her, Gage. You and Mrs. Blake are very different people.
You need not tell me that. Mrs. Blake and I are at the antipodes as far as temperament and sympathy are concerned. You are very impulsive yourself, Audrey, and often speak without thought, but I do not think you are quite so outspoken as Mrs. Blake.
Well, perhaps not.
It was so unnecessary for her to tell Mother, for example, that she was too poor to indulge her social tastes, and that she hoped her Rutherford neighbours would be very sparing of their invitations. It was not as though we had led up to it. Nothing of the sort had been said to prompt such an extraordinary statement. I am sure Percival would have called that bad form.
How I do hate that expression,
exclaimed Audrey rather pettishly. She thought Geraldine more than usually trying this afternoon. Still, I am sure you would have agreed with me that it was most uncalled for. Mother was quite taken aback for a moment. She told me afterwards, did you not, Mother?
Yes, dear, and of course it put me in a difficult position. I am sure I do not know what we were talking about, Audrey. I think I was saying something about Rutherford being a sociable little place.
Yes, and then she interrupted you, Mother, and said in an abrupt sort of way that its sociability would matter very little to her, for dearly as she loved gaiety, she could not afford to indulge in it. So I hope no kind neighbours will ask me to dinner or to any kind of evening entertainment, for I should be obliged to refuse. Now do you call that quite in good taste, Audrey?
I think that it was, at any rate, very honest. I can see none of that pretentiousness that Edith Bryce led us to expect.
I don't know, rather doubtfully. Mrs. Blake is certainly not a humble person. She thinks a great deal of herself. At times her manner was almost patronizing. She talks a great deal too much about her son. Of course she has a right to be proud of him, but it was a pity to be quite so gushing.
It is useless to talk to you, Gage,
returned Audrey impatiently.
Edith Bryce has prejudiced you too much. You are judging Mrs. Blake very unfairly.
I hope not. I do not wish to be unfair to anyone, but I must own that I am sorry that you have such an infatuation for her.
I don't know about that, but I am certainly very much interested in the whole family.
Yes, and I could not help observing to Mother that I thought it a great pity. They evidently look upon you as a close friend. It was dear Miss Ross every minute from one or other of them.
Audrey has been so good to them, you see,
returned Mrs. Ross, whose soft heart had been much touched by her daughter's praises.
I am quite sure, Geraldine, that Mrs. Blake meant every word she said. There were tears in her eyes once when she mentioned how unused they were to such kindness. Audrey, my dear, I have asked Mrs. Blake to waive ceremony and come to us on Monday, and I assure you that she was quite pleased. She said it was such a treat to her to watch tennis, and that she loved to see her son play. And now, of course, we must ask Mr. Blake.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Audrey spoke with studied indifference. It's a pity you are engaged, turning to her sister, for we shall have quite a large party. Yes, I am thoroughly vexed about it, returned Geraldine, for Mrs. Charrington is coming too. I wish Mrs. Shepherd would not always fix Monday. And then, after a little more talk about the arrangements for the tennis party, she took her leave, Audrey, as usual, accompanying her to the gate. I suppose Michael will be back for it, was her parting question. Audrey supposed so too, but she was not quite certain of Michael's movements. He had said something about his intention of coming back on Monday, but he might alter his mind before that. Michael hadn't seemed quite like himself the day before he went to town. She was sure something had harassed him. Geraldine hoped fervently that this was not the case. She never liked dear old Michael to be troubled about anything. And then the two sisters kissed each other very affectionately. Audrey always forgave Geraldine her little vexing proprieties and tiresome habit of managing everyone when she felt her loving kiss on her cheek.
After all, there are only we two, she thought as she walked back to the house. I must not magnify Gage's little faults, for she is a dear woman.
And Geraldine's thoughts were quite as affectionate. I hope I have not vexed her too much about this new protégé of hers, she said to herself, but one cannot pretend to like a person. Audrey is a darling, and I would not hurt her for the world. After all, she is a much better Christian than I am. And then she had a long, comfortable talk with her husband, in which she indemnified herself for any previous restraint. "It is so nice to be able to tell you everything, Percy, dear," she exclaimed as the dressing gong warned her to close the conversation.
"That is the good of having a husband,"
he replied as he put his books together and prepared to follow her. Michael did not return in time for the tennis party, but Audrey could only give him a regretful thought. So many people were coming that her hands were quite full. She was busy until luncheon time, and Geraldine good-naturedly came down from Hillside to offer her help, and had to submit to an anxious lecture from her mother on her imprudence in coming out in the heat. Audrey had scarcely time to change her dress before the first guest arrived. Mrs. Blake came early. Her son was still engaged with his scholastic duties, and would make his appearance later, but he had not allowed her to wait for him. Audrey saw her coming through the gate, and went at once to meet her. "Well, Miss Ross, I am making my debut," she said gaily. "Have I come too early? Do tell me which is the schoolroom window. I want to know where my boy sits. He said he should look out for me." Audrey suggested rather gravely that they should walk along the terrace. Her mother was on the lawn with Mrs. Charrington. She thought Mrs. Blake looked exceedingly nice in her thin black dress and little close bonnet. Nothing could be simpler, and perhaps nothing would have suited her half so well. Audrey felt sure that everyone would admire her, and she was right. Mrs. Charrington fell in love with her at first sight, and to Audrey's great amusement, her father paid her the most marked attention.
"My dear, do tell me who that lady in black is,"
inquired Gertrude Fortescue, catching hold of Audrey's arm.
"She's perfectly lovely. What magnificent hair she has, and what a sweet smile. Papa is talking to her now, and Mrs. Charrington is on her other side." "Oh, that is Mrs. Blake. You know her son, Gertrude?" "Mr. Blake's mother. Why, she looks quite young to be his sister. I wish you would introduce me, Audrey. I have quite lost my heart to her." "I have brought you another admirer, Mrs. Blake," observed Audrey mischievously, while Gertrude Fortescue turned red and looked foolish. Mrs. Blake received the young lady with one of her charming smiles. "Everyone is so kind," she murmured. "I'm having such a happy afternoon, Miss Ross. I won't tell you what I think of Dr. Ross. I positively dare not. And Mrs. Charrington, too, has been as nice as possible." "And now Gertrude means to be nice, too," returned Audrey brightly. "Goodbye for the present. I have to play with Mr. Blake, and he is waiting for me." And she hurried away. What a successful afternoon it was. Mrs. Blake was certainly making her mark among the Rutherford people. No one in their senses could have found fault with her manners. She was perfectly good-humoured and at her ease. She had a pleasant word and smile for everybody. "One would have imagined that all these strangers would have made her nervous," thought Audrey, but it needed a close observer to detect any mark of uneasiness in Mrs. Blake's voice or manner. Now and then there might be a slight flush, an involuntary movement of the well-gloved hands, a quick start or turn of the head, if anyone suddenly addressed her, but no one would have noticed these little symptoms. "Your mother seems to be enjoying herself," observed Audrey, as she joined Cyril and they walked across the lawn together. "Yes," he returned with a pleased look. "She is quite happy." "Let us sit where we can see my son and Miss Ross play," exclaimed Mrs. Blake, rising as she spoke. "Look, there are chairs on that side of the lawn. What a well-matched couple they are. Both play so well. Miss Ross is not as handsome as her sister. Mrs. Harcourt is an exceedingly fine young woman, and one seldom sees such complexion in the present day. But in my humble opinion, Miss Ross is far more charming." "Do you think so? We're all very fond of Geraldine, and oh yes, Audrey is very nice too," returned Miss Fortescue a little absently. She was considered handsome herself, and it struck her with some degree of wonderment that the afternoon was half over, and Mr. Blake had not asked her to play tennis. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I'm sorry you asked the question.
Thou must not be hurt at a well-meaning friend, though he shake thee somewhat roughly by the shoulder to awake thee.
Quentin Durwood. Half an hour later, Audrey had finished her game, and had resisted all her partner's pleadings to give their opponents their revenge. She might feel tempted. Mr. Blake played so splendidly, but she knew her duty to her guests better than that.
"You must get another partner,"
she said with something of her sister's decision.
"Here is Miss Fortescue. She has been sitting out a long time, and she is a very good player. Gertrude,"
raising her voice,
"Mr. Blake wants a partner. I am sure you will take pity on him."
And in this manner, Gertrude obtained her wish. Perhaps she would rather have had her desire gratified in a different manner. If Mr. Blake had asked for himself, for example. She was not quite pleased at the tone in which he professed himself delighted to play with Miss Fortescue. He fetched her racket a little reluctantly when Audrey pointed it out, and there was certainly no enthusiasm visible in his manner as he suggested that Miss Cardell and her partner were waiting for them. "Do you know where my mother and Miss Ross have gone?" he asked as they took their place.
"Mrs. Blake asked Miss Ross to show her the pond. They are waiting for you to serve, Mr. Blake."
And then Cyril did consent to throw himself into the game. Miss Fortescue was a good-looking girl and played well, but she was not Miss Ross. Nevertheless, Cyril had no intention of accepting a beating, and he was soon playing as brilliantly as ever. Meanwhile, Mrs. Blake was talking after her usual rapid fashion.
"What beautiful grounds, and so tastefully laid out too. I've never seen such a garden. I do love this succession of terraces and those trees with white leaves just striped with pink. What do you call them, Miss Ross?"
Audrey told her they were white maple.
"Dear me, did Dr. Ross plant them? They do look so well against that dark background of trees. Everything is in such perfect taste and order. And Cyril says it is the same in the house. The Bryces' establishment was not half so well regulated. He declares Dr. Ross has a master mind, and now I have talked to him, I am quite sure Cyril is right."
"You must not expect me to contradict you. I think there is no one like my father."
"I dare say not. He is charming, positively charming. So this is the pond Kester and Mully rave about. What a sweet little place, so still and so retired. But of course you can see the house from it. Is that not your cousin, Captain Burnett?" as they came in sight of the bench. "It is very much like him."
"Yes, of course it is Michael."
And Audrey quickened her steps in surprise.
"My dear Michael, when did you get back? No one knows of your arrival."
"I dare say not,"
he returned, somewhat gravely as he shook hands with her and bowed to Mrs. Blake.
"I only got in half an hour ago and have no mind to mingle with the crowd. I sat here to get cool."
"Have you had some tea, Michael?"
"Oh yes, Parker bought me some. Never mind me. How have you been getting on?"
looking at her attentively.
"Oh, very well."
But Audrey blushed a little uneasily under that kind look.
"Mrs. Blake, I believe you have not met my cousin before."
"I think we have met, Audrey."
"To be sure we have," responded Mrs. Blake with her brightest smile.
"I am so glad of this opportunity of speaking to you, Captain Burnett. I hope Miss Ross gave you my message." "I don't believe I had any message. Have I, Audrey?"
And Audrey laughed a little guiltily. She did not always remember people's messages. Mrs. Blake shook her head at her.
"Oh, you traitress!" she exclaimed playfully. "And I thought you, of all people, were to be trusted. Captain Burnett, I must give my own message. I want to thank you for your kindness to my poor boy." "He is not poor at all,"
he replied lightly, but his keen blue eyes seemed to take the measure, mental and physical, of the graceful-looking woman before him.
"He is a very clever fellow, and will make his mark. I can assure you I quite envy him his brains."
"It makes me so proud to hear you say that. I often wonder why my children are so clever. Their father—" She checked herself and then went on in a more subdued key.
"My poor husband had only average talents, and as for me—"
She left her sentence unfinished in a most expressive way.
"Molly says you are clever too, Mrs. Blake."
"My dear Miss Ross, then Molly, bless her little heart, is wrong. Is it my fault if those foolish children choose to swear by their mother? Cleverness does not consist in chattering a little French and Italian, does it, Captain Burnett? You and I know better than that, and it will always be a lasting wonder to me why I have a son like my Cyril." "You have two sons, Mrs. Blake."
Something indefinable in Michael's tone made Mrs. Blake redden for a moment, then she recovered herself.
"Yes, thank God, I have, but a widow's eldest son is always her prop. Kester is a mere boy. He cannot help his mother much yet. Kester is nearly 16, and will soon be a man. He is already very thoughtful for his age. I am sure you will permit me to say that I already take great interest in him. He has a wonderful thirst for knowledge. I showed one of his translations to Dr. Ross, and he was quite struck by it. You know, Dr. Ross is a fine Greek scholar."
Mrs. Blake seemed much impressed. She was evidently taken aback. She was generally so absorbed in her eldest son that she failed to give Kester his due. The boy was shy and retiring with her. Very likely he felt himself unappreciated. Anyhow, it was certain that he sought sympathy from everyone but his mother, and yet in her own way she was kind to him. Audrey was a little disappointed to find Michael so grave in his manner to her charming friend, for such she already considered Mrs. Blake. Michael was generally so nice and genial with people, he did not seem in the least aware that he was talking to a pretty woman. In Audrey's opinion, he seemed disposed to pick holes in Mrs. Blake's words and to find matter for argument. Not that this would be apparent to anyone but herself, but then she knew Michael so well. She could always tell in a moment if he approved or disapproved of anyone. One thing was clear enough to her, that Mrs. Blake was not at her ease. She lost her gay fluency and hesitated for a word now and then, and when they left the lake and walked towards the tennis ground, and Cyril intercepted them, she gave him an appealing look to draw him to her side, but for once Cyril was blind to his mother's wishes. He shook hands with Captain Bennet, and then fell behind to speak to Audrey.
"Do you mean to say that you have finished your game already?"
she asked in some surprise. "No, indeed. Only Mrs. Fortescue discovered that it was late and took her daughter away, and of course I could not beat them single-handed. Wheeler is a crack player, so we made up our mind to consider it a drawn game. You ought not to have thrown me over, Miss Ross," dropping his voice. "It was hardly kind, was it?"
"Would you have me play with you and neglect all my other guests?" she returned, smiling. "I think you owe me some gratitude for providing you with a partner like Gertrude Fortescue. She is one of our best players."
"I would rather have kept the partner I had," he replied with unwonted obstinacy. "Even in tennis one prefers one's own selection. I played the first set far better."
"I believe you are a little cross with me, Mr. Blake."
I, startled by this accusation, although it was playfully made and reddening to his temples. "I have no right to take such a liberty. No man in his senses could be cross with you for a moment."
"You are wrong. Michael is often cross with me."
"Is he?" slackening his pace and so compelling her to do the same until there were several yards between them and the couple in front. "Captain Bennet seems to me far too good-natured. I should have said there was not a spark of temper about him. I am rather hasty myself."
"I am so glad you have warned me in time, Mr. Blake."
"Why, do you meditate any special provocation?" Then, catching sight of her dimple, his own face relaxed. "I see you are laughing at me. I'm afraid I was not properly gracious to Miss Fortescue. I will make up for it on Thursday at the Charringtons, and ask her to play. You will be there?" with a note of anxiety in his voice.
"Oh, yes, I shall be there, of course."
"We must have one set together. You will promise me that?" And Cyril's dark eyes looked full into hers.
"Yes, certainly."
But Audrey blushed a little. She felt a sudden desire to hurry after the others, but her companion evidently held a different opinion. "Do you know Mrs. Charrington has asked my mother to come too?"
"No, indeed. But I am so glad to hear it."
"She was most kind about it. She has promised to call on her tomorrow. My mother is so pleased. Does she not look happy, Miss Ross? She is so fond of this sort of thing. A dull life never suits her. She nearly moped herself to death at Headingley. We were all uncomfortable there."
"I think she will get on with the Rutherford people."
"Indeed, I hope so. Miss Ross, do you know, I am so vexed about something my mother said the other afternoon, when Mrs. Ross and Mrs. Harcourt were calling on her." And as Audrey looked mystified, he went on slowly. "She actually told them that she would accept no evening engagements, and that she hoped no one would invite her to dinner."
"Oh, yes, I remember."
"I'm afraid they must have thought it very strange. I tell my mother that she is far too frank and outspoken for a civilized age, and that there is not the slightest need to flaunt our poverty in our neighbours' faces." Cyril spoke with an air of unmistakable annoyance, and Audrey good-naturedly hastened to soothe him. Her fine instinct told her that his stronger and more reticent nature must often be wounded by his mother's indiscreet tongue.
"I am afraid you are a little worldly-minded, Mr. Blake. I consider your mother was far more honest."
"Thank you," in a low tone, but all the same, returning to his usual manner. "It was premature and absurd to make such a statement. My mother has to do as I like," throwing back his handsome head with a sort of wilfulness that Audrey thought very becoming. "And I intend her to go out. Miss Ross, I'm going to ask you a very odd question, but there is no other lady to whom I can put such an inquiry. Does it cost so very much? I mean, how much does it cost for a lady to be properly dressed for the evening?" Audrey did not dare to laugh. Cyril was so evidently in earnest. Her nice tact guarded her from making such a grievous mistake.
"Your question is a little vague, Mr. Blake. I hardly know what I am to understand by it. Do you mean evening dress for one dinner party, or a succession of dinner parties? You know they are perpetual in Rutherford. Every house invites every other house to dinner. In Rutherford we are terribly given to dining out."
"Oh, I see. And relays of gowns will be required," returned Cyril in a dejected voice. "I'm afraid I must give it up, then. My mother would certainly not be able to afford that for the present."
"But when one wears black, a change of dress is not so necessary,"
interrupted Audrey eagerly.
"If I were poor, I should not allow poverty to debar me from the society of my fellow creatures, just because I could not make as great a display as other people. No, indeed, I would not be the slave of my clothes."
"I can believe that," with an admiring glance.
"I would have one good black dress, and it should be as nice as my means would allow, and I would wear it everywhere, and I would not care a bit if people looked as though they recognized it. 'You are noticing my gown,' I would say to them. 'Yes, it is an old friend. Old friends are better than new, and I mean to cling to mine. By and by, when I am a little richer, I will buy another.'"
"Miss Ross, if my mother could but hear you."
"Tell her what I say, and bid her do the same. Black suits her so perfectly, too."
"Oh, she never means to wear anything else but black," he returned gravely.
"Let her get a soft silk, a surah, for example, and if it be made prettily and in the newest fashion, it will look well for a long time. Yes," reflectively, "Mrs. Blake would look well in surah."
"Would she? Do you mind telling me how to spell it?" And Cyril produced his pocketbook.
"Surah."
"Thank you 1,000 times, Miss Ross. And about the cost, would £5 do?" looking at her anxiously.
"Oh, yes, I should say that would do,"
replied Audrey, who in reality knew very little about it. Mr. Blake would have done better to have consulted Geraldine, she thought. Geraldine would have told him the price to a fraction of a shilling. She would have directed him to the best shop for making an excellent bargain. Geraldine had a genius for these practical things, whereas she, Audrey, was liable to make mistakes.
"I am sure £5 will do,"
she repeated by way of encouragement, and again Cyril thanked her fervently. There was no more opportunity for carrying on this interesting discussion, for the others were now standing quite still in the shrubbery walk, waiting for them to join them. "My dearest boy, everyone has gone," exclaimed Mrs. Blake in a tone of dismay. "The tennis lawn is empty."
"What does that matter?"
replied Audrey, hastening up to her with a heightened colour, as she noticed a quick, observant look on Michael's part.
"We have no rule for our Mondays. People come when they like, and stay as long as they like."
"But still, to be the last to go, and this is my first visit to Woodcote," rejoined Mrs. Blake uneasily. "Cyril, you ought to have taken me away long ago." "We will make our adieu now," he returned carelessly, and not at all affected by his mother's discomposure. "Come, mother, I see Mrs. Ross standing in the drawing-room window. She is evidently waiting for us." And Cyril drew his mother's hand through his arm. Audrey and Michael followed them to the gate. Mrs. Blake kissed Audrey with some effusion. Audrey, who, in spite of her large heart and wide sympathies, was not a demonstrative person, would willingly have dispensed with this little attention before the gentleman. Mrs. Blake had never offered to embrace her before. She had an idea, too, that Cyril was not quite pleased. "Come, come, mother," he said impatiently. "We are detaining Miss Ross." And he hurried her away. Audrey would have returned to the house at once, but Michael asked her to take another turn in the shrubbery.
"For I have not seen you for a whole week," he grumbled. "It is hardly possible to get a word with you now."
"Well, you have me now," she returned with assumed gaiety, but all the time she wanted to be alone and think what Mr. Blake's parting look meant. It was so...
Audrey could not quite find the word.
"And now, Michael, I am ready."
Audrey was going to say,
"I am ready to hear your opinion of Mrs. Blake,"
but just at that moment she saw her father coming to meet them. 2 is company, but 3 is none, as both Michael and Audrey felt at that moment. Dr. Ross, on the contrary, joined them with the air of a man who knows himself to be an acquisition. He tucked his daughter's hand under his arm and began questioning Michael about his week in town. As it happened, Michael had seen and done a good deal, and Audrey was soon interested in what he had to tell them. She knew all Michael's friends by name, and in this way could claim acquaintance with a large circle. She was soon busily questioning him in her turn. Had he seen that pretty little Mrs. Maddox, and was the baby christened, and who was the second godfather, and so on, until the gong warned them to disperse. The conversation at dinner ran on the same topics, but just before they rose from the table, Mrs. Ross asked Michael if he did not admire Mrs. Blake.
"Oh, very much indeed,"
He returned without a moment's hesitation.
"She has 3 very excellent points for a woman. She is pretty, lively, and amusing. I had quite a long talk with her."
And then he changed the subject, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Audrey could not tell, and began telling them about a picture one of his friends was painting for the next exhibition. Michael was very much engaged the next few days. He had told Kester to come to him every morning that week to make up for the lessons he had lost, and as a succession of garden parties occupied Audrey's afternoons, she did not find time for one of those confidential chats with Michael which they both so much enjoyed. When Thursday came, Michael escorted her to the Charringtons' garden party. Mrs. Ross and her husband were to come later. Audrey was amongst the tennis players, but as she passed to and fro with her various partners, she saw Michael more than once talking to Mrs. Blake. The first time he gave her a nod and a smile, but when she passed them again he seemed too much engrossed with Mrs. Blake's lively conversation to notice her. Audrey had just finished her second game with Mr. Blake, and he was taking her to the house in search of refreshments. As Audrey ate her strawberries, she wondered a little over Michael's abstraction.
"He certainly seems to admire her,"
she said to herself. Michael and she were to dine at Hillside that evening, and as they walked home together in the summer moonlight, Audrey bethought herself at last of asking that question.
"Michael, I want you to tell me what you think of Mrs. Blake. I am quite sure you like her very much indeed."
"You are wrong, then. I wonder what put such a notion in your head. Because I was talking to her so much this afternoon? That was more her fault than mine. No, Audrey, I am sorry to say, but I do not like Mrs. Blake at all."
"Michael!"
And Audrey stood still in the road. This was a shock indeed. She was prepared for criticism. Michael always criticized her friends. He felt it a part of his duty. But this utter disapprobation was so unexpected. It was crushing. Absolutely crushing. Michael, too, whose opinion she trusted so entirely.
"Oh, I hope you don't mean it, that you are only joking,"
she said so earnestly that he felt a little sorry for his abruptness. But it was too late to retract. Besides, Michael never retracted.
"I am sorry you asked me the question, but I am bound to tell you the truth, you know."
"And is it really the truth?" she asked a little piteously. "It is very soon for you to have made up your mind that you do not like her. Why, you have only spoken to her twice."
"Yes, but I've had plenty of time to form my opinion of her. Look here, Audrey, you must not be vexed with me. I would not have found fault with your fair friend if you had not asked my opinion. Of course I admire her. One has seldom seen a prettier woman, and her style is so uncommon too."
"Don't, Michael. You'll be praising her hair and complexion next, as Gertrude Fortescue did the other afternoon. It is the woman, Mrs. Blake herself, I want you to like."
"Ah, just so."
"And now I'm so disappointed. Somehow I never enjoy my friends quite so much if you do not care for them. I thought we always liked the same people. But now—"
Here Audrey stopped. She felt vexed and mortified. She did want Michael to share her interest in the Blakes.
"And now you will look on me as a broken reed, but after all I am not so bad. I like Kester, he is a fine fellow, and I like your little friend Molly, she is as true as steel, and," after a moment's pause, "I like Mr. Blake."
"Are you quite sure of that, Michael?"
"Yes, I am quite sure of it. If I know anything of human nature, Mr. Blake is worthy of my esteem, as far as any man is good. He is good, and then he has such splendid capabilities."
Audrey felt vaguely that this was generous on Michael's part, and yet she could not have told herself why it was so generous. If she had had an idea of the truth, but as yet she was only dimly conscious of the nobility of Michael's nature.
"Mr. Blake is clever," he continued, "but he does not think much of himself. It is rare to find such modesty in a young man of the present day. Still, he is very young, one can hardly tell what he may become."
"Father says he's 23, Michael."
"Still, Audrey, a man's character is not always fully developed at 23. At that age I was a conceited cub. I am 37 now, and I feel my opinions are as settled as Dr. Ross's are.
I wish you would not always talk as though you were father's contemporary. It is so absurd, Michael, when everyone else thinks you a young man.
I am a very old young man, he returned with a whimsical smile. I have aged prematurely, and my wisdom has developed at the same rapid rate. Amongst my other gifts I have that of second sight.
Indeed, with incredulous scorn. You are not very humble in your own estimation.
My dear, old young men are never humble. Well, my gift of second sight has put me up to a thing or two. Do you know?
Turning away and switching the hedgerows carelessly as he spoke.
I should be very sorry if any girl in whom I took a deep interest were to be thrown too much into Mr. Blake's company.
Audrey faced round on her cousin in extreme surprise.
You are very incomprehensible tonight, Michael. At one moment you praise Mr. Blake and say nice things about him, and the next minute you are warning people against becoming intimate with him. That is surely very inconsistent.
Oh, there is method to my madness, he returned quietly. I have nothing to say against the young man himself. As far as I can tell, there is no harm in him, but he is so young, and is such a devoted son, that he is likely to be influenced by his mother.
And it is on her account that you would dislike any such intimacy. Oh, Michael,
very sorrowfully.
I had no idea you would dislike her so.
It seems rather unreasonable. Such a pretty woman, too. On the whole, I think I do like talking to her. She is so amusing. But Audrey, I must say one thing. You are always talking about her frankness. Now I do not agree with you.
I don't understand you, Michael. I've never known anyone so outspoken.
Outspoken, yes. Well, I will explain myself. You are frank, Audrey. You hide nothing because there is nothing to hide. And if there were, you would not hide it. Now, Mrs. Blake has her reserves. With all her impulsiveness, she has thorough self-command, and would never say a word more that suited her own purposes. It is her pleasure to indulge in a wide, picturesque sort of talk. It is effective and pleases people, and Mrs. Blake, in common with other pretty women, likes to please. There is no positive harm in it, perhaps not, but it detracts from reality.
But, Michael, I like to please people too.
Certainly you do. Have I not often called you a little hypocrite for pretending to like what other people like? How often have we fallen out on that point? But you and Mrs. Blake are very different people, my dear. With all your faults, your friends would not wish to see you changed.
But the dark shade of the shrubbery walk they were just entering hid the strangely tender look that was in Michael's eyes as he said the last words. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Blake has her new gown.
Thou art a girl of noble nature's crowning. The smile of thine is like an act of grace. Thou hast no noisome looks, no pretty frowning, like daily beauties of a vulgar race. When thou dost smile, a light is on thy face, a clear, cool kindliness, a lunar beam of peaceful radiance, silvering o'er the stream, of human thought with beauteous glory, not quite a waking truth, nor quite a dream, a visitation, bright though transitory.
Hartley Coleridge. Audrey was much disappointed by the result of her conversation with her cousin. It was true that Michael had tried to efface the severity of his own words by remarking that a third interview might somewhat alter his opinion of the fascinating widow, that he might even grow to like her in time. Audrey knew better. Michael had a certain genius of intuition. He made up his mind about people at once, and she had never known him to reverse his decision. As far as regarded the younger members of the Blake family, they would still be able to work happily together. Michael was certainly much interested in Kester. He had adopted him in the same manner as she had adopted Molly. It was a comfort also that he approved of Mr. Blake. Michael had spoken of him with decided approval, and without any stint or limit of praise. Nevertheless, she was well aware that Michael would willingly have restricted their intimacy, and that he saw with some reluctance her father's growing partiality for the young master. Audrey had only spoken the simple truth when she owned that Michael's approval was necessary to her perfect enjoyment of her friend. She might still maintain her own opinions of Mrs. Blake. Nevertheless, the first fine flavour of her pleasure had been destroyed by Michael's severe criticism. The delicate bloom had been impaired. She would hold fast to her new friend. She would even be kinder to her, but much of her enthusiasm must be locked in her own breast.
"What is the use of talking on a subject on which we should only disagree?"
she said to him a week or two afterwards, when he had rebuked her playfully for not telling him something.
"It was only a trifling matter connected with Mrs. Blake."
And when he heard that, Michael held his peace. He had been thrown constantly into Mrs. Blake's company since their first meeting, but as yet had not seen fit to change his opinions. But in spite of this little rift in her perfect harmony, Audrey thoroughly enjoyed the next month. She was almost sorry that the vacation was so near. It had been a very gay month. Relays of visitors, distant relations or mere friends, had been invited to Woodcote and Hillside. Mrs. Ross's garden party had rivaled Mrs. Charrington's, and there had been a succession of picnics, driving parties, and small select dinners at the Hill houses. But in spite of her many engagements, her afternoons on the cricket field, the tennis tournament, in which she and Cyril Blake won, and various other gaieties, Audrey had not neglected Molly. Twice a week, she devoted an hour and a half to her pupil. When the music lesson was over, Audrey would read French with her or correct her exercises. She was a very conscientious mistress, and would not allow Molly to waste any of her time in idle gossip. When she was putting away her books, Molly's voluble tongue would make amends for the enforced silence.
"Oh, Miss Ross," she exclaimed one day, "do you know Cyril has given Mamma such a beautiful present? You will never guess what it is."
Audrey prudently refrained from any guesses. Besides, she was still correcting Molly's translation.
"It is a black silk dress, a real beauty, as Mamma says. She has borrowed Miss Marshall's last copy of the Queen, and she means to make it up herself. Mamma is so clever. It is to have a long train, at least a moderately long train, and an open bodice, open in front, you know, with tulle folds. Oh, I forget exactly, but Mamma explained it to me so nicely." "It was very kind of your brother," observed Audrey gravely.
For once, Molly was not checked.
"Yes, isn't he a darling for thinking of it? He went to Attenborough himself and chose it, and Mamma thought he was on the cricket field all this time. He got her a pair of long gloves, too. Cyril always thinks of everything. Mamma cried when she opened the parcel, she was so pleased, and then Cyril laughed at her. The worst of it is,"
and here Molly's face lengthened a little,
"Kester will have to wait for his new suit, and the poor boy is so shabby. Cyril went up to his room to tell him so, because his leg was so painful, but he had gone to bed early. Of course, Kester said he didn't mind a bit, and would much rather that Mamma had her new gown and could go out and enjoy herself, but all the same it was a little hard for Kester, is it not?" "I don't think boys care about their clothes quite so much as girls do." "Oh, but Kester does. He is almost as particular as Cyril. He does love to have everything nice, and I know he is ashamed of that old jacket. He has outgrown it too, and the sleeves are so short, and now he is so much with Captain Burnett he feels it all the more. Oh, do you know, Miss Ross," interrupting herself, "Captain Burnett is going to drive Kester to Braille in his dog-cart." "That will be very nice. But, Molly, you really must leave off chattering. You have translated this sentence quite wrongly. This is not one bit the sense."
And Molly did at last consent to hold her tongue. Audrey took her mother into her confidence that afternoon as they were dining together, and told her the whole story about the black silk dress. Mrs. Ross was much interested.
"How very nice of him,"
she said in just the sympathetic tone that Audrey expected to hear.
"I said from the first that I liked Mr. Blake. I told your father so. He is a good son. I am not a bit surprised that his mother dotes on him. I am sure I should if he were my son."
And Mrs. Ross heaved a gentle little sigh under her lace mantle. She knew her husband had ardently desired a son, and until Michael's troubles had made him almost an inmate of the house, there had been a certain void and unfulfilled longing in Dr. Ross's breast. Not that he ever spoke of such things, but his wife knew him so well.
"Perhaps one day he will have a grandson,"
she thought, for her motherly imagination loved to stretch itself into the future.
"Don't you think we might ask Mrs. Blake to dinner next week, when your cousin Rose is here?"
she observed presently.
"Rosie will be charmed with her, and we could get the Cardells to meet her, and perhaps the vicar and Mrs. Boyle. You know they have not been to dine with us for a long time."
"Very well, mother, I have not the slightest objection,"
returned Audrey, who had in fact been leading up to this.
"I suppose you'll ask Gage, too."
Oh, of course.
For Mrs. Ross never considered any party complete without the presence of her eldest daughter.
We must find out which day will suit her best.
"I do not believe Percival will let her come,"
returned Audrey calmly.
"He says she is going out too much and tiring herself dreadfully. I heard him tell her that he meant to be more strict with her for the future."
Dear Percival, how good he is to her. I always told your father to make an excellent husband. Your father was not a bit enthusiastic at first. He liked Percival and thought him an exceedingly able man, but he never did think anyone good for his girls. You'll find him hard to please when your turn comes, Audrey."
"My turn will be long in coming," she replied lightly. "Well, if Percival proves himself a tyrant, whom do you mean to have in Gage's place?"
And then they resumed the subject of the dinner party. Things turned out as Audrey predicted. Mr. Harcourt would not allow his wife to accept her mother's invitation.
"She's been overexerting herself and must keep quiet," he said to his mother-in-law when he next saw her at Hillside. "I tell her that unless she is prudent and takes things more quietly, she will not be fit for her journey to Scotland, and then all our plans will be upset."
For a charming arrangement had been made for the summer vacation. Dr. Ross had taken a cottage in the Highlands for his family, and Mr. Harcourt had secured a smaller one, about half a mile off, for himself and his wife. Michael was to form part of the Ross household, and during the last week or two he and Audrey had been putting their heads together over a benevolent scheme for taking Kester. There was a spare room in their cottage, and Mrs. Ross had asked Audrey if she would like one of her cousins to accompany them. Audrey had hesitated for that moment. Molly had been in her thoughts, but when she hinted at this to Michael, he had said somewhat decidedly that, in his opinion, Kester ought to be the one to have the treat.
"He would be company for me, too," he added, "when you and your father go on your fishing expeditions, and he will not be a bad third, either, when you honour us with your company."
Audrey had a great wish to take Molly. She thought how the girl would enjoy those long rambles across the purple moors, but she was open to reason. As Michael had pointed out to her, Kester certainly needed the change more than Molly. It would be good for Michael to have a companion when she and her father and Percival went on one of their long expeditions. The boy had been drooping sadly of late. The heat tried him, and as Audrey knew, Biddy's homely dishes seldom tempted his sickly appetite. Mr. Harcourt was not aware of this little plan. When he uttered his marital protest, Geraldine looked at her mother with a sort of resigned despair. "You hear what Percy says, mother. I suppose you must ask somebody else in my place."
"But I am not going without you," returned her husband good-naturedly. "Your mother would not want me, my dear, under those circumstances. We will stay at home, like Darby and Joan, by our own Ingleside."
"Oh, then you can ask the Drummonds," went on Geraldine in a relieved voice. "Audrey ought to have reminded you of them, but she seems to think only of the Blakes. I suppose you'll be obliged to ask Mr. Blake too, mother."
Yes, certainly, my dear. Mrs. Blake would not like to come without her son. It would be a large pity, but—
"Well, it cannot be helped, I suppose, but Percy and I think it is rather a pity." Here Geraldine gave a slight cough, warned by a look from her husband.
"What is a pity, my dear?"
"Oh, it does not matter. At least, Percy does not wish me to speak."
"Geraldine is rather like the dog in the manger," interrupted Mr. Harcourt, "because I will not let her come to your dinner party. She would rather you did not have one at all. That is it, isn't it, Jerry?"
Mrs. Ross smiled benevolently at this little sally. She liked to hear her son-in-law's jokes. She never joked Geraldine herself, and so she seldom saw that girlish blush that was so becoming. When she had taken her leave, Geraldine said to her husband, "Why did you just stop me now when I was dropping that hint about Mr. Blake?"
"Because I thought the hint premature, my dear," he returned dryly, "and because it is not our place to warn Mr. Blake off the premises. He is not the first young man, and I do not expect he will be the last, to admire Audrey."
"But, Percy, I am quite sure that Mr. Blake is too handsome and too attractive altogether to be a harmless admirer."
"Pooh! Nonsense, my love. Don't let your imagination run away with you. Audrey is too sensible a girl to let herself fall in love with a young fellow like Blake. Now, shall I go on with our book?"
For that day, Geraldine was considered an invalid, and as her husband thought fit to indulge and make much of her, she was not so sure she disliked her passing in disposition, any more than Mr. Harcourt disliked playing Darby to his handsome Joan. The dinner party passed off well, and Mrs. Blake looked so lovely in her new gown that she made quite a sensation, and the vicar observed to his wife afterwards that she was the nicest and most agreeable woman he had met for a long time. Mrs. Boyle received this eulogium a little coldly. She was a fat, dumpy little person, with a round, good-natured face that had once been pretty.
Bernard might admire Mrs. Blake,
she said to herself.
She was the sort of woman men always raved about, but for her part she was not sure she admired her style.
But she had the rare magnanimity to keep her opinions to herself. Mrs. Boyle never contradicted her husband after the peevish manner of some wives. The term was drawing to a close now, and Molly's face lengthened a little every day. Audrey had mooted the scheme to her father during a walk they had together, and Dr. Ross, who was one of the most benevolent and kindly of men, had at once given his consent, and had promised to speak to Michael, who carried it through with a high hand. Great was the rejoicing in the Blake household. Poor Castor had turned red and white by turns, and could hardly speak a word, so intense was his surprise. But Audrey, who saw the lad's agony of embarrassment, assured him that there was no need for him to speak, and that everything was settled. Cyril was almost as embarrassed when he came to thank them that evening. "I've never heard of such kindness in my life," he said eagerly when he found Audrey alone, for the others were all in the garden, as she told him. "I will go to them directly. Of course I must speak to Captain Burnett. I hear it is his thought. Am I interrupting you?" looking at her open desk. "May I stay a moment?"
"Certainly, if you like."
But Audrey did not resume her seat. She stood by the lamp, its crimson shade casting ruddy gleams over her white dress. She had coiled her hair loosely. Audrey was given to dressing herself hurriedly, and one long plait had become unfastened. It looked so smooth and brown against her white neck. At such moments Audrey certainly looked pretty. Perhaps Cyril thought so, for he looked at her long and earnestly. "I hardly know how to thank you all," he went on almost abruptly. "My mother feels the same. It is such a weight off my mind. You know I'm going to Cornwall myself. One of our Keble men has invited me. His father has a nice place near Truro."
"That will be a pleasant change for you,"
she observed sympathetically. "Oh, I always turn up trumps," he replied brightly. "Last Christmas, and again at Easter, I had heaps of invitations. I was only bothering myself about Kester. He looked so seedy, you know, and it seemed such hard lines for him, poor boy, to see me go off and enjoy myself."
"Well, you see, Kester means to enjoy himself too."
"Don't I know that? He is a lucky fellow." And Cyril sighed. A good, honest sigh it was, too, for Audrey heard it. "Just fancy, 7 weeks in paradise."
"Well, it is very lovely there,"
she answered demurely, and then she discovered the stray lock and pinned it up hastily. "Oh, I was not meaning the place, though of course everyone knows Braemar has its advantages. I think one's happiness depends more on the society one has. Don't you think so too, Miss Ross?"
"I dare say you're right. Well, we shall have my sister and her husband, and Kester and Captain Burnett, so we shall be a nice party."
"Oh yes, of course. Captain Burnett is going," returned Cyril in a dubious tone.
"Yes, and I suppose you think he is lucky too."
And there was a gleam of fun in Audrey's eyes. "Not more so than usual. The gate of paradise is never shut on Captain Burnett." And though Cyril laughed as he made this little speech, there was no expression of mirth in his eyes. But Audrey chose to consider it a joke.
"If you talk in this manner, I shall think you envy Kester his treat."
"I'm afraid I do envy him, Miss Ross. If Kester and I could only change places." He checked himself as though he had said too much, and turned to the window.
"You will find them all on the circular bench,"
she said, sitting down to her desk again.
"When I have finished my letter, I will join you."
And Cyril took the hint.
"I wish he would not say such things, but of course he is only joking," thought Audrey.
But in her heart she knew he was not joking. Could she be ignorant that on all possible occasions Mr. Blake followed her like a shadow, a very quiet, unobtrusive shadow, but nevertheless he seemed always near? Could she be blind to the wistful looks that seemed to watch her on all occasions, and that interpreted her every wish? Perhaps no one else noticed them. Audrey fervently hoped not, unless it were his mother. And here Audrey reddened at the remembrance of certain vague hints and innuendos that had latterly made her uncomfortable and hindered her from going to the grey cottage.
"Perhaps I am too friendly with him. I do not check him sufficiently," she thought. but he has never said such things before. He ought not. I must not allow it. What would Gage or Michael say? Dear old Michael, how excited he is about our Scotch trip. He says he shall be so pleased to have my undivided attention again. I wonder, have I been less nice to Michael lately? He has certainly seemed more dull than usual. I will make up for it. I will indeed. Michael shall never be dull if I can help it. I mean to devote myself to him.
And then Audrey took up her pen with a sigh. Was she really glad the term was so nearly over? It had been such a nice summer. Of course she would enjoy Scotland, with all her own people round her. And there would be Kester. Kester would write to his brother sometimes, and of course there would be letters in reply. That would be pleasant. Oh yes, everything was delightful. And with this final thought, Audrey set herself resolutely to work, and finished her letter just in time to see Cyril take his leave. He had waited for her with her utmost impatience, but when Mrs. Ross complained of chilliness and proposed to return to the house, he had no excuse for lingering any longer, and Michael, with some alacrity, had accompanied him to the gate. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Molly lets the cat out of the bag. Nothing is true but love, no aught of worth. Love is the incense which doth sweeten earth. Trench.
Oh, dear Miss Ross, what shall I do without you for 7 whole weeks?
Was Molly's piteous lament one morning. Audrey was on her knees, packing a huge travelling box, and Molly, seated on the edge of a chair, was regarding her with round, melancholy eyes. It was the first day of the vacation, and Rutherford looked as empty and deserted as some forsaken city. Utter silence reigned in the lower school, from which the 50 boys had departed, and Mrs. Draper, the matron, had uttered more than once her usual formula of parting benediction as the last urchin drove off.
There, bless them. They're all packed off, bag and baggage, thank heaven, and not a missing collar or sock among them.
An ejaculation that Michael once declared was a homely Te Deum, sacred and peculiar to the race of Rutherford matrons. Audrey straightened herself when she heard Molly's plaintive lament.
Now, Molly, I thought you promised me that you would make yourself as happy as possible. I said I would try, returned Molly, her eyes filling with tears. But how can I help missing you? I do mean to do my very best. I do indeed, Miss Ross. Come, that is bravely said. I know it is hard upon you, my dear, taking Kester away.
But Molly would not let her finish her sentence.
Oh, no, you must not say that. I am so glad for Kester to go. Do you know he is so pleased and excited that he can hardly sleep when he goes to bed, and when he wakes in the night to think about it. I do believe he loves Captain Burnett as much as I love you. He is always talking about him. After all—
Here Molly dried her eyes.
It is not so bad for me as it is for Mamma. She is always wretched without Cyril. You can't think how restless and unlike herself she is when he is away from her. She spends half her time writing to him or reading his letters. Cyril always writes such nice long letters. And Kester, I will write to you. You will be glad of letters too, Molly.
Evidently this charming idea had not occurred to Molly, for she darted from her place and gave Audrey a grateful hug.
Do you mean it? Will you really write to me? Oh, you dear thing, how I do love you.
With another hug.
But you must not tire yourself, you know, or Kester either. They need not be long letters, but just nice little notes that won't trouble you.
Oh, we will see about that, returned Audrey, smiling. She was touched by this thoughtfulness. It was so like Molly's sweet unselfishness. She never did seem to think of herself.
You have no idea how quickly the time will pass. Think of all the things you have promised to do for me.
For Audrey had already made all sorts of nice little plans for her favourite. Molly was to have the run of the house and grounds. She was to bring her mother to sit in the garden every afternoon if she liked. Mrs. Blake would enjoy it. She was so fond of flowers, and Molly could amuse herself with the canoe. Then there was Audrey's piano. Molly must promise to practice her scales and exercises on it every day, and there was a pile of delightfully interesting books set apart for her use. She must see, too, that her pet bullfinch was not neglected, and that her flowers were watered, for Audrey had a pretty sitting-room of her own. Molly soon cheered up as Audrey recapitulated these privileges. She was young enough to be soon consoled. She readily agreed with Audrey that her mother would enjoy wandering about the woodcut gardens. They would bring their books and work, and sit under the trees on fine afternoons.
"Cyril has been making Mama promises to begin Roman history with me," continued Molly. "He was so shocked when he found out I knew nothing about Romulus and Remus. Was it quite true about the wolf, Miss Ross? I thought it sounded like a fable. Oh, do you know," interrupting herself eagerly, "I want to tell you something. Kester said I might if I liked. He has got 2 new suits of clothes."
Audrey left off packing and looked at Molly in some surprise.
"Did you say 2 suits, my dear?" "Yes, is it not nice, Miss Ross? But Cyril said he positively could not do with less than 2. A rough suit for every day and a better one for Sundays. I don't think Kester ever had 2 whole suits before. Mamma was pleased, but she thought it a little extravagant of Cyril, and he bought him boots and ties, and other things beside." "How very good of him."
And Audrey felt a warm glow of pleasure. She longed to question Molly, but she prudently forbore. It was no business of hers if Mr. Blake chose to get into debt, for where could he have got the money? But her curiosity was soon to be satisfied. Molly was dying to tell the whole story.
"You would say so if you knew all," she returned with a mysterious air. "Mamma does not know yet. I am afraid when she finds out she will be terribly vexed. She does so hate Cyril to go without things. I think she would almost rather let Kester be shabby than see Cyril without. Oh, I was just going to bring it out."
Audrey took no notice. She was folding a dress, and the sleeves were giving her some trouble.
"Kester never said I was not to tell," went on Molly, as though arguing with herself. "I don't know why I stopped just now, Miss Ross. Have you ever noticed what a beautiful watch and chain Cyril wears?"
This was too much for Audrey.
"You don't mean to say that your brother has sold his watch?"
she asked so abruptly that Molly stared at her.
"No, not his watch. He could not do without one. But he said the chain did not matter. A steel guard would answer the purpose quite as well. But it was such a lovely chain, and he was so proud of it. An old gentleman, General Fawcett, gave him to him. He was very grateful to Cyril for saving his grandson's life. Cyril jumped into the river, you know, and then the General, who was very rich, sent him a watch and chain with such a beautiful letter. When Cyril saw them, he was almost ashamed to accept them, and he said they must have cost so much." "What a pity to part with such a gift," murmured Audrey, busying herself with another dress. "Yes, but you see, Cyril had so little money, not half enough to pay for all Kester wanted, and he had bought that silk dress too. Mamma would have had him get the clothes on credit, but Cyril has such a horror of debt. At first he would not let us know anything about it. He took Kester to the shop and had him fitted, but at last he was obliged to tell, because Kester missed Cyril's gold Albert chain. Kester looked ready to cry when he heard it was sold. He did think it such a pity, and he knew Mamma would be so vexed. But Cyril only laughed at us both, and he said he did not care about jewellery. He'll be very much ashamed if Kester went to Scotland in his shabby old clothes. And then he begged us both to say nothing to Mamma until she missed the chain. She will not yet, because Cyril has sent his watch to be cleaned." "Molly, I am really afraid that you ought not to have told me this," returned Audrey gravely. But there was a wonderful brightness in her eyes, as though the story pleased her. "I think you ought to have kept your brother's secret." "But he never said it was a secret except from Mamma," pleaded Molly in self-defence. "And I wanted you to know because it was so dear of Cyril. But he is just like that. He will do anything for Kester. But all the same, I hope you will not tell anyone else."
And as Molly looked disturbed at this, she went on.
"It will be quite safe with me, you know. People so often tell me their little secrets, and your brother need not know that you have told me." "Why do you think he will mind? Oh, no, Miss Ross, I am sure you're wrong about that. I was talking to him one evening about you, and I remember I said I could not help telling you things because you are so nice and kind, and Cyril answered quite seriously, 'You could never have a better friend than Miss Ross. You will learn nothing but good from her. Tell her all you like. There is no one of whom I think more highly.' And then he kissed me quite affectionately. But all the same, Molly, I think you had better not let him know that you have told me. I mean, it would only embarrass him."
And here Audrey got up in a hurry and went to her wardrobe for something she had forgotten, and when she came back it was to remind Molly of the lateness of the hour.
"But this is not good-bye, you know. We shall stop at the grey cottage tomorrow morning to pick up Kester and his portmanteau."
And then, with some little difficulty, she dismissed Molly. Audrey intended to pay a parting visit to her friend Mr. O'Brien that evening. Dr. Ross and Michael had gone up to London for the day, and had arranged to sleep in town, and Mr. Harcourt would escort the ladies and look after their luggage until they joined them. Audrey had arranged with her mother that an informal meal should be served in the place of the ordinary late dinner, and that even this should be postponed until 9. It was impossible to walk to Braille in the heat of the afternoon. The weather was sultry, even at Rutherford, and Audrey proposed not to start until after an early tea. When she was ready, she went in search of Booty, who had been left under her guardianship. She knew exactly where she should find him, lying on Michael's bed. Booty was always a spectacle of woe during his master's brief absences. At the sound of a footstep or an opening door below, his short legs would be heard pattering downstairs. There would be an eager search in every room. Then, with a whine of disappointment and a heartbroken expression in his brown eyes, Booty would slink back again to Michael's room, to lie on his pillow or mount guard over some relic, a tie, a glove, or even an old shoe, something that he could identify as his master's property. Audrey was the only one who could comfort Booty for the loss of that loved presence, but even with her, Booty was still a most unhappy dog. He plucked up a little spirit, however, at the sight of her hat, and jumped off the bed. His master was clearly not in the house. Perhaps the road his temporary mistress meant to take would lead to him. Even a dog wearies of moping, and Booty's short legs needed their usual exercise. He followed her, therefore, without reluctance, and even lapped a little water out of his special dish. There was no joyous bark, no unrestrained gambols, as he trotted after her with his soft eyes, looking out for that worshipped form that was to Booty the one aim and object of life, for whose special delectation and delight he had been created. Mrs. Ross always said it made her quite miserable to see Booty when Michael was away, and indeed Michael never dared to leave him for many days together. If anything had happened to his master, the little animal would have pined and fretted himself to death.
"I suppose no one will ever love me as that creature does," Michael once observed to Audrey. "He has simply no will or life of his own. What a faithful friend a dog is. I believe Booty understands me better than most people. We have long conversations together sometimes. I talk, and Booty answers by signs."
Audrey enjoyed her walk, but she was afraid Booty was tired and would need a long rest. When they reached Vineyard Cottage, she found Mrs. Baxter mending stockings in the porch. "Father's gone out for a little stroll, Miss Ross," she said, rising with her usual subdued smile. "He'll be back directly. Will you come into the parlour and rest?"
"I would rather stay here," returned Audrey. "I am so fond of this pretty old porch, and this bench is so comfortable. Booty is tired, Mrs. Baxter. He has been fretting because his master chose to go up to London today, and his low spirits have made him languid. Look at him when I say Michael. There," as the dog started and sat up eagerly. "He knows his name, you see."
"Poor thing. He is intelligent as a Christian. More intelligent than some Christians I know. The ways of Providence are strange, Miss Ross, putting a loving heart into an animal like that, and leaving some human beings without one, unless it be a heart of stone." And here Mrs. Baxter sighed heavily and snapped her thread.
"I hope things have been quiet lately," observed Audrey, taking off her hat.
"You mean if Joe has been behaving himself, which is a question I can thankfully answer at present. Joe has not been troubling me again, Miss Ross. I think Father frightened him that time. Joe was always a coward. It is an evil conscience that makes him a coward. There is nothing else so frights a man. Joe couldn't treat a woman as he has treated me without feeling his conscience prick him sometimes."
"No, indeed, Mrs. Baxter. Let us hope that he will repent some day."
"I tell Father his repentance will come too late. We can't sow tares and reap wheat in this world, Miss Ross. The wicked flee when no man pursueth. I always think of Joe when I read that verse. Oh, there is always comfort to be found in the Scriptures. A woman forsaken and grieved in spirit. Do you remember those words, Miss Ross? I came upon them quite suddenly one evening as I was sitting in this very porch, and I said out loud to myself as one does sometimes, those words just fit you, Priscilla Baxter. They might be written for you."
"That makes the Bible such a wonderful book," returned Audrey thoughtfully. "Every form of grief finds expression and comfort there. There is food for every mind, every age, every nationality."
"I never saw anyone to beat Father in reading the Bible, Miss Ross. You'd be surprised to see how kindly he takes to it. I have known him read the Prodigal Son to Hannah and me on Sunday evening with the tears running down his face, and he not knowing it more than a baby, for all Hannah's sniffs. It is his favourite reading. It is indeed, Miss Ross, though his voice does get choky sometimes."
"He is thinking of his poor brother, Matt."
"Begging your pardon, Miss Ross, I would rather not mention Uncle Matt," returned Mrs. Baxter stiffly. "Joe has been a thorn in my side, heaven knows, and his wickedness has reduced me, his wedded wife, to skin and bone. But even Joe, with all his villainies, has not made himself a felon, and I can still bear his name without blushing. And so I have told Father a score of times when he wants to make out that Joe is the blacker of the two."
"Oh, I would not hurt him by speaking against his brother. Do you know, Mrs. Baxter, he loves him so dearly still."
Yes, but that is father's craze, Miss Ross, she replied coldly. Even a good man has his little weakness, and being a churchwoman, and I trust humbly a believer, I would not deny that Providence has given me as good a father as ever breathed this mortal air. But we're all human, Miss Ross, and human nature has its frailties, and father would be a wiser and happier man if he did not set such store by an ungrateful and good-for-nothing brother, who is a shame to his own flesh and blood, and whom it is a bitterness to me to own as my Uncle Matt. Priscilla! Ejaculated a grieved voice near them, and looking round the two women saw Mr. O'Brien standing within a few paces of them. No one had heard his footsteps except Booty, whose instincts were always gentlemanly, and who, in spite of his deep dejection, had given him a friendly greeting. Mr. O'Brien's good-natured face looked unusually grave. Good evening, Miss Ross. I thought we should see you before your flitting. I'm sorry I stepped out for a bit and so lost your company. Prissy, my girl, I don't want to find fault with you, but I'll not deny that it hurts me to hear you speak against Matt, poor old chap, when he's not here to answer for himself. It is womanlike, but it is not fair, looking at them with mild reproach, and it cuts me to hear it. It is not what your mother, my blessed Susan, would have done. She was never hard upon Matt. Never. Mrs. Baxter gave a penitent little sniff, and a faint flush came to her sallow face. With all her faults, she was devoted to her father. But she was a true daughter of Eve, and this well-deserved reproach only moved her to feeble recrimination. Well, father, I was always taught that listeners never heard any good of themselves. Not that the proverb holds strictly true in this case, but if Uncle Matt were standing in your place and heard what I said to Miss Ross, he would not deny I was speaking the truth, being always praised for my truthfulness and shaming the devil as much as possible. And if you are for saying that Uncle Matt was a kind brother to one who acted as his own father, I am bound to say that I do not agree with you. No, my lass, I am free to confess that Matt might have been kinder, and that as far as that goes you're speaking gospel truth. But my Susan and I have been used to saying the Lord's Prayer together every night, and Susan, that's your mother, Prissy, would sometimes whisper as we knelt down, Tom, are we sure we've quite forgiven everybody? I was put out this afternoon with Matt, and sometimes her voice would tremble a bit when she came to the words, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And Mr. O'Brien took off his straw hat with old-fashioned reverence. Mrs. Baxter gave a little choke. I wish I'd left it unsaid, father, if you're going to take on like this, she observed remorsefully. Sooner than grieves you, I would hold my tongue about Uncle Matt for the remainder of my natural life. There was nothing I would do sooner than have my mother quoted to me like a scripture saint, as though I were not worthy to tie her shoestring. Nay, nay, my lass, you are misunderstanding my meaning. No, father, begging your pardon, I am not. As I have often told Miss Ross, I never feel worthy to be the offspring of such parents. Miss Ross, turning to her, my father is a little low this evening, and I put him out of his usual way. I will leave you to talk to him a bit while I open a bottle of our white currant wine to hearten you for your walk home. Poor Prissy, observed Mr. O'Brien, shaking his grey head. She is a warrior, as Susan used to say, but her bark is worse than her bite. She is a good soul, and I would not change her for one of the lively sort. She is really very sorry for having pained you. Sorry? Bless my heart, you don't know Prissy. She will be that contrite for showing the sharp edge of her tongue that there will be nothing she will not do to make amends. It will be, Father, what will you have, and Father, do you think you could enjoy that from morning to night, as though I were a newborn babe to be tended? No, no, you are not up to Prissy. She was not got her mother's sweet charitable nature. My Susan, bless her dear heart, always thought the best of everybody. But Prissy is a good girl for all that. Audrey smiled as she drew down a tendril of jasmine to inhale its honeyed fragrance. There was not much girlhood left in the faded, sorrowful woman who had left them just now. But in the father's fond eyes, Priscilla would always be a girl. Then, in her serious, sweet way, she began to talk to her old friend, drawing him out and listening to those vague, far-old memories that seemed dearer to him day by day, until he had grown soothed and comforted. Mrs. Baxter joined them by and by, but she did not interrupt them, except to press another slice of the homemade cake on Audrey. When she rose to go, father and daughter accompanied her to the gate, and wished her a hearty Godspeed. "Goodbye, my dear old friends," she returned cheerfully. "In 7 weeks I shall hope to see you again. Take care of Mr. O'Brien, Mrs. Baxter." "Oh yes, Miss Ross, I will take care of him. It is not as if one of us could have a second parent. Father, put on your hat. The dews are falling, and you are not as young as you used to be." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Among the Braille Lanes.
Discreet reserve in a woman, like the distances kept by royal personages, contributes to maintain the proper reverence. Most of our pleasures are prized in proportion to the difficulty with which they are obtained.
4 dice.
A very slight spark will kindle a flame when everything lies open to catch it.
Sir Walter Scott. While Audrey was talking to her old friend in the jasmine-covered porch of Vineyard Cottage, Cyril Blake was sitting on a stile in one of the Braille Lanes, trying to solve a difficult problem. A domestic matter had come under his notice that very afternoon, a very ordinary occurrence, if he had only known it, and had caused him much vexation. But being more clear-sighted than other young men of his age, it is extremely doubtful whether he would have noticed it at all, but for a few words spoken by Miss Ross. A week or two ago, he had observed casually to her, as they were standing together on the cricket field, that he thought Molly was growing very fast. "I suppose she is strong," he added doubtfully, "but she has certainly seemed very tired lately." This reflection being forced upon him by a remark of Kester's that Molly had such a lot of headaches now.
"I'm afraid Molly is very often tired,"
returned Audrey rather gravely. Now, there was nothing in the simple remark to arrest Cyril's attention, but somehow Audrey's tone implied a good deal, and though no further word passed between them on the subject, Cyril was left with an uncomfortable impression, though it was too vague and intangible to be understood by him. But on this afternoon in question, he was rummaging among his possessions for some studs he had mislaid, and thinking Molly would help him in the search, he went in quest of her. He found her in the close little kitchen, ironing a pile of handkerchiefs and starched things. The place felt like an oven that hot summer's afternoon, and poor Molly's face was sadly flushed. She looked worried and overheated. It was then that Audrey's words flashed on him with a sort of electrical illumination. "I'm afraid Molly is very often tired." "Did you want me, Cyril?" asked Molly a little wearily, as she tested another iron and then put it down again. "Yes. No, it does not matter," rather absently. "Molly, is there no one else who can do that work? This place is like a brick kiln." "Well, there is only Biddy, you know, and she does get up the thing so badly. Remember how you grumbled about your handkerchiefs? And no wonder, for they looked as though they were rough dried, and so Mamma said I'd better do them for the future, because I could iron so nicely." And Molly gave a look of pride at the snowy pile beside her. But Cyril was not so easily mollified. "I would rather have my things badly done than see you slave in this fashion," he returned with unwonted irritation. "Molly, does Miss Ross know you do this sort of thing?" "Oh, yes, of course. I always tell Miss Ross everything." "She must have a very good opinion of us by this time," in a vexed voice. "She knows it can't be helped," returned Molly simply. "She did say one day that she was very sorry for me when she saw how tired I was. Oh, she was so dear and sweet that day. And once, when I told her how my back ached, and I couldn't help crying a little when she said she would like to speak to Mamma about me, but she knew it was no business of hers." "Anyhow, I shall make it my business," returned her brother decidedly, and he marched off to the drawing-room. Mrs. Blake was sitting in the window, marking some of Kester's new socks. She looked very cool and comfortable. The room was sweet, with a scent of flowers. The contrast between her and Molly struck Cyril very forcibly, and when his mother looked up at him with one of her caressing smiles, he did not respond with his customary brightness. "Mother, I want to talk to you about Molly," he said with an unusual abruptness, as he threw himself down in a cushioned chair opposite his mother's little work-table. "Yes, dear," she returned tranquilly, pausing to admire an exquisitely worked initial. "I found her in the kitchen just now, with her face the colour of a peony, ironing out a lot of things. The place was like a furnace. I could not have stood in it for a quarter of an hour. Surely, Mother, there is no need for Molly to slave in this way." "Do you call ironing a few things slavery?" replied Mrs. Blake in an amused voice. "In our great-grandmother's time, girls did more than that. Molly is not overworked, I assure you. And what makes her look so done up? Oh, that is nothing. She's growing up so fast, you know, and growing girls have that look. Molly is as strong as a horse, really. At her age, I was far weaker. Molly is a good child, but she is a little given to grumbling and making a fuss about trifles." "Oh, I don't agree with you there." "That is because you do not understand girls," returned his mother composedly. "But you may safely leave Molly to me. Am I likely to overwork one of my own children? Should I be worthy of the name of mother?" Yes, but you might not see your way to help it. That is, as long as you persist in your ridiculous resolution of keeping Biddy. Why, she ought to have been shelved long ago." "That is my affair, Cyril," replied Mrs. Blake with unusual dignity. She hardly ever spoke to him in that voice, and he looked up a little surprised. "I hope we are not going to quarrel, Motherling," his pet name for her. "Do we ever quarrel, darling? No, you only vex me when you talk of sending poor old Biddy away. I could not do it, Cyril. I am not naturally a hard-hearted woman, and it would be sheer cruelty to turn off my old nurse. Where would she go, poor old thing? And you know yourself we cannot afford another servant. Not at present, certainly. Perhaps we may in the future. Who knows?" returned Mrs. Blake with restored gaiety. "And until then a little work will not hurt Molly. Do you know, when I was a girl, my mother always insisted on my sister Dora and myself making our own beds. She said it would straighten our backs, and she liked us to run up and down stairs and make ourselves useful, because the exercise would improve our carriage and complexion. Dora had such a pretty figure, poor girl, and I think mine is passable," drying herself up to give effect to her words. "You, mother, you are as slim and as graceful as a girl now," returned Cyril admiringly, then recurring to his subject with a man's persistence. "I don't believe you did half so much as poor Molly does." "And what does she do?" asked Mrs. Blake, still mildly obstinate. "She only supplements poor old Biddy. A little dusting, a little bed-making now and then, perhaps a trifle of ironing. What is that for a strong, healthy girl like Molly?" "Yes, but Molly has to be educated," replied Cyril, only half convinced by this plausible statement. "These things may be only trifles, as you say, but they take up a good deal of time. You know, mother dear, how often I complain of the desultory way Molly's lessons are carried on." "That is because Molly and I are such wretched managers," she returned eagerly. "I am a feckless body, I know, and Molly takes after me. We both hate running in grooves." "Molly is young enough to learn better ways," was Cyril's grave answer. "As for you, mother, you are hopeless," with a shake of his head. "Yes, you will never mend or alter me," she rejoined with a light laugh. "I am Irish to the backbone. Now, my boy, you really must not keep me any longer with all this nonsense about Molly. I have to go up to Rosendale, you know. Mrs. Cardell begged me to sit with her a little, and I am late now. Molly will give you your tea. Come, have you forgiven your mother?" passing her white taper fingers over his dark hair as she spoke. Cyril's only answer was to draw her face down to his. Mrs. Blake smiled happily at him as she left the room. What did she care if only everything were right between her and her idolized boy? But Cyril was not satisfied. With all his love for his mother, he was by no means blind to her many faults. He knew she was far too partial in her treatment of her children, that she was often thoughtless of Kester's comfort, and a little hard in her judgment of him, and she was not always judicious with respect to Molly. At times she was lax, and left the girl to her own devices, but in certain moods, when Cyril had been speaking to her, perhaps there would be nothing right. It was then that Molly was accused of untidiness and feckless ways, when hints of idleness were dropped, and strict rules, never to be carried out, were made. Molly must do a copy every day. She wrote worse than a child of 10. Her ignorance of geography was disgraceful. She had no idea where the Tigris was, and she could not name half the counties in Scotland, and so on. For 24 hours, Molly would be drilled, put through her facings, lectured, and made generally miserable. But by the next morning or so, the educational cleaning would be over. "Mother wasn't in a mood for teaching," Molly would say in her artless fashion as she carried away her books. No, he could not alter his mother's nature, Cyril thought sadly. He could only do the best he could do for them all. He was clever enough to see that his mother was wilfully shutting her eyes to her own mismanagement of Molly, and that she preferred drifting on in this happy-go-lucky fashion. With all her energy and fits of industry, she was extremely indolent, and never liked taking trouble about anything. No, it was no use talking to her any more about Molly, unless he had some definite suggestion to make. And then it was that he wondered if Miss Ross would help him. She always helped everyone, and he knew that she was in the full possession of the facts. "I'm not a bit ashamed of our poverty," thought Cyril as he plunged down on the sweet dewy lanes. "One day I shall get on and be any man's equal, but the only thing that troubles me is the idea that she thinks us too hard on Molly. She has never said so, of course, but somehow it is so easy to read her thoughts. She is more transparent than other people." And Cyril heaved a deep sigh. "I wonder what she will think when she sees me. I do not want her to know that I am looking out for her. Everyone has a right to take an evening walk if he likes, and of course the roads are open to all. Even without this excuse I meant to do it, for after this evening. And then Cyril groaned to himself as he thought of the 7 long, blank weeks that stretched before him, when a certain sweet face would be missing, and at that moment he espied the gleam of a wet dress between the hedgerows. Now Audrey was right in saying Booty was a spoiled dog. He was as full of whimsies that evening as spoilt children generally are. He had testified extreme delight when Audrey had closed the gate of Vineyard Cottage behind her. By some curious canine train of reasoning, he had arrived at the conviction that his master was at Woodcote, had probably arrived there during the absence, and with this pleasing notion he pattered cheerfully after Audrey down the long grass lanes. But Audrey walked fast, and being rather late, she walked all the faster, and Booty, who was used to Michael's leisurely pace, began to lag behind and to hold out signals of distress.
"Oh, Booty, Booty!" exclaimed Audrey, regarding the little animal indulgently. "And so I am to carry you, just because your legs are so absurdly short that they tire easily."
Evidently this was what Booty wished, for he sat up and waved his paws in an irresistible way.
"Very well, I will carry you, old fellow, but you are dreadfully spoilt, you know."
"Indeed, you shall do nothing of the kind, Miss Ross." And Cyril jumped off the stile. "I will carry him for you." And Cyril hoisted him up on his arm, being rewarded by an affectionate dab on his nose from Booty's busy tongue. Audrey had coloured slightly when she first caught sight of Cyril's tall figure, but she suppressed her surprise.
"Is this a favourite walk of yours?"
she asked carelessly, as though it were a usual thing to meet Mr. Blake wandering about the Braille lanes. Cyril was quite equal to the occasion. He hardly knew which was his favourite walk. He was trying them all by turns. He had taken his mother to Braille once, and she had been much pleased with the village. There was one cottage she thought very pretty. Indeed, they had both fallen in love with it. It had a quaint old porch, smothered in jasmine.
"That is Vineyard Cottage, where my friends the O'Briens live,"
replied Audrey, only half deceived by this smooth account. It was clear that Mr. Blake wished her to think that only purest accident had guided his feet in the direction of Braille. But Audrey was sharp-witted, and she knew Molly had a tongue. It would be so natural for her to say,
"Miss Ross is going to see some old friends at Braille. She told me so, but it is so hot that she will not go until after tea."
Once before she had been sure that Molly's chattering had set Mr. Blake on her track. She must be more careful how she talked to Molly for the future. But here Cyril, who was somewhat alarmed at her gravity, and who half guessed at her thoughts, began to speak about Molly in an anxious, brotherly manner that restored Audrey at once to ease. "So you see all the difficulty," he continued after he had briefly stated the facts, "and I shall be grateful if you could help me to any solution. I ought to apologize for troubling you, but I know you take such an interest in Molly."
"I do indeed,"
she returned cordially, and in a moment every trace of constraint vanished from her manner.
"And to tell you the truth, Mr. Blake, I have felt rather anxious about her lately. Even my mother has noticed how far from strong she looks."
"But that is because she is growing so fast," he replied, unconsciously repeating Mrs. Blake's words. "You see, Miss Ross, my mother absolutely refuses to part with Biddy. I've argued with her again and again, but nothing will induce her to send the old woman away. She also declares that she cannot afford another servant. So what is to be done?" And Cyril sighed as though he had all the labours of Hercules before him. Audrey looked at him very kindly. She was much touched by this confidence. How few young men, she thought, would have been so simple and straightforward. There was no false pride in the way he mentioned their small means and homely contrivances. He spoke to her quite frankly, as though he knew she was their friend, and as though he trusted her. It was the purest flattery, the most delicious homage he could have offered her. Audrey felt her sympathy quicken as she listened.
"I would not trouble about it just now," she observed cheerfully. "Not until the vacation is over. Molly will have very little to do while you and Kester are away."
"That is true," he returned in a relieved tone, for he had not thought of that.
"When we all come back, we might hit upon some plan. Do you think your mother would object to having in a woman 2 or 3 times a week to help Biddy? I think I know the person who would just do. Rebecca Armstrong. She does not want to leave home, but she is a strong, capable girl, and she could easily do all the rough work, and she is very moderate in her charges. I could inquire about her if you like."
"It is an excellent idea," he replied inwardly, wondering why it had not occurred to his mother. "I am so grateful for you for suggesting it. I'm quite sure my mother will not object, so by all means let us have this Rebecca.
Shall I tell your mother about her?
Perhaps I'd better speak to her first. There is no hurry, as you say. Really, Miss Ross, you have lifted a burden off my mind.
I am so glad, with a smile. You see, Mr. Blake, it will be so nice for Molly to have her mornings to herself. She has told me 2 or 3 times that she finds it impossible to work in the afternoon. There are so many interruptions, and by that time she is generally so tired, or stupid, as she calls it, that she cannot even add up her sums.
Oh, we will alter all that, replied Cyril lightly. He had discharged his duty, and now he did not want to talk about Molly any more. From the first, he had always felt conscious of a feeling of well-being, of utter contentment when he was in the presence of this girl. It made him happy only to be with her. But this evening they were so utterly alone. The whole world was shut out by those barriers of grassy lanes and still green meadows with their groups of slowly feeding cattle. The evening air was full of dewy freshness, and only the twittering of birds broke the stillness. A subtle sweetness seemed to distill through the young man's veins as he glanced at his companion. Involuntarily, his voice softened. "I wonder where you will be this time tomorrow," he said, rather abruptly.
"We are to sleep at York, you know. Geraldine wants to see the Minster."
"Oh, yes, I remember. Captain Bennet told me." And then he began questioning her about Braemar. Could she describe it to him? He had never been in Scotland, and he would like to picture the place to himself. He should ask Kester to send him a photograph or 2. Audrey was quite willing to satisfy him. She had been there already, and had seen their cottage. She could tell him all about their 2 parlours, and the little garden running down to the beck. But Cyril's curiosity was insatiable. He wanted to know presently how she would employ herself, and what books she would read. "For you will have wet days," he added. "Soft days, I think they call them, and then time will hang heavily on your hands, unless you have plenty of books."
"Oh, Michael has seen to that,"
she replied brightly. Somehow Michael's name was perpetually cropping up.
"My cousin and I mean to do that," or "Michael means to help me with that,"
until Cyril's face grew slightly lugubrious. True, he tried to console himself with the remembrance of Audrey's words that she and Geraldine looked upon Michael as a sort of brother. Still, he never did quite approve of this sort of adopted relationship. It was always a mistake, he thought, and in time people found it out for themselves. Of course, he was Miss Ross's cousin, or rather, her father's cousin, but even that did not explain matters comfortably to his mind. And when a man has a Victoria Cross, and is looked upon in the light of a hero, it is a little difficult for other men not to envy him. Cyril began to feel less happy. The walk was nearly at an end, too. Some of the light and cheerfulness seemed to fade out of the landscape. A chill breath permeated the summer air. But Audrey went on talking in a lively, girlish way. She was quite unconscious of the sombre tinge that had stolen over Cyril's thoughts.
"Yes, tomorrow we shall be more than 100 miles away, and the next day you will be en route for Cornwall."
"I suppose so."
"You will have a very pleasant time, I hope."
"Oh, I dare say it will be pleasant enough. The house will be full of company. At least Hackett says so. His people are very hospitable."
"Are there any daughters?"
"Oh, yes, there are 3 girls, the 3 Graces as they were called when they came up to commemoration."
"Indeed? Were they so handsome?"
"Some of our men thought so, with a fine air of indifference. I know Baker was smitten with one of them. It is going to be a match, I believe. That is Henrietta, the eldest."
"I suppose she was the handsomest?"
"Oh, dear no, Miss Laura is far better looking, and so is the youngest, Miss Frances. In my opinion, Miss Frances is far more taking than either of her sisters."
"Oh, indeed. I think you will have a very pleasant time, Mr. Blake."
"Well, I cannot say I am looking forward to it. I'm afraid it will be rather a bore than otherwise. I would much rather go on working."
"I don't think you would find Rutherford very lively."
"Oh, I did not mean that," with a reproachful glance at her that Audrey found rather embarrassing. "You surely could not have thought I wished to remain here now." A dangerous emphasis on now. "Why, it would be the abomination of desolation, a howling wilderness."
"I thought you were fond of Rutherford."
Audrey was not particularly brilliant in her remarks just now. She was not good at this sort of fencing. She had a dim idea that she ought to discourage this sort of thing, but she did so hate snubbing anyone, and in spite of his youth, Mr. Blake was rather formidable. "So I do. I love Rutherford," he returned with such vehemence that Audrey was startled, and Booty tried anxiously to lick him again. "It was a blessed day that brought us all here. I wonder how often I say that to myself. But all the same," he paused, seemed to recollect himself, and went on. "It must be very dull in vacation time."
"Oh, yes, of course,"
she said quickly. It was rather a tame conclusion to his sentence, but Audrey breathed more freely. She was almost glad they had reached Rutherford, and that in a few minutes Woodcote would be in view. They were both a little silent after this, and by Cyril put Booty down.
"Goodbye," observed Audrey very gently as she extended her hand. "Thank you so much for being so good to Booty, and please give my love to my mother and Molly."
"Goodbye," murmured Cyril, and for a moment he held her hand very tightly. If his eyes said a little too eloquently that he knew he should not see her again for a long time, Audrey did not see it, for her own were downcast. That strong, warm presence of Cyril's hand had been a revelation, and a quick, sensitive blush rose to her face as she turned silently away. "That is over," thought Cyril to himself as he strode through the silent street in the summer twilight. "And now for 7 long blank weeks. Am I mad tonight? Would it ever be possible? It is like the new heaven and the new earth, only to think of it," finished the young man, delirious with this sweet intoxication of possible and impossible dreams. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On a Scotch moor. Time so complained of, who to no one man shows partiality, brings round to all men some undimmed hours. Matthew Arnold. In future days, Audrey always looked back upon those 7 weeks at Braemar with the same feelings with which one recalls the memory of some lake embosomed in hills that one has been sleeping in the sunlight, and which only tranquil images were reflected, the branch of some drooping sapling, or some bird's wing as it skimmed across the glassy surface. Just so one day after another glided away in smooth enjoyment and untroubled serenity, and not a discordant breath ruffled the 2 households. The house that Dr. Ross had taken had originally been 2 good-sized cottages, and though the rooms were small, there were plenty of them, and a little careful adjustment of the scanty furniture and a few additional knick-knacks transformed the parlour into a pleasant sitting-room. Geraldine wondered and admired when she came across, the first morning after their arrival. Audrey had arranged her own and Michael's books on the empty shelves. The little mirror, and indeed the whole mantelpiece, was festooned and half hidden with branches laden with deep crimson rowan berries, mixed with heather and silvery-leafed honesty. A basket of the same rowan berries occupied the centre of the round table. An oriental scarf draped the ugly horsehair sofa, and a comfortable-looking rug was thrown over the shabby easy chair. The fishing tackle, butterfly nets, pipes, and all other heterogeneous matters were consigned to a small bare apartment known as Michael's den, and which soon became a lumber room. Geraldine looked at her sister's handiwork with great approval. She considered her father's household was magnificently lodged. She and her husband had taken up their quarters in a much less commodious cottage. Their tiny parlour would hardly hold 4 people comfortably, and the ceiling was so low that Mr. Harcourt always felt as though he must knock his head against the rafters. When any of the Ross party called on them, they generally adjourned to the small sloping garden and conversed among the raspberry bushes. It was delightful to see Geraldine's enjoyment of these primitive surroundings. The young mistress of Hillside seemed transformed into another person. Percival's clever contrivances, their little makeshifts, the odd picnic life, were all fruitful topics of conversation. "And then I have him all to myself, without any tiresome boys," she would say to her mother. "It is just like another honeymoon." Geraldine's one grievance was that she was not strong enough to share her husband's excursions. She had to stay with her mother and Michael when he and Audrey and Dr. Ross took one of their long scrambling or fishing expeditions. Geraldine used to manifest a wifely impatience on these occasions that was very pretty and becoming, and she and Michael, who seemed to share her feelings, would stroll to the little bridge of an evening to meet the returning party. Somehow Michael was always the first to see them, and raised the friendly halloo that generally sent the small black cattle scampering down the croft.
"See the conquering hero comes,"
Mr. Harcourt would respond, opening his rush-basket to display the silvery trout. Dr. Ross's pockets would be full of mosses and specimens and fragments of rock and Audrey brought up the rear with both hands laden with wild flowers and grasses. "Have you been dull, my darling?" Mr. Harcourt would say as Geraldine walked beside him. She seemed to have eyes and ears for no one else, and was that any wonder when he had been absent from her since early morning? "We've had a grand day, Jerry. We have tramped I do not know how many miles. Dr. Ross says 15. We've been arguing about it all the way home. I'm as hungry as a hunter. I feel like Esau. A bowl of red lentils would not have a chance with me. I always had a sneaking sort of liking for Esau. What have you got for supper, little woman?" "Salmon steaks and broiled fowl," was Geraldine's answer. "Your favourite dishes, Percy. I'm so glad you're hungry." "Faith that I am. The Trojan horses were nothing to me. I will have a wash first and get off these boots, should you know them for boots, and then you shall see, my dear." And it may be doubted whether those two ever enjoyed a meal more than those salmon steaks and broiled fowl that Jean Scott first cooked, and then carried in bare-armed, setting down the dishes with a triumphant bang on a small rickety table. "Now we will have a drop of the crater," Mr. Harcourt would say. "Wrap yourself in my rug and we shall sit in the porch, for really this cabin stifles me after the moors. What have you and your mother been talking about? Let me have the whole budget, Jerry." Was there a happier woman in the world than Geraldine, nestled under her husband's plaid, in the big roomy porch, and looking out at the starlight? Every practical, prosaic people have their moments of poetry when the inner meaning of things seems suddenly revealed to them, when their outer self drops off and their vision is purged and purified. And Geraldine, listening to the tinkling beck below and inhaling the cool fragrance of the Scotch twilight, creeps nearer to her husband and leans against his sheltering arm. What does it matter what they talked about? Mr. Harcourt had not yet forgotten the lover and the husband. Perhaps he, too, felt how sweet was this dual solitude after his busy labours, and owned in manly fashion his sense of his many blessings.
"How happy those two are,"
Audrey once said, a little thoughtfully. She was sitting on the open moor, and Michael was stretched on the heather beside her, with Kester at a little distance, buried as usual in his book. Booty was amusing himself by following rather inquisitively the slow movements of a bee that was humming over the heather. The three had been spending a tranquil evening together, while Dr. Ross and his son-in-law had started for a certain long walk which they declared no woman ought to attempt. Audrey was not sorry to be left with Michael. It had been her intention from the first to devote herself to him, and dearly as she loved these rambles with her father, she was quite as happy talking to Michael. Audrey's dangerous gift of sympathy, dangerous because of its lack of moderation, always enabled her to throw herself into other people's interests. It gave her positive happiness to see Michael so tranquil and content, and carrying himself with the air of a man who knows himself to be anchored in some fair haven after stress of weather, and indeed these were halcyon days to Michael. He had Audrey's constant companionship, and never had the girl been sweeter to him. The delicious moorland air, the free life, the absence of any care or worry, braced his worn nerves and filled his pulses with a sense of returning health. He felt comparatively well and strong, and woke each morning with a sense of enjoyment and well-being. Even Audrey's long absences did not trouble him overmuch, for there was always the pleasure of her return. He and Kester could always amuse themselves until the time came for him and Geraldine to stroll to their trysting place.
"Here we are, Michael,"
Audrey would say with her sudden bright smile that seemed to light up the landscape. Somehow he had never admired her so much as he did now in her neat tweed dress and the deerstalker cap that sat so jauntily on her brown hair. How lightly she walked, how full of life and energy she was. No mountain-bred lass had a freer step, a more erect carriage. When Audrey made her little speech about her sister's happiness, Michael looked up with a sort of lazy surprise in his eyes.
"Well, are not married people generally happy?" he asked. "At least the world gives them credit for happiness. Fancy turning bankrupt at 9 or 10 months.
"Oh, there will be no bankruptcy in their case. Gage is a thoroughly contented woman. Do you know, Michael, I begin to think Percival a good fellow myself. I never saw quite so much of him before, and he is really very companionable."
"Come now, I have high hopes of you. Then why this dubious tone in alluding to their matrimonial felicity?"
"Oh, I don't know," with a slight blush. "I believe it makes me a little impatient if people talk too much about it. Mother and Gage are perpetually haranguing on such subjects as this. They're always hinting, or saying out openly, that such a girl had better be married. Now it is all very well, but there are two sides to every question, and I do think old maids have a great many privileges. No one seems to think of the delights of freedom.
I believe we've heard these sentiments before. Kester, my son, go on with your book. This sort of conversation is not intended for good little boys.
Michael, don't be absurd. I really mean what I say. It is perfectly glorious to say and do just what one likes. I mean to write a paper about it one day and send it up to one of our leading periodicals.
On the Old Maids of England, by a young maid. I should like to read it. The result of 23 years' experience must be singularly beneficial to the world at large. Write it, my child, by all means, and I will correct the proof sheets.
Why should not one be happy in one's own way? Persisted Audrey. You are older than I, Michael. I suppose a man of your age must have some experience. Is it not something to be your own master, to go where you like and do what you like without being cross-questioned on your actions?
Oh, I will agree with you there.
People talk such nonsense about loneliness and all that sort of thing, as though one need be lonely in a whole world full of human creatures, as though an old maid cannot find plenty to love, and who will love her?
I don't know, I never tried. If I had a maiden aunt, perhaps, murmured Michael.
If you had, and she were a nice, kind-hearted woman, you would love her. I know it is the fashion to laugh at old maids and make remarks on their funny little ways, but I never will find fault with them. Why, I shall be an old maid myself one day. But, all the same, I mean people to love me all my life long. What are you doing now? Rather sharply, for Michael had taken out his pocket-book and was writing the date.
I thought I might like to remind you of this conversation one day. Is it the 16th or the 17th? Thank you, Kester, the 17th. There, is written down.
You're very disagreeable, and I will not talk any more to you. I shall go and look for some stag's horn moss instead.
And Audrey sprang up from her couch of heather and marched away, while Michael lay face downward, with his peaked cap drawn over his eyes, and watched her roaming over the moor. Now, why was Audrey declaiming after this fashion, and why did she take it into her head to air all sorts of independent notions that quite shocked her mother, and why was she forever drawing plans to herself of a life that should be solitary, and yet crowded with interests, whose keynote should be sympathy for her fellow creatures and large-hearted work among them? And above all, why did she want to persuade herself and Michael that this was the sort of life best fitted for her? But no one could answer these questions, so complex is the machinery of feminine nature, that perhaps Audrey herself would have been the last to be able to answer them. But she was very happy, in spite of all these crude theories, very happy indeed. Some fullness of life seemed to enrich her fine, bountiful nature, and to add to her sense of enjoyment. Sometimes when she was sitting beside some mountain beck, in the hush of the noontide heat, when all was silent and solitary about her, except the gauzy wings of insects moving above the grasses, a certain face would start up against the background of her thoughts. A pair of dark, wistful eyes would appeal to her out of the silence. That mute farewell, so suggestive, so full of pain, even the strong, warm grasp with which her hand had been held, recurred to her memory. Was he still missing her, she wondered, or had Miss Frances contrived to comfort him? Miss Frances was very seldom mentioned in Cyril's frequent letters to Kester. The boy used to bring them to Audrey to read, with a glow of satisfaction on his face.
"Cyril is awfully good," he said once. "He never used to write to me at all. Mother always had his letters, but look what a long one I've had today, 2 sheets and a half, and he has asked such a lot of questions. Please do read it, Miss Ross. There are heaps of messages to everybody."
Audrey was quite willing to read it. As she took the letter, she again admired the clear, bold handwriting. It was just like the writer, she thought, frank, open and straightforward, but as she pursued it, a glow of amusement passed over her face. Mr. Blake's letters were very kind and brotherly, but were they only intended for Kester's eyes? Were all those picturesque descriptions, those clever sketches of character, those telling bits of humour, meant solely for the delectation of a boy of 16? And then the series of questions. What did they do all day when the weather was rainy, for example? Did Miss Ross always join the doctor and Mr. Harcourt on their fishing expeditions, and so on? Mr. Blake seldom mentioned her name, although there were many indirect allusions to her, but Miss Frances was scarcely ever mentioned. She was only classed in an offhand way with the Hackett girls or the young ladies. The Hackett girls went with us, the 2 younger ones are famous walkers, etc. Sometimes there would be an attempt to moralize. "I'm getting sick of girls," he wrote on this occasion. I'll give you a piece of brotherly advice, my boy. Never have much to do with them. Do not misunderstand me. By girls, I mean the specimens of young ladies one meets at tennis parties, garden parties, and that sort of thing. They're very pretty and amusing, but they are dangerous. They seem to expect that a fellow has nothing else to do but to dangle after them and pay them compliments. Even Miss F. But there, I will not mention names. She is a good sort, a lively little soul, but she is always up to mischief. Audrey bit her lips to keep from smiling as she read this passage, for she knew Kester was watching her. It was one of the saft days common in the Highlands, and not being ducks, the two households had remained within doors. Dr. Ross and Michael were classifying butterflies and moths in the den. Mrs. Ross was in her room, and Mr. and Mrs. Harcourt, cabined, cribbed, confined, as Mr. Harcourt expressed it, were getting through alarming arrears of correspondence by way of passing the time. Audrey had lighted a fire in the parlour and sat beside it snugly, and Kester was on the couch opposite her.
I wonder if it be Miss Frances,
thought Audrey as she replaced the letter in the envelope.
A lively little soul and a good sort. I don't think Mr. Blake's dislike to girls counts for much. Young men seldom write in that way unless they are bitten, and of course it could be no one else but Miss Frances. But it is no use arguing out the question. It is a very good letter, she said aloud. You are lucky to have such a correspondent. I suppose, taking up her embroidery, that your brother will not mind our seeing his letters. Oh dear, no, returned Kester, falling innocently into the snare. I've told him that you always read them, and you see he writes just as often. Do you think Cyril is enjoying himself as much as we are, Miss Ross? Now and then it seems to me that he is a little dull. When Cyril says he is bored, I think he means it.
Audrey evaded this question. She also had detected a vein of melancholy running through the letters. If he were so very happy in Miss Frances's society, would he wish quite so earnestly that the vacation were over, that he was amongst his boys in the big schoolroom? Would he drop those hints that no air suited him like Rutherford air?
I think he ought to be enjoying himself, she said a little severely. He is amongst very kind people, who evidently try to make him happy, and who treat him like one of themselves. And then, the girls seem to be good-natured. Young men do not know when they are well off. You had better tell him so, Kester. Shall I say it is a message from you? By no means, and Audrey spoke very decidedly. I never send messages to gentlemen.
And as the boy looked rather abashed at this rebuke, she continued more gently.
Of course you will give him our kind regards, and I dare say Mother will send a message. Mr. Blake is a great favourite of hers, but it is not my business if your brother chooses to be discontented and to quarrel with his loaves and fishes. I think Cyril would like to be in my place, observed Kester, quite unaware that he was saying the wrong thing. But Audrey took no notice of this speech. Well, he need not envy me now, he went on in a dolorous voice. It has been a grand time, and I have never been so happy in my life, and it will soon be over now, only a fortnight more. I'm glad you have been happy, Kester, and you do seem so much better,
looking at him critically. And indeed a great change had passed over the boy. His face was less thin and sharp, and there was a tinge of healthy colour in his cheeks. His eyes, too, were less sunken and hollow, and had lost their melancholy expression. When Audrey had first seen him on that June afternoon, there had been a subdued air about him that contrasted painfully with his extreme youth, but now there was renewed life and energy in his aspect, as though some heavy pressure had been suddenly removed. I'm ever so much better, he returned gratefully, and it was then that Audrey noticed for the first time his likeness to his brother. He was really a nice-looking boy, and but for his want of health would have been handsome. When I go home, and here a cloud passed over his face, these weeks will seem like a dream. Fancy having to do nothing all day but enjoy oneself from morning to night. Why, I'm sure you and Michael work hard enough. Oh, but that is the best pleasure of all, he replied eagerly. I should not care for idleness. I like to feel I am making progress, and Captain Burnett says I am getting on first rate. And then think of our study, Miss Ross. And here Kester's face kindled with enthusiasm. How I shall dream of those moors, and of those great patches of purple heather, and the bees humming over the thyme, and the golden gorse and the bracken. No wonder Cyril wants to be in my place. You and Michael are great friends, are you not, Kester? Oh, yes. But though Kester turned on her a beaming look of assent, he said no more. He had a boy's dislike to speak of his feelings, and Audrey respected this shy reticence, for she asked no further questions. But she knew Kester almost worshipped Michael, that a word from him influenced him more than a dozen words from any other person. Even Cyril's opinion must defer to this new friend, for was not Captain Burnett a hero? Did he not wear the Victoria Cross, and were not those scars the remains of glorious wounds when he shed his blood freely for those poor sick soldiers? And this hero, this king of men, this grave, clear-eyed soldier, had thrown the aegis of his protection round him. Kester had stooped to teach and befriend him. No wonder Kester prayed God bless him every night in his brief boyish prayers, that he grew to track his footsteps much as Booty did, and to read him, as Audrey failed to do, by the light of his honest, youthful love. For Kester's hero was Kester's friend, and in time friends grow to understand each other. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yellow stockings on the tapis.
We school our manners, act our parts, but he who sees us through and through knows that the bent of both our hearts was to be gentle, tranquil, true. Matthew Arnold. Audrey had not forgotten Molly all this time. She kept her promise and wrote to her frequently, and she had long letters from her in return. Molly's girlish effusions were very innocent and loving. One day Michael asked to read one of them. He smiled as he handed it back. "She is a dear little girl," he said heartily. "I do not wonder that you are so fond of her. She is only an undeveloped child now, but there is plenty of good raw material. Molly will make a fine, large-hearted woman one day, like someone else I know," he finished to himself. "If I do not mistake, Molly is cut after Audrey's pattern."
Now and then Mrs. Blake wrote also. Her letters were airy and picturesque, like a talk. Audrey would read them aloud to her mother and Michael. "I really feel as though our Richmond dreams had come true," she wrote once, "as though our favourite castle in the air were built. Not really, Mother, you don't think this beautiful house and garden belong to us really?" asks Molly in her stupid way. You know what a literal little soul she is. "Oh, go away, Molly," I exclaim quite crossly. "How can I help it if you have no imagination? For all I know, the place is ours. No one interferes with us. We come and go as we like. The birds sing to us. The flowers bloom for our pleasure. Sometimes we sit by the lake, or Molly paddles me to deep-water chine, or we read our history on the delicious circular seat overlooking the terraces. Then the silence is invaded. A neat-handed Phyllis, isn't that poetically expressed, comes up with a message from that good Mrs. Draper. Where would Mrs. Blake and Miss Molly have their tea? Oh, you dear thoughtful creature, as though I do not know who has prompted Mrs. Draper. Of course, Molly cries, the garden, mamma, and the garden, so be it, say I. And presently it comes, such a tea, such fruit, such cream, such cakes. No wonder Molly is growing fat. And how am I to thank you and dear Mrs. Ross? I must give it up. Words will not express my sense of your goodness. But before I finish this rigmarole, I must tell you that Molly practices every day for an hour, and keeps up her French, and the Roman history progresses well. I am carrying Molly so fast over the ground that we shall soon be dragged at Pompey's chariot wheels, and as she complains that she forgets what we have read, I make her take notes and copy them neatly in a book. I know you will be glad to hear this. Was Michael's sole observation when Audrey had finished.
"It's a very interesting letter, very droll and amusing,"
remarked Mrs. Ross in her kindly way.
"Mrs. Blake is a clever woman. Don't you think so, Michael?"
But Michael could not be induced to hazard an opinion. Indeed, his behaviour was so unsatisfactory that Audrey threatened to keep the next letter to herself. But the last week was nearly at an end, and though everyone loudly lamented over this fact, it was observed that Mrs. Ross's countenance grew brighter every day. She never willingly left her beautiful home, and she always hailed her return to it with joy. Not even her Highland home, with its heather and long festoons of staghorn moss, could divert her affections from her beloved woodcot, and the young mistress of Hillside fully echoed these sentiments. "It has been a lovely time, and has done Percy a world of good," she said to her mother as they were packing up some curiosities together. "But I can see he is growing a little tired of idleness, and after all, there is no place like home."
"I'm sure your father and I feel the same. And really, Geraldine, on a wet day these rooms are terribly small. I used to take my work upstairs. One seemed to breathe freer than in that stuffy parlour that Audrey and Michael think so charming.
So our last evening has come,
observed Audrey in a curious tone, as she and Michael wandered down to the little bridge they called their trysting place. A tiny rivulet of water trickled over the stones, and 2 or 3 ducks were dibbling with yellow bills along the miniature boulders. Audrey sat down on the low wall, and Michael stooped to pick up a pebble, an action that excited frantic joy in Booty's breast.
"Ah, to be sure,"
he replied as he sent it skimming along the water, while Booty patted after it, barking with glee.
"Don't you remember De Quincey's observation?"
And as Audrey shook her head, for she never remembered quotations, he went on.
"He declares that it is true and failing remark of Dr. Johnson's that we never do anything consciously for the last time, of things, that is to say, which we have long been in the habit of doing, without sadness of heart."
I think he is right.
And Audrey bent over the low parapet to watch a sudden scrimmage below. Booty was frisking among the boulders, and the ducks, evidently ruffled in their feelings, were swimming under the bridge, quacking a loud, indignant protest. Even ducks lose their tempers sometimes, and the angry flourish of their tails and the pouting of their soft necks and their open bills showed keen remonstrance and utter vexation of spirit.
"Booty, come here and leave those ducks in peace."
And then, while Michael threw another pebble or 2, she sat asking herself if she felt this sadness. Was she glad or sorry to know that tomorrow they would be on their way to Rutherford? Would it not be a matter of regret if their return were to be suddenly postponed? She had been very happy here. She had seen so much of her father and Michael. But here Audrey brought her inward questioning to an abrupt end.
"It has been a nice time, Michael,"
she said gently.
"A very nice time indeed."
"Look here, I wish you would substitute another adjective,"
he remonstrated quite seriously.
"Nice is such an insipid, sugary sort of word. There's no sort of character about it. Now, if you had said a good old time—"
"And have drawn down a reproof on myself for talking slang."
"Well, a glorious time," he corrected. "Shall we say that instead? You have enjoyed it, have you not?"
with one of his searching looks.
"Oh, yes, I have never enjoyed myself more. And, Michael,"
her love of mischief predominating,
"I do believe we have not quarrelled once."
"You've been such a brick, you know, and have given in to me and everything. Somehow,"
continued Michael, throwing up a pebble and catching it again,
"if people give in to me, I am remarkably sweet-tempered. We were very near a quarrel once, I remember, but it never came to anything. It was a hot afternoon, I think, and we were both sleepy."
"I cannot say I remember it."
"Well, let it pass. I'm in that sort of magnanimous mood that I am ready to pronounce absolution on all offences, past, present, and to come. By the by, Audrey, I forgot to tell you something. Kester has had the letter he wanted, and Widow Blake graciously signifies her assent."
"Michael, let me give you a timely warning. We shall quarrel if you call my friend by that ridiculous name."
"A quarrel cannot be carried on by one party alone," he returned lazily, "and I absolutely refuse to consider a mere statement of facts in the light of a grievance. Still, if your feelings are wounded and you object to my allusion to your fair friend's bereaved condition—"
"Michael," with a little stamp, "will you leave off talking about Mrs. Blake and tell me what you mean?"
"It is perfectly simple, I assure you. Kester wrote to his mother to ask if he might go up to town with me, and she said yes."
"Must you really go?" rather regretfully. "It would be so much nicer if you came to Rutherford with us. You know," she continued affectionately, "I always miss you so much when you are away."
Michael gave her one of his quick looks, and then he picked up a smooth white stone that had attracted his attention.
"I shall follow you in 10 days. At least, that is my present intention, unless Stedman's business keeps me."
"But will not Kester be in your way?"
"Not a bit. He'll be a famous companion. He'll have the run of my rooms, and when I'm at the club or with the other fellows, he'll find 100 ways of amusing himself."
"It will be such a treat to him."
"I want it to be a treat. He has not had much pleasure in his life, poor fellow. Do you know, Audrey, he's never really seen London. Won't he enjoy bowling along the Embankment in a hansom, and what do you suppose he will say to Westminster Abbey and the Houses of Parliament? I mean to take him to the theatre. Actually, he has never seen a play. We will have dinner at the Criterion, and I will get Fred Summers to join us. Well, what now?" regarding her with astonishment, for Audrey was looking at him, and her beautiful grey eyes were full of tears.
Because you are so kind, she said a little huskily. Because no one else ever did such kind, thoughtful things, and because you never think of yourself at all.
Oh, come, you must not begin praising me after this fashion, he said lightly, for he would not show her how much he was touched, that there were actually tears in her eyes for him.
And I think it no wonder at all that Kester is so devoted to you.
Booty! Exclaimed Michael sadly, as the little creature jumped on his knee. He continued in a melancholy tone. Do you know, Booty, you have a rival. Someone else beside yourself dares to be devoted to your master. Ah, no wonder you wag your tail so feebly. The moon loves many brooks, but the brooks love one moon. It is an affecting image.
Michael, I do wish you would be a little serious this last evening. I really mean it. Kester thinks more of you than he does of his own brother.
Oh, he'll be wiser some day, returned Michael with the utmost cheerfulness. You must make allowances for his youth and inexperience. He is an odd boy, rather precocious for his age, and his weak health has fostered his little peculiarities.
You speak as though some apology were needed. You are very dense this evening, Michael. I believe I said I was not at all surprised at Kester's devotion. You have been so good to him.
I think the air of this place is enervating, replied Michael, jumping up from the parapet. I know people do not generally consider moorland air enervating, but mine is a peculiar constitution, and needs more bracing than other men's. Shall we walk back, my dear? But as he gave her his hand to rise, the gentle melancholy of his smile smote her with a sudden sense of sadness, for it spoke of some hidden pain that even her sympathy could not reach, and she knew that his whimsical words only cloaked some vague uneasiness. Come, dear, come, he continued. These Scotch twilights are somewhat damp and chilly. We will burn that pine log this evening, and we will sit round it and tell stories. Eh, Audrey? But in spite of these cheerful words, Michael was the quietest of the group that evening, as he watched from his dusky corner, and perceived himself the play of the firelight on one bright, earnest face. Audrey sat on the rug at her father's feet, with her head against his knee. It was a favourite position of hers.
Now, Daddy Glass Eyes, it is your turn, she said, using the old baby name. Michael has turned disagreeable and has gone to sleep, so we will miss him. Kester, are you thinking of your story? It must be a nice, creepy one, please.
I think we ought all to go to bed early, John,
interrupted Mrs. Ross.
Audrey is in one of her sociable moods, but she forgets we have a long journey before us. Kester is looking as sleepy as possible.
And as Dr. Ross always acted on his wife's quiet hints, the fireside circle soon broke up. It had been arranged that the whole party should sleep 2 nights in town. Geraldine and Audrey had shopping to do, and both Dr. Ross and his son-in-law had business appointments to detain them. Audrey and her mother had tea with Michael one evening, and then they bade him and Kester goodbye.
You will tell Molly all about me, will you not, Miss Ross? Kester exclaimed excitedly. Tell her I'm going to St. Paul's and the National Gallery and the British Museum. Fred Summers is going to pilot me about, as Captain Burnett has so much to do. Do you know Fred Summers, Miss Ross? He seems a nice sort of fellow.
Oh yes, Audrey knew all about Fred Summers. He was another protégé of Michael's. Indeed, the whole Summers family considered themselves indebted to Captain Burnett. Fred's father was only a city clerk, and at one time his head had been very much below water. He was a good, weak sort of man, but he had not sufficient backbone. When the tide sat dead against him, he lost courage. "The man will die," said the doctor. "He has no stamina. He simply offers no resistance to the disease that is carrying him off. You should cheer him up a bit, Mrs. Summers. Cry never mended a sick man yet." For he was a parish doctor, and a little rough in his ways.
A man has no right to lose courage and show the white feather when he has a wife and 6 children depending on him, said Michael.
Some chance, or rather say some providential arrangement, had brought him across the threshold. Michael came across all sorts of people in his London life, and though his acquaintance among city clerks was rather limited, he had known Mr. Summers slightly. When Michael stepped up to that sick-bed, with that wholesome rebuke on his tongue, but his heart was very full of sympathy for the stricken man, Robert Summers' difficulties were practically over. The debts that were chafing the life out of him, debts incurred by sickness, by 100 little disasters, were paid out of Michael's small means, and, despite his doctor's prophecy, Robert Summers rose from his bed a braver, stronger man. Michael never lost interest in the family. They would always be pinched,
as struggling he knew. A city clerkship is not an El Dorado of riches, and growing boys and girls have to be clothed and educated. Michael took the eldest boy, Fred, under his wing. By some means or other, he got him into Christ's Hospital. How Fred's little sisters admired those yellow stockings, though it may be doubted whether they were not too warm a colour for Fred's private taste. Fred was a Grecian by this time, a big strapping fellow he looked beside Kester, with a freckled, intelligent face and a mop of dark hair. He was a great favourite of Audrey's, and she had once induced her mother to let him spend a fortnight at Woodcote. Dr. Ross also took a kindly interest in him.
"Fred will make his mark one day. You are right, Michael," he observed. "There's plenty of brains under that rough thatch of his. He will shoulder his way through the world. Christ's Hospital has turned out many a fine scholar, and Fred does not mean to be behind them."
Audrey bade good-bye to Michael somewhat reluctantly.
"You will follow us in 10 days, will you not?" she asked, rather anxiously. "Remember that London never suits you, and you're always better at Rutherford, and it'll be such a pity to lose your good looks. Scotland has done wonders for you. Percival was only saying so this morning."
"I shall be sure to come as soon as I've settled this troublesome piece of business," he returned cheerfully. "Take care of yourself, my Lady Bountiful, and do not get into mischief during your mentor's absence."
But when the hansom had driven off, Michael did an unusual thing. He walked to a small oak-framed mirror that hung between the windows and regarded himself with earnest scrutiny. He was alone. The two boys had started off in an omnibus to the National Gallery, and Michael had promised to lunch with a friend in Lincoln's Inn.
"My good looks," he soliloquized. "I wonder if my health has really improved. She was right. I felt a different man in Scotland. I have not felt so well and strong since that Zulu slashed me. Poor devil, I sent him to limbo. It is true, the doctors were not hopeless. In time and with care, if I could only keep my nerves in order, that was what they said. Oh, if I could only believe them. If I could only feel the power for work, any sort of work, coming back to me, I would... He stopped and broke off the thread of his thoughts abruptly. What a fool I am! I will not let this temptation master me. If I were once to entertain such a hope, to believe it possible, I should work myself into a restless fever. Avaunt, Satanas! Sweet, subtle, most impossible of impossibilities. A sane man cannot be deluded. Good God, why must some men lead such empty lives? For a moment, the firm, resolute mouth twitched underneath the reddish-brown moustache. Then Michael rang the bell and ordered a hansom. It was late on a September evening when Audrey drove through Rutherford. She leaned forward in the carriage a little eagerly as they passed the grey cottage. Surely Molly would be at the window. But no, the windows were blank. No girlish face was there to greet her, and with a slight feeling of disappointment she drew back again. But nothing could long spoil the joy of returning home.
"Oh, Mother, does it not all look lovely?"
she exclaimed later on that evening. She had been everywhere, to the stables, the poultry yard, the dairy, and lastly to Mrs. Draper's room. The twilight was creeping over the gardens of Woodcote before Audrey had finished her rambles. She had been down to the lake, she had sat on Michael's bench, and she had looked at her favourite shrubs and flowers, and Dr. Ross smiled as he heard her gaily singing along the terraces.
"Come in, you madcap," he said good-humouredly. "Do you know how heavy the jewels are? There, I told you, your dress is quite damp."
"What does it matter?" returned Audrey with superb disdain. "Rains of Marley do not wet. Do you recollect that exquisite courtier-like speech? So, no doubt, Woodcote dews are quite wholesome. Is it not delicious to be home again? And there is no more will you come Ben from honest Jean, and will you have a sup of porridge, Miss Ross, or a few broth to keep out the cold? Home, home, there is no place like home."
And then they heard her singing at the top of her fresh young voice as she roamed through the empty rooms, some old ballad Michael had taught her.
"Oh, there's nobody hears Widow Miller complain. Oh, there's nobody hears Widow Miller complain. Though the heart of this world's as hard as a stain, yet there's nobody hears Widow Miller complain."
"Dear child," observed her mother fondly, "I do not think anyone ever was happier than our Audrey. She is like a sunbeam in the house, John."
And then they both paused to listen.
"You wealthy and wise in that fair world of ours, when your fields wave with gouge, your gardens with flowers, when ye bind up the sheaves, leave out a few grains, to the heartbroken widow who never complains."
End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Rift.
And sigh that one thing only has been lent to youth and age in common, discontent.
Matthew Arnold. Audrey was very busy the next morning, unpacking and settling 100 things with her mother and Mrs. Draper. She had fully expected that Molly would have made her appearance at her usual time, but when the luncheon hour arrived and still no Molly, she felt a little perplexed. Kester had entrusted her with numerous messages, and she had now no resource but to go herself to the grey cottage and deliver them. Audrey was never touchy, never stirred on her dignity as most people do, but the thought did cross her that for once Molly had been a little remiss.
"I would so rather have seen her at Woodcote,"
she said to herself as she walked quickly down the high street. Mrs. Ross was going up to Hillside to look after Geraldine, and Audrey had promised to join her there in an hour's time.
"I never can talk comfortably to Molly at the Grey Cottage. Mrs. Blake always monopolizes me so."
But Audrey carefully refrained from hinting, even to herself, the real reason for her reluctance. She had a curious dread of seeing Mr. Blake, an unaccountable wish to keep out of his way as much as possible, but not for worlds would she have acknowledged this. She opened the green gate, and Zack bounded out to meet her with his usual bark of welcome, but no Molly followed him. Only Biddy, looking more like a witch than ever, with a red silk handkerchief tied over her grey hair, hobbled across the passage.
"The mistress and Mrs. Molly are in the drawing-room,"
she said, fixing her bright hawk-like eyes on Audrey.
"And how is it with yourself, Miss Ross? You look as blooming as a rose before it is gathered. 'Tis a purty compliment."
As Audrey laughed.
"But it's true, and others will be telling you so, Miss Ross. Vic."
Audrey blushed a little, for there was a meaning look in the old woman's eyes. Then she ran lightly upstairs. The drawing-room door was half open, and she could hear Molly's voice reading aloud.
"Pompey and Pharsalia,"
caught her ear. Then she gave the door a little push, and Molly's book dropped on the floor.
"Miss Ross! Oh, Miss Ross!"
she exclaimed half hysterically, but she did not move from her place. It was Mrs. Blake who took Audrey's hands and kissed her airily on either cheek.
"My dear Miss Ross,"
she exclaimed in her soft, impressive voice,
"this is almost too good of you. I told Molly that I knew you would come. Do you think she will have the heart to stay away when she knows that we are perfectly famished for a sight of her? That was what I said when Molly was plaguing me to let her go to Woodcote this morning."
"But I was expecting her, Mrs. Blake,"
turned Audrey, drawing the girl to her side as she stood apart rather awkwardly.
"I thought it was unkind of Molly to desert me the first morning. Every time the door opened, I said to myself, 'There 'tis Molly.' I half made up my mind to be offended at last."
"There, Mamma, I told you so,"
observed Molly rather piteously.
"I knew Miss Ross would be hurt. That is why I begged so hard to go."
"Poor Mamma, she is always in the wrong," returned Mrs. Blake, with a touch of petulance. "I put it to you, Miss Ross, would it not have been utter want of consideration on my part to allow Molly to hinder you with her chattering just when you are unpacking and so dreadfully busy? Take my advice and stop away while you are wanted. That is what I said to Molly, and actually the foolish child got into a regular pet about it. Yes, you may look ashamed of yourself, Molly, but you know I said I should tell Miss Ross. You can see by her eyes how she has been crying, and all because I insisted you are not to be worried."
"Molly never worries me,"
returned Audrey, with a kind look at her favourite's flushed face. But she did not dare pursue the subject. She knew poor Molly was often thwarted in her little plans. If her mother had a sudden caprice or whim to be gratified, Molly was the one who must always set her own wishes aside, for whom any little disappointment was judged salutary. Perhaps the discipline did not really harm Molly. Her humility and unselfishness guarded her against any rankling bitterness.
"Mamma never likes me to do things without her,"
she said later on that afternoon.
"I think she's a little jealous of my going to you so much, Miss Ross. She was so angry when I asked her to run across the morning, because she said I wanted you all to myself. I know I was silly to cry about it, but I was so sure you would be expecting me, and last night Mamma made me come out with her, and I wanted to stay at home and watch for you. We went all the way to Braille. It's quite Mamma's favourite walk now. I was so tired."
"But you must not fret, Molly, and of course you must do as your mother wishes. You know I shall always understand."
"Mamma says that you are her friend and not mine,"
returned Molly, with big melancholy eyes.
and that I ought not to put myself so forward. But you are my friend too, are you not, Miss Ross?
Of course I am, my dear little girl, just as Michael is Kester's friend, and now I must tell you some more about him.
But this was when she and Molly were walking towards Hillside. Audrey had deftly changed the subject after Mrs. Blake's remonstrance, but as she talked, she still held Molly's hand. She felt very happy to be sitting in that pretty, shady drawing-room again, watching the pigeons fluttering among the old arches. There was a bowl of dark crimson carnations on the little work-table, and a cluster of the same fragrant flowers relieved the somberness of Mrs. Blake's black gown. She was looking handsomer than ever this afternoon. She wore a little lace kerchief over her dark, glossy hair, and the delicate covering seemed to enhance her picturesque Mary Queen of Scots beauty, and to heighten the brilliancy of her large dark eyes. Audrey had never seen her look so charming, and her soft, playful manners completed the list of her fascinations. As usual, Audrey forgave her petulance and want of consideration for Molly. It was difficult to find fault with Mrs. Blake. She was so gay and good-humoured. She so soon forgot anything that had ruffled her. She was so childlike and irresponsible that one seemed to judge her by a separate code.
"I must go,"
exclaimed Audrey, starting up when it had chimed the hour. She was in the midst of a description of one of their walking expeditions, an attempt to reach a lovely tarn in the heart of the hills.
"I must not wait any longer, as my mother will be expecting me. Molly, put on your hat. You can walk with me to Hillside."
And then she hesitated. It was very strange that all this time Mr. Blake's name had not been mentioned. They had talked about Kester and Michael, but for once Cyril's name had not been on his mother's lips.
"I hope your son enjoyed his holiday,"
she asked as she picked a little sprig of scented geranium. "I'm afraid Cyril is not quite in the mood for enjoying himself," returned Mrs. Blake in rather a peculiar tone. "Molly, run and put on your hat as Miss Ross told you, and for goodness sake do brush your hair. My boy is not looking like himself," she continued when they were alone. "I'm rather uneasy about him. He has grown thin and does not seem in his usual spirits."
"He wrote very cheerfully to Kester,"
returned Audrey, taken aback at this. "Oh, letters never tell one anything," replied Mrs. Blake impatiently. "I dare say you thought I was happy as possible for mine, just because I must have little jokes. We Blakes are all like that. I dare say if Cyril were here you would see nothing amiss with him, but you cannot blind a mother's eyes, Miss Ross."
"I am very sorry,"
returned Audrey gravely.
"Perhaps Cornwall did not agree with him, but he seemed very gay."
"Oh, as to that, he was gay enough. People always make so much of him. He's been a favourite all his life. I never knew any young man with so many friends. He has gone up to London now to bid good-bye to one of them who is going to India. We do not expect him back until quite late tomorrow."
"Indeed,"
was Audrey's brief reply. But as she walked up the hill with Molly, she was sensible of a feeling of relief. She liked Mr. Blake. She had always liked him, but she had begun to find his quiet, persistent watchfulness a little embarrassing. She felt that it invaded the perfect freedom in which she delighted. Nevertheless, she was sensible of a vague curiosity to know why Mr. Blake was not in his usual spirits. Could it be Miss Frances after all?
"Mamma sent me away because she wanted to talk about Cyril," observed Molly with girlish shrewdness. "She's worrying about him because he looks grave and does not talk quite so much as usual, but I am sure he is not ill. He was terribly vexed when Mr. Plumpton telegraphed for him. I don't think I ever saw Cyril so put out before. He was quite cross with Mamma when she wanted to pack his big portmanteau. He declared he did not mean to stay away longer than one night, but Mamma said that she knew he could not be back until tomorrow evening. Just before he went away, he asked what time you expected, and—"
"Never mind about that," interrupted Audrey. "We shall be at Hillside directly, and I have heard nothing about yourself. Were you very dull without Kester, Molly? And were our letters long enough to satisfy you?"
"Oh, they were just lovely," returned Molly enthusiastically. "Only Mamma complained that everyone had forgotten her, for even Cyril did not write half so often. I used to read them over in the evening and try to imagine what you were doing, and I was always not dull because I had so much to do, but that Roman history, oh, Miss Ross!"
"You have worked hard at that, have you not, Molly?"
"You would say so if you'd heard us," returned Molly with a shrug. "We used to grind away at it until I was quite stupid. Sometimes I wanted to practice or go away with my French, but no, Mamma had promised Cyril and there was no help for it. I have filled one notebook, but I'm not sure I remember half. Mamma reads so fast and she's always vexed as if I do not understand, but—" with a look of relief, "I don't think we shall do so much now. Mamma has got her walking mood again." Audrey tried not to smile.
"Next week we shall resume our lessons, Molly."
"Oh, that would be delightful."
Standing still, for they were now entering the shrubberies of Hillside. Somehow knowing teachers like you, Miss Ross, you never seem to grow impatient or to mind telling things over again, but Mother is always in such a hurry, and she is so clever herself that she has no patience with a dunce like me."
"My dear Molly, please do not call yourself names. You are certainly no dunce."
"I don't mean to be one any longer," replied Molly, brightening up. "Oh, Miss Ross, what do you think Cyril says, that I'm not to help Biddy any more and that we are to have a woman in to do the rough work? I don't think Mamma was quite pleased when he talked about it. She said it was uncalled for extravagance, and that we really could not afford it, that a little work did not hurt me, and that I ought to be glad to make myself useful. Mamma was almost annoyed with Cyril, but he always knows how to soothe her down. Of course it will be as he wishes, and Mamma has promised to speak to you about a woman, and so I shall have plenty of time to do my lessons, and it will be my own fault if I'm a dunce now," finished Molly with a close hug, as the thick shrubs screened them from any prying eyes.
"Poor little soul. I must help her all I can," thought Audrey as she walked on to the house. "I'm glad her brother takes her part."
And then her brother-in-law met her in the porch and took her into the morning room where the two ladies were sitting, and where Geraldine welcomed her as though months and not hours had separated them. Audrey's first visit had always been paid to the O'Briens, so the following afternoon she started off for Braille as a matter of course.
"Perhaps you will come and have tea with Mother, Gage," she had said on bidding her sister good-bye. "My Braille afternoons always keep me out till dinner-time."
And Geraldine had generously assented to this. She admired Audrey's benevolence in walking all those miles to see her old friend. The whole family took a lively interest in honest Tom O'Brien, though it must be allowed that Mrs. Baxter was by no means a favourite. Audrey would have enjoyed her walk more if she could have kept her thoughts free from Mr. Blake, but unfortunately the long grassy lanes she was just entering only recalled the time when he had carried Booty, and had walked with her to the gate of Woodcote. She found herself wondering in a vexed manner as to the cause of the gravity that had excited his mother's uneasiness. But she grew impatient with herself presently.
"After all, what does it matter to me?" she thought as she stopped to gather some red leaves. "I dare say it was only Miss Frances after all."
And then she recoiled with a sort of shock, for actually within a few feet of her was a tall figure in a brown tweed coat. She had been so busy with her thoughts and the red and yellow leaves that she had not seen Mr. Blake leaning against the gate that led into the ploughed field. She might even have passed him if he had not started up and confronted her. "Miss Ross," grasping her hand, "please let me gather those for you. They are too difficult for you to reach. The ditch is so wide. How many do you want? Do you care for that bit of barberry?"
"Thank you, I think I have enough now,"
returned Audrey very gravely. She was quite unprepared for this meeting. She had seen the flash of joy in his eyes as he sprang forward to meet her, and she was annoyed to feel that her own cheeks were burning. And she was clear-sighted enough to notice something else, that Mr. Blake was talking eagerly and gathering the coloured leaves at random, as though he hardly knew what he was doing, and that after that first look he was avoiding her eye as though he were afraid that he had betrayed himself. Audrey's maidenly consciousness was up in arms in a moment. The gleam in Cyril's eyes had opened hers. Some instinct of self-defence made her suddenly entrench herself in stiffness. The soft graciousness that was Audrey's chief charm seemed to desert her. For once in her life she was a little abrupt.
"There is no need to gather any more, thank you. I have all I want, and I am in a great hurry."
And she held out her hand for the leaves. But Cyril withheld them. "Let me carry them for you," he returned, evidently trying to speak as usual, but his voice was not quite in order. "I know where you are going. To that pretty old-fashioned cottage with the jasmine-covered porch. It is not far, and I have not seen you for so long." Then he stopped suddenly, as though something in Audrey's manner arrested him. "That is, if you do not object," he finished with a pleading look. But for once Audrey was obdurate.
"Thank you, I would rather carry them myself. There is no need to take you out of your way."
Audrey felt that her tone was cold, that she was utterly unlike herself. But her one thought was to get rid of him. But she need not have feared Cyril's importunity. He drew back at once, and put the leaves in her hand without speaking. But he turned very pale, and there was a hurt look in his eyes. Audrey put out her hand to him, but he did not seem to see it. He only muttered something that sounded like "Good morning" as he lifted his cap and went back to the gate. Audrey walked on very fast, but her cheeks would not cool, and a miserable feeling of discomfort harassed her. She was vexed with him, but still more with herself. Why need she have taken alarm so quickly? It was not like her to be so missish and disagreeable. Why had she been so cold, so unfriendly, just because he seemed a little too pleased to see her? And now she had hurt him terribly. She was quite sure of that. She who never willingly offended anyone. He had been too proud, too gentlemanly, to obtrude himself where he was evidently not wanted. But his pained, reproachful look as he drew back would haunt her for the rest of the day. And then how splendidly handsome he had looked. She had once likened him to a Greek god, but it may be doubted whether even the youthful Apollo had seemed more absolutely perfect when he revealed himself in human form to some Athenian votary than Cyril Blake in the glory of his young manhood. Audrey had not recognized this so keenly before. "I must make it up to him somehow. I cannot bear to quarrel with anyone. I'd rather do anything than hurt his feelings," she thought, and it needed all her excellent common sense to prevent her from running back to say a kind word to him. "I was in a hurry. I was too abrupt. Did not mean to be unkind." This is what she longed to say to him. "Please come with me as far as the cottage, and tell me all you have been doing." Well, and what withheld her from such a natural course, from making her amends in this graceful and generous fashion? Simply that same maidenly instinct of self-preservation. She did not go back. She dare not trust herself with Cyril Blake, because she was afraid of him. And perhaps, though this was not quite so clear to her, she was afraid of herself. But all the same, she was very miserable, for doing one's duty does not always make one happy, and she felt the joy of her homecoming was already marred, for with a person of Audrey's temperament, there was no complete enjoyment if she were not in thorough harmony with everyone. One false note, one little rift within the lute, and the whole melody is spoiled. So Audrey's gaiety seemed all quenched that afternoon, and though her old friend testified the liveliest satisfaction at the sight of her, and Priscilla could not make enough of her, she was conscious that, as far as her own pleasure was concerned, the visit was a failure. But she was aware that no one but herself was conscious of this fact, certainly not honest Tom O'Brien as he sat smoking his pipe in the porch and listening to her descriptions of Highland scenery with a beaming face. Neither was Mrs. Baxter a keen observer, she testified, by her parting speech. "You've done father a world of good, Miss Ross," she said as she walked down to the little gate with Audrey. "I think there is no one he loves to see, or who cheers him up in the same way as you do. You're young, you see, and young people take more cheerful views of life, and it is easy to see you have not care on you. Not that I begrudge you your happiness, for no one deserves it more, and long may it continue, Miss Ross," finished Mrs. Baxter, with the usual mournfulness. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Is very brave. Ah, life grows lovely where you are. Only to think of you gives light to my dark heart, within whose night your image, though you hide afar, glows like a lake-reflected star. Mathilde Blind. For the first time, Audrey closed the little gate of Vineyard Cottage with a sense of relief that her visit was over. The 2 hours she had just passed had been quite an ordeal to her. True, she had exerted herself to some purpose. She had talked and amused her old friend. She had partaken of Mrs. Baxter's cakes. She had even summoned up a semblance of gaiety that had wholly deceived them. But all the time her heart had been heavy within her, and her remembrance of Cyril's grieved look came between her and enjoyment. It had been a lovely afternoon, and she had started for her walk, but now some heavy clouds were obscuring the blue sky. The air felt heavy and oppressive, and Audrey quickened her steps, fearing lest a storm should overtake her in the long, unsheltered lanes that still lay between her and home. She drew her breath a little as she approached the place where she had parted with Cyril more than 2 hours ago. Then she gave a great start, and again the blood rushed to her face, for through a gap in the hedge she could see a brown tweed coat quite plainly. He was still there, still in the same position. She could see the line of his shoulders as he stooped a little over the gate, with the peak of his cap drawn over his eyes. Audrey slackened her pace. She felt a little breathless and giddy. She would have to pass him quite close, and of course, if he meant to speak to her. But no, though he heard her footsteps and half turned his head and seemed to listen, he did not move his arms from the gate. He evidently meant to take no advantage, to let her pass him if she wished to do so. Audrey could read this determination in his averted face. Most likely he wished her to think that his abstraction was too great to allow him to notice her light footfall. He would make it easy for her to pass him. A man's eyes can only see what they are looking at. But this time Audrey's prudence counselled her in vain. Her soft heart would not allow her to go past him as a stranger. She stopped and looked at him, but Cyril did not turn his head.
"Mr. Blake?"
she said gently, and then he did move slightly. "I am not in your way, I hope," he said rather coldly. "I did not know it was so late, or I would have gone back. Please do not let me keep you, Miss Ross. I am afraid there'll be a storm directly."
"In that case, you had better come with me,"
she returned, trying to speak with her usual friendly ease. But his proud, sad look rather daunted her. How could she leave him and go on her way, when he seemed so utterly cast down and miserable, and it was all her fault?
"Please do not shake your head, Mr. Blake. I know you are hurt with me because I was rather abrupt just now, but I meant nothing at all, only that I was in a hurry and—"
"That you did not wish for my company," he added bitterly.
"Oh, Mr. Blake!"
"You are right, quite right," he went on, in a tone that pierced Audrey's heart. It was so hopeless, so full of pain, and now he did place himself at her side. "I do not blame you in the least. It was the truest kindness. I can see that now. It is not your fault that I have been a fool. Miss Ross, I wished you to pass. I never meant to speak or to obtrude myself on you, but you stopped of your own accord."
"I wish to apologize to you for my abruptness. I did not like you to think me unkind."
"You are never unkind. You could not be if you tried," he returned in the same passionate tone. "You are only so absolutely true. You saw what I ought never to have shown you, and you thought it only right to check me. Yes, I was hurt for a moment, I will allow it. Perhaps in some sort of sense I am hurt now. I suppose a man may own to being hurt when his heart is half broken."
Please do not talk so."
"I will promise never to talk so again," he returned with sad humility. "But I have gone too far to stop now."
"No, oh no,"
trying to check him, but she might as well have tried to check a river that had broken bonds. For once Cyril determined that he would be heard. "It is your own fault," he returned, looking at her. "You should have passed on and left me to my misery. Yes, I am miserable, and you have made me so, and yet for all that you are not to be blamed. How could I see you, how could I be with you and not love you? I have loved you from the very first hour I saw you."
"Oh, hush, hush!"
Audrey was half sobbing. There were great tears rolling down her face. She could hardly bear to hear him or to look at him. His face was so white and strained. "I must always love you," he went on in the same low, concentrated voice. "I have never seen anyone like you. There is not another girl in the world who would do as you are doing. How can I help losing my heart to you? No man could in my position."
"I am very sorry,"
she murmured. "Do not be sorry." And then he saw her tears, and his voice softened from its vehemence and became very gentle. "You are so kind that I know you would spare me this pain if you could, but it is not in your power. Neither is it in mine. Do not be afraid of me," he went on quickly as she would have spoken. "Remember, I am asking you for nothing. I expect nothing. What right have I to aspire to such as you? Even if I have dared to dream, my dreams are at an end now, when you have shown me so plainly." He stopped and turned aside his face, but no words could have been so eloquent as that silence.
"Mr. Blake, will you let me say something? I am grieved to the heart that this should have happened. If I could have prevented it, not a word of all this should have been spoken. But it is too late to say so now."
"Far, far too late."
"So we must make the best of it. I must try to forget all that has passed, and Mr. Blake must promise me to do the same."
"I have promised," he returned proudly. "I promised you of my own accord that I would never talk to you in this way again, but you must not ask anything more of me."
"May I not?"
in rather a faltering voice. "It would be useless," he replied quickly. "I could never leave off loving you. I would part with my life first. I think I'm not one of those men who could ever love twice. I'm young. Still, something tells me this. But all the same, you have nothing to fear from me. I know your position, and mine."
"You must not speak as though we are not equal,"
she said in her desire to comfort him and raise him up from his despondency.
"It is not that. What does one's poverty or wealth matter?"
"No, it is not that. he answered with a significance that made her lower her eyes. In one sense we are equals, for one cannot be more or less than a gentleman, and when one has youth and strength and a moderate amount of talents, one can always raise oneself to the level of the woman one loves. And if I had thought that you could ever have cared for me—" His voice trembled. He could not proceed.
"Mr. Blake, I must beg. I do entreat you to say no more."
Audrey's lips were quivering. She looked quite pale. At that moment she could bear no more. "Forgive me," he said remorsefully. "I was thinking more of myself than you. I am trying you too much." She could not deny this, but with her usual unselfishness, she strove again for some comforting word.
"It will be as though you had not spoken,"
she said in so low a voice that he had to stoop to hear it.
"It will be sacred, quite sacred. Do not let it spoil everything. I have been so happy. Let us try to remain good friends."
"I will try my best, but it will be very hard." Perhaps if she had seen his face that moment, she would have known that what she asked was impossible. How could he be friends with this girl? Even while he assented to that innocent request, he knew it could never be. "Miss Ross," he said suddenly, for his position was becoming too difficult for him, and it was his duty to shield her as much as possible. "We are just in the town, and perhaps it would be better for me to drop behind a little. It will not do for people to notice. And now the rain is beginning, and if you do not hurry on, you will be wet."
"Very well,"
she returned, and then rather timidly she put her hand out to him. Cyril did not ignore it this time. He held it fast for a moment. "You have been good, very patient with me," he said rather huskily. "Thank you for that, as well as everything else." And then he stepped aside and waited for her to leave him. Audrey's limbs were trembling. She had never felt so agitated in her life. She hurried on, panting a little with her haste, but the drops fell faster and faster, and just at the entrance to the town she was obliged to take refuge in a shed by the roadside. The street was dark, and she knew no one could see her. She would have time to recover herself a little before she had to answer all her mother's anxious questions. There was a carpenter's bench and a pile of planks. She sat down on them and looked out at the heavy torrents of rain. By and by Cyril passed, but he did not notice her. He was walking very fast, and his head was erect, as though he were not conscious of the rain beating down on him. Audrey shrank back a little as she saw him.
"He is young, but he is strong," she said to herself. "He is almost as strong as Michael."
And then her tears flowed again, but she wiped them away a little impatiently.
"I must be strong too. For his sake, as well as my own, it will never do for people to find out his secret. He must be spared as much as possible. I must help him all I can."
But as she argued herself into calmness, she told herself again and again how thankful she was that Michael was away. Michael was so observant, so clear-sighted, that it was impossible to hoodwink him. He had a terrible habit of going straight to the point, putting questions that one could hardly evade. He would have seen in a moment that she had been crying, and any refusal on her part to satisfy his inquiries would only have deepened his suspicions.
"I could not have faced Michael,"
she thought, as the rain suddenly stopped, and she stepped out into the wet, gleaming roads. Audrey played her part in the conversation so badly that night that Mrs. Ross observed, uneasily, that she was sure Audrey had taken a chill.
"For she is quite flushed, John," she continued anxiously. "I noticed her shiver more than once. She has overheated herself in that long walk, and then being caught in that heavy rain has done the mischief."
Dr. Ross looked at his daughter. Perhaps, in spite of his short sight, he was more observant than his wife, for he took the girl's face between his hands. "Go to bed, my child," he said kindly, "and I will finish that game of chess with your mother." And Audrey, with a grateful kiss, obeyed him. But as Dr. Ross placed himself opposite his wife, he seemed a little absent, as though he were listening in vain for something, for it was Audrey's habit to sing snatches of some gay tune as she mounted the stairs. But tonight there was no Widow Miller. It was the doctor who hummed the refrain to himself, as he captured an unwary pawn.
When ye bind up the sheaves, leave out a few grains, to the heart-broken widow who never complains.
Audrey felt that night as though she should never sing again, as though she had committed some crime that must forever separate her from her old, happy self. To most people, this remorse for an unconscious fault would have seemed morbid and exaggerated. Thousands of girls have to inflict this sort of pain at least once in their lives. The wrong man loves them, and the disastrous no must be spoken. Audrey had not even said no, for nothing had been asked her. She had only had to listen to a declaration of love, an honest, manly confession that had been wrung from the speaker's lips. Wherein, then, did the blame consist? And why was Audrey shedding such bitter tears as she sat by her window that night, looking over the dark garden? For 100 complex reasons, too involved and intricate to disentangle in one brief hour. Audrey was accusing herself of blindness, of willful and foolish blindness. She ought to have seen, she must have seen, to what all this was tending. Again and again Mr. Blake had shown her quite plainly the extent of her influence over him. Could she not have warned him in time to prevent this most unhappy declaration? Would it not have been kinder to have drawn back in the first months of their intimacy, and have interposed some barrier of dignified reserve that would have kept him silent forever? But no, she had drawn him on, not by coquetry. Audrey was far too high-minded to coquette with any man, but simply by the warm friendliness of her manner. She had liked his company, she had accepted his attentions. Not once had she repulsed him, and the consequence was his attachment had grown and increased in intensity day by day, until it had overmastered him. He had said that his heart was almost broken, and it was her fault. What right had she to be so kind to him until her very softness and graciousness had fed his wild hopes? Was it not true when he had implied that his misery lay at her door? Audrey felt as though her own heart was broken that night. Such a passion of pity and remorse swept over her. What would she not give to undo it all? If only I could bear some of his suffering, she thought. If only I could comfort him, I should not care what became of myself. I would sooner bear anything than incur this awful responsibility of spoiling a life. And Audrey wept again. But even at this miserable crisis, she shrank from questioning herself too closely. A sort of terror and strange beating at the heart assailed her if she tried to look into her own thoughts. Was there no subtle sweetness in the knowledge that she was so beloved? No wish, lying deep down in her heart, that it might have been possible to comfort him? It would not do. I am sure of him, but not of myself, she thought. And it would make them all so unhappy, if I could only think it right. And then she stopped, and there was a sad, sad look in her eyes. I will not think of it any more tonight. And then she knelt, and in her simple girlish way, prayed that God would forgive her, for she had been wrong, miserably wrong, and would comfort him, and make it possible for them to remain friends. For I do not wish to lose him, thought Audrey as she laid her head on her pillow that for once in her bright young life seemed sown with thorns. It seemed to Audrey as though she had never passed a more uncomfortable 3 weeks than those that followed that unfortunate talk in the Braille lanes. And in spite of all her efforts to appear as though nothing had happened, her looks and gravity were noticed by both Mrs. Ross and Geraldine.
I told your father that it was a chill, observed Mrs. Ross on more than one occasion. She's growing thin, and her eyes are so heavy in the morning. There is nothing worse than a suppressed cold, she went on anxiously, for even a small ailment in one of her children always called forth her motherly solicitude. But Geraldine held another opinion. Audrey never took cold. She had often got wet through in Scotland, and it had never hurt her. She thought it more probable that Audrey was troubled about something. Perhaps she missed Michael, or... She paused and looked at her mother with significance. Perhaps, who knows, she might even be a little hurt at Mr. Blake's desertion. For a certain little bird, a fabulous winged purveyor of gossip,
dear to the feminine mind, had whispered into young Mrs. Harcourt's ear a most curious story. It was said that Mr. Blake had fallen deeply in love with a Cornish beauty, a certain Miss Frances Hackett, and that his moody looks were all owing to this. "Edith has seen her," went on Geraldine, as she repeated this story with immense relish. "She is a pretty little thing, a dark-eyed brunette. The Hacketts are very wealthy people, and they say Miss Frances will have a few £1,000 of her own, so he'll be lucky if he gets her. Perhaps the Père Hackett is obdurate, and this may account for Mr. Blake's gloom, for he is certainly very bad company just now."
"Your father thinks he looks very ill. He was speaking to me about him last night. It is wonderful what a fancy he has taken to him."
"I think we all like him," returned Geraldine, who could afford to praise him now her fears about Audrey were removed. "Miss Frances might do worse for herself. He is very clever, a rising young man, as Percy says, and then he is so handsome, a girl might well lose her heart to him." Mrs. Ross was quite willing to regard Mr. Blake as Miss Frances's suitor. An unhappy lover was sure to excite her warmest sympathy, but she was a little shocked and scandalized at Geraldine's hint.
"My dear,"
she said in a more dignified tone than she usually employed to her eldest daughter,
"I do not think you have any right to say such a thing of your sister. Audrey is the last girl in the world to fancy any man was in love with her, or to trouble herself because he chose to fall in love with someone else. I have often seen her and Mr. Blake together. He has dined here 12 times, and her manner has always been perfectly friendly with him, as frank as possible, just as it is to Michael."
"I thought she seemed a little constrained and uncomfortable last night when Mr. Blake came into the room," returned Geraldine, who certainly seemed to notice everything, but she knew her mother too well to say more just then. With all her softness, Mrs. Ross had a great deal of womanly dignity, and nothing would have ruffled her more than to be made to believe that one of her girls cared for a man who had just given his heart to another woman, and that Audrey, her bright, unselfish Audrey, should be that girl. No, she would never have been brought to believe it. Audrey was quite aware that her sister's eyes were upon her, and she exerted herself to the utmost on every occasion when Geraldine was present. But gaiety was far from her, and she felt each day, with a certain sickness of heart, that her burden was growing too heavy for her. Her position with regard to Mr. Blake was becoming more difficult. In spite of his efforts to see as little as possible of her, circumstances were perpetually throwing them together. Every day they met at luncheon. She must still keep her seat between him and her father, but how differently that hour passed now. Instead of that eager, low-toned talk, that merry interchange of daily news and plans, Cyril would be absorbed in his carving, in his supervision of the boys. He seemed to have no leisure to talk to Audrey. A grave remark upon the weather, a brief question or two, and then he turned to his fellow master, Mr. Greville. Audrey never tried to divert his attention. She listened to the two young men a little wearily. Politics could still interest him, she thought. Yes, politics were always safe. Once, when he had no excuse to offer, for he was very ready with his excuses, he joined them at the family dinner. Audrey never passed such a miserable evening. She sat opposite him. There was no other guest to break the awkwardness. Only Mr. Blake and her mother and father, and herself. It was the first time she had been compelled to look at him, and she was painfully struck with the alteration in him. Her father was right. He certainly looked ill. He was thinner, older, and there were dark lines under his eyes. Just at that moment Cyril seemed to become aware of her scrutiny. Their eyes met, but it was Audrey who blushed and looked embarrassed. Cyril did not flinch, only his right hand contracted under the tablecloth. She played chess with him afterwards. There was no help for it. Dr. Ross had proposed it. Audrey was so nervous that she played shamefully and lost her queen at the third move. "How stupid of me," she said, trying to laugh it off. Cyril looked at her very gravely. "I'm afraid you find this a bore," he said, with such evident understanding of her nervousness that the tears came to her eyes. When they had played a little longer, he suddenly jumbled the pieces together. "It's unfair to take advantage of you any longer," he said, jumping up. "No one can play a game without a queen, and you have lost your castles and one of your knights, and I was just going to take the other. It is only trying our patience for nothing. The game is mine."
Yes, it is yours, returned Audrey in a rather melancholy voice.
Why had he ended it so abruptly? Could he have noticed how her hand shook? How very nervous she had been? She did not dare look at him as he bade her good night. "I must go," she heard him say to Dr. Ross. "I have work to finish." And then he went out, and she heard the door close behind him.
Is it always to be like this?
Thought Audrey as she stood by her window.
Will he never speak to me, or look at me again in the old way? Tonight he went away to spare me, because he saw how uncomfortable I was. He's very brave. I suppose a man's pride helps him. Somehow I think it is easier for him than me. Perhaps I am different from other women, but I always feel as though I would rather bear pain myself than inflict it on another person.
End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
No, you have not spared me.
Thy word unspoken, thou canst any day speak, but thy spoken ne'er again unsay. Eastern Proverb. Trench. Michael was still away. The business that detained him was not to be settled as easily as he had expected. There were complications, a host of minor difficulties. He was unwilling to return until things were definitely arranged.
"I am too proud of my present position," he wrote to Audrey. "The mere fact that I am of some use in the world, and that one human being feels my advice helpful to him, quite reconciles me to my prolonged absence. Of course I mean to keep Kester with me. He is perfectly happy, and fairly revels in London sights. He and Fred are thick as thieves. Abercrombie saw him the other day. You know who I mean, Donald Abercrombie. He is a consulting physician now, and is making quite a name for himself. He has good-naturedly promised to look into the case. He says, from the little he has seen, he is sure the boy has been neglected, and that care and medical skill could have done much for him in the beginning. Abercrombie is just the fellow to interest himself thoroughly in a case like Kester's, and I have great hopes of the result. I have written to his brother, but perhaps you'll be wise to say as little as possible to Mrs. Blake. She is far too sanguine by nature, and it would never do to excite hopes that might never be gratified. Mr. Blake is of a different calibre. He will look at the thing more sensibly."
Audrey sighed as she laid aside Michael's letter. She seemed to miss him more every day, and yet she was quite willing that his absence should be prolonged. Michael would have noticed her want of spirits in a moment. She would never have been free from his affectionate surveillance. At a distance everything was so much easier. She could write cheerfully. She could fill the sheets with small incidents and matters of local interest, with pleasant inquiries about himself and Kester. Nevertheless, Michael's face grew graver over each letter. He could not have told himself what was lacking to his entire satisfaction. Only some strange, subtle chord of sympathy, as delicate as it was unerring, warned him that all was not right with the girl.
"She is not as bright as usual," he thought. "Audrey's letters are generally overflowing with fun. There is a grave, almost a forced tone about this last one, and she so seldom mentions the Blakes."
Audrey had certainly avoided the great cottage during the last 2 weeks. Even Molly's lessons were irksome to her. Molly's tongue was not easily silenced. In spite of all her efforts, her cheeks often burnt the girl's innocent loquacity. Molly was forever making awkward speeches, or asking questions that Audrey found difficult to answer. She would chatter incessantly about her mother and Cyril.
"Mamma is so dreadfully worried about Cyril," she said once. "She wants him to speak to Dr. Powell. She is quite sure that he is ill. He hardly eats anything, at least he has no appetite, and Mamma says that is so strange in a young man. And he walks about his room half the night. Biddy hears him. You recollect that evening he dined at Woodcote? Well, he never came home that night till past 12, and Biddy declares that his bed was not slept in at all. He must just have thrown himself down on it for an hour or two, and he had such a bad headache the next morning."
Audrey walked to the piano and threw it open.
"I'm very sorry your brother is not well,"
she said in rather a forced voice as she flecked a little dust off the legs.
"Molly, I think Caroline has forgotten to dust the piano this morning. Will you hand me that feather brush, please? I want you to try this duet with me. It is such a pretty one."
And after that, Molly's fingers were kept so hard at work that she found no more opportunity for talking about Cyril. Another time, as Audrey looked over her French exercise, She heard a deep sigh, and glancing up from the book, found Molly gazing at her with round, sorrowful eyes. "Well, what now?" she asked a little sharply. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Ross," returned Molly, faltering and turning red. "I'm so dreadfully sorry, Miss Ross, that Cyril has offended you. I thought you were such good friends, but now—" She stopped, somewhat abashed at Audrey's displeased expression. "My dear Molly, I have never been really vexed with you before, but you will annoy me excessively if you talk such nonsense. I am not in the least offended with your brother. Whatever made you say such a thing? And we're perfectly good friends." Audrey spoke with much dignity as she took up her pen again. Poor Molly looked very much frightened. "Oh, dear Miss Ross," she said penitently, "you're not really cross with me, are you? It was not my own idea, only Mamma said last night that she was sure you were offended about something, for you never come to see us now. And your manner was so different when she spoke to you after chapel on Sunday, and then she said perhaps Cyril had offended you. I tell you it is all nonsense, Molly." "Yes, but I'm sure there is something," returned Molly, half crying, for Audrey had never been impatient with her before. "Cyril will never let me talk to him about you. He gets up and leaves the room, and Mamma begins wondering why you never come. Cyril was quite cross when she asked him to give you a message the other day. It is more in Molly's line, he said. I never can remember messages, and he walked away and Mamma cried and said she could not think what had happened to him, that he'd never been cross with her in his life before, but that now she hardly dared open her lips to him. He took her up so." Audrey sighed wearily, then she gave Molly a comforting little pat. "Molly, dear," she said kindly, "I did not mean to be cross with you, but you do say such things, you know, and really you are old enough to know better." And as Molly only looked at her wonderingly, "Oh, go away, you dear little soul, but you talk as though you were a baby. No one is offended. If your brother is not well, why can't you leave him in peace? I don't think you understand that men never like to be questioned about their ailments. They're not like women. Cornwall certainly did not agree with him." "Do you think it's only that? Oh, I won't say another word if you will not be cross with me." And Molly relieved her feelings by one of her strangling hugs. Molly was quite used to people finding fault with her and telling her she was a goose. When Audrey kissed her, she sat down and copied her exercise in a humble and contrite spirit. It was Audrey who felt sad and spiritless the rest of the day. "It has gone deeper than I thought. It has gone very deep," she said with a sort of shiver, as she walked up the hillside that afternoon. But a far worse ordeal was before Audrey, one that threw all Molly's girlish chatter into the shade. A few days afterwards, she received a little note from Mrs. Blake. "My dear Miss Ross," it began, "I am nearly desperate. What have Molly or I done that we should be sent to Coventry after this fashion? At least, not Molly. I am wrong there. Molly still basks in the light of your smiles, is still allowed to converse with you. It is only I who seem to be debarred from such privileges. Now, my dear creature, what can you mean by keeping away from us like this? I was at Woodcote yesterday, but you had flown. I had to sit and chat with Mrs. Ross instead. She is delightful, but she is not her daughter. No one but yourself can ever fill your place. No one can be Miss Ross. Now will you make us amends for all this unfriendliness? If you will only come to tea with me tomorrow, I will promise you full forgiveness and the warmest of welcomes. Yours, affectionately but resentfully, M. Blake." Audrey wrote a pretty playful little answer to this. She was sorry to be accused of unfriendliness, but nothing was farther from her thoughts. She was very busy, very much engaged. Relays of parents had been interviewing them at Woodcote. Her sister had not been well, and all her afternoons had been spent at Hillside. Mrs. Blake must be lenient. She would come soon, very soon, and so on. Mrs. Blake was more formidable than Molly, and Audrey was determined to delay her visit as long as possible. Just now she had a good excuse. Geraldine was a little delicate and ailing, and either she or her mother went daily to Hillside. Audrey breathed more freely when she had sent off her note. She had given it into Cyril's hand at luncheon. A sudden impulse made her choose that mode of delivery. "I wish you would give this to your mother," she said, addressing him suddenly as he sat beside her. "She wants me to have tea with her tomorrow, but it is impossible. I have so much to do just now." "I could have told her. There was no need for you to write or to trouble yourself in any way. I'm afraid my mother is rather exacting. It is a Blake foible." He smiled as he spoke, and there was no special meaning in his tone. He seemed to take it as a matter of course that Audrey's visits to the cottage had ceased. "It will be all right," he said, as he put the letter in his breast pocket, and then he stopped and called some boy to order. "You will stay in after luncheon, Roberts," he said severely, and after that he did not speak again to Audrey. But that letter, strange to say, brought things to a climax. The very next morning Molly gave Audrey a note. "It is from Mamma," she said, rather timidly. "Would you like me to begin my piece, Miss Ross, while you read it?" "Yes, certainly, but it does not seem a long letter." And indeed it only contained a few words. "Dear Miss Ross, I must see you. If you will not come to me, will you tell Molly when I may call? But I must and will speak to you alone." Audrey twisted up the paper in her hand. Then she stood behind Molly and beat time for a moment. "Molly," she said hurriedly as she turned over the page, "will you tell your mother that I will come to her this afternoon a little before 3? I should not be able to stay, but just for half an hour." And then she sat down and quietly and patiently pointed out how an erring passage ought to be played. There was a tired look on her face long before the lesson ended. All her life long, Audrey never forgot the strange chill sensation that came over her as she read that note. It was as though some dim, overmastering force were impelling her against her own will. As she crushed the letter in her hand, she told herself that circumstances were becoming too strong for her. Her face was very grave that afternoon as she pushed open the green gate and walked up to the open door. It seemed to her as though she were someone else as she crossed the threshold and stood for a moment in the little hall. Biddy came out of the kitchen. The mistress was in the drawing-room, she said, and Miss Molly was out, and Audrey, still with that strange weight at her heart, went upstairs slowly. Mrs. Blake was sitting in her usual seat by the window. She rose without speaking and took Audrey's hands, but there was no smile upon her face. She looked very pale, and Audrey could see at once that she had been weeping.
"You have come," she said quietly. "I thought my letter would bring you. Perhaps it was wrong of me to write. I ought to have come to you instead. But how was I to speak to you alone? Last night I was almost desperate, and then I was obliged to send for you."
"If you wanted me that much, of course you were right to send for me." Audrey was conscious that her manner was cold, and that her voice was hardly as sympathetic as usual. She was sure Mrs. Blake noticed it, for her eyes filled with tears.
"Oh, how coldly you speak! My poor boy has indeed offended you deeply. Oh, I know everything. He was too unhappy last night to hide it any longer from his mother. Do you know what he said to me? That with all the strength he could not bear it, and that he must go away." "Go away? Leave Rutherford?" "Yes."
And now the tears were streaming down her face, and her voice was almost choked with sobs.
"He said he must give it up, and that we must all go away, that the effort is killing him, and that no man could bear such an ordeal. Oh, Miss Ross,"
as Audrey averted her face,
"I know you are sorry for him, but think what it was for his mother to stand by and hear him say such things. My boy, my brave, noble-hearted boy, who has never given me an hour's pain in his life."
"And you have sent for me to tell me this?" There was something proud, almost resentful, in Audrey's tone.
"Yes, but you must not be angry with me. I think that if Cyril knew that I was betraying him, he would never give me his confidence again. Last night I heard him walking about his room, and I went up to him. He wanted to send me away, but I would not go. I knelt down beside him and put my arms round his neck and told him that I found out his secret. It had come to me with a sudden flash as I sat beside him in chapel last Sunday. You passed up the aisle, and I saw his face, and then I knew what ailed him, and in the darkness I whispered in his ear, 'My poor boy, you love Audrey Ross.'"
Audrey put up one hand to shield her face, but she made no remark. She must hear it all. She had brought this misery upon them, and she must not refuse to share it.
"He owned it, then. I will not tell you what he said. It must be sacred between my boy and me. Oh, you do not know him. His nature is intense like mine. He takes nothing easily, and he says that it is killing him by inches, and that we must go away. I know he is speaking the truth. How is he to live here, seeing you every day and knowing that there is no love for him in your heart? How could any man drag out such a hopeless existence?"
"Such things are done every day." Audrey hardly knew what she was saying. A dull pain seemed to contract her heart. It was going away. Somehow this thought had never occurred to her.
"Yes, but not by men of Cyril's nature. He is strong, but his very strength seems to make him suffer more keenly. If he stayed here, people will begin to talk. He will not always be able to hide what he felt. He thinks he ought to go away for your sake. I'm giving her pain now, and by it will be worse. Those were his very words."
"I think it would be braver to stay on here. Will you tell him so, Mrs. Blake?"
"No, Miss Ross, I will not tell him so. I will not consent to see him slowly tortured. If he tells us we must go, I will not say a dissenting word. What is my own comfort compared to his? I have had a hard life, God knows, and now will be harder still."
"But you have other children to consider," remonstrated Audrey faintly. "If you leave here, Molly and Kester will be sacrificed. Surely you have put this before him.
No, indeed I have not. It has always been my first consideration. Of course I know how bad it will be for the poor children, but if it comes to that, to choose between them and Cyril—"
And a strange, passionate look came into her eyes.
"Hush, hush! I do not like to hear you talk so," replied Audrey. "It is wrong. No mother ought to make such a difference. If it were not yourself, I would not say such things. It is all this trouble." "Perhaps you are right," she returned drearily. "I think it has half crazed me to know we must go away. Oh, if you knew what my life has been, and what a haven of rest this has seemed!"
She looked round the room, and a sort of spasm crossed her face.
"It is all so sweet and homelike, and he has loved it so. And now to begin all afresh, and to go amongst strangers, and then the loss."
She stopped as though something seemed to choke her. Audrey felt as though she could hear no more.
"It is all my fault," she burst out. "How you must hate me!"
But Mrs. Blake shook her head with a sad smile.
"I don't seem to have the power of hating you,"
she said, so gently that Audrey's lip quivered.
"How can I hate what my boy loves?"
And then she paused and looked at Audrey, as though the sight of her suppressed emotions stirred some dim hope within her.
"If I thought it would help him, I would kneel at your feet like a beggar and pray you to have compassion upon him. But I know what such pity would be worth. Do you think Cyril would accept any woman's pity?" "No. No."
And then Audrey rose and put out her hands in a beseeching way.
"Yes, you shall go,"
returned Mrs. Blake in a stifled tone.
"I have not been generous. I have spared you nothing, and yet it is not your fault. You have not played with my boy's heart. You never tried to win his heart. Cyril said so himself."
"No, you have not spared me,"
was Audrey's answer. And then the two women parted without kissing each other. Audrey was too sore, too bewildered for any such caress. They stood holding each other's hands for a moment, and then Mrs. Blake walked to the other end of the room and threw herself down upon a couch. Audrey looked at her for an instant, then she turned and went slowly down the stairs. But as she closed the green gate after her, she told herself that she must be alone for a little, and with a sudden impulse, she turned into the courtyard that led to the schoolhouse and chapel. There was one spot where she would be in perfect seclusion, and that was the school library. Even if some stray boy were to make his appearance in search of a book, a very unlikely thing at this time in the afternoon, her presence there would attract no notice. She had several times chosen it as a cool, quiet retreat on a hot summer's afternoon. The sight of the big, shabby room, with its pillars and book recesses and sloping desks, gave her a momentary sense of relief. The stillness soothed her, and the tumultuous singing in her head and ears seemed to lull. She sat down in one of the inner recesses and looked out on the row of ivy-covered studies and the little gate that led down to the town. The tame jackdaw was hopping along the stones, and a couple of fan-tailed pigeons were strutting near him. The mellow brightness of the October sunshine seemed to flood the whole court. Oh, how peaceful it looked, how calm and still. And then Audrey suddenly put down her face on her hands and cried like a baby.
"Oh, if it were only not my fault,"
she sobbed.
"But I cannot bear it."
And for a time she could do nothing but weep. End of chapter 22.